This book is an attempt to canvass the 27-month-long premiership of Dr. Mohammad Mosaddeq, in a dispassionate effort to shed further light on the events which led to his downfall on August 19, 1953. The event no doubt changed the destiny of Iran and may have had an impact on the broader scheme of things on the world scene. It surely created a political fault line that has divided Iranians for several generations. For reasons elaborated in the introduction, its searing effects have not been effaced. Further, judging by its frequent evocation in the media and the volume of academic and pseudo-academic publications, the subject has lost little of its political relevance or intellectual allure. Indeed, few episodes in Middle East contemporary history have been the subject of such an incisive probe. A first question, then, is why to rewrite that chapter of history? Writing in 2003 for a scholarly work on the downfall of Mosaddeq, a renowned American historian, Professor William Roger Lewis, started his chapter with a thoughtful caveat: the overthrow of the Mosaddeq government in August 1953, he wrote, is a subject that invites periodic reassessment. Greater distance and greater access to archive material encourage a more dispassionate view of a subject still riddled with ideological assumptions. Emphasis is mine. When in the winter of 2006 I began preparing the rudiments of the present volume, I was animated in part by the same conviction. As an avid student of Iran's contemporary history, I was broadly familiar with the literature on the Mosaddeq era. A perception of foul play causing his overthrow on August 19, 1953, had grown overwhelming, especially in the years following the publication in 1979 of a book authored by Kermit Kim Roosevelt, who by then was already reputed to have engineered the final blow against the Mosaddeq government. Spurred by his revelations, and no doubt by the demise of the imperial regime in Iran, a large volume of books, articles and treatises emerged in the following 2.5 decades. Scholarship in the United States and Britain was based on extensive and meritorious research, including interviews with former CIA and SIS MI6 agents involved in the coup plan in 1953. Memoirs published in Iran and elsewhere by the main protagonists or side players have also enriched the literature. This impressive body of scholarship, however, had not, to my mind, escaped the ravages of ideologically based assumptions. Nor, as was also noted by Professor Lewis, have all Iran files been released in spite of the lapse of well over half a century. In 2000, the leak of a secret CIA internal history to the New York Times produced the first authoritative account of the agency's operations in Iran during 1953. The document, written only a year after the event, was in great part concerned with the Operation Tepe-Jax, a plot which culminated in a failed coup attempt against Mosaddeq in the late hours of August 15, 1953. The internal history's coverage of the events subsequent to that attempt, and their relation to activities carried out by the CIA station in Tehran, is decidedly less limpid. The CIA internal history, in effect, remains inconclusive, even reticent, about the nexus between the action taken by CIA operatives in Tehran and the happenings that resulted in the collapse of the Mosaddeq government on 19 August. This is in spite of the fact that, perforce, the CIA document reflects debriefings by the field operatives, notably Kim Roosevelt. Yet an uninitiated reader could easily misconstrue the report as an endorsement of what Roosevelt later came to claim. To my incredulous mind, something troubling was amiss. The narrative in Roosevelt's counter-coup had something of the unreal in its main thrust, not far from screen sagas where a hero single-handedly, or almost, manages to beat back incredible odds in a hostile environment. In this case, the American hero manages to turn around an initial setback and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in less than 48 hours. On the flip side, the claim by Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and his regime to the effect that the fall of Mosaddeq was the backwash of a spontaneous popular uprising, Qiyam-e Melli, was hardly convincing. What was the missing link in the conundrum that was the fall of Mosaddeq? That was the challenge I set out to explore. This book is the result of that endeavor. Substantive evidence and analyses on the main theme are laid out in chapters 5, 6, and 7, while the first 4 chapters provide a schematic description of the background against which the dramatic events of August 1953 unfolded. The findings of the study are recapitulated in the conclusions. The book is primarily based on the U.S. archive documents, 1946–53, commonly abbreviated as FRUS, backed by the already tapped British Foreign Office material, covering the period up to the break-off of diplomatic relations between Iran and Britain in October 1952. The CIA internal history has been analysed and drawn on a British top-secret report dated September 2, 1953, which to this date, to the best of my knowledge, has gone unnoticed in history books. XV preface of this episode is printed in the State Department's declassified Iran files, FRIS 1952 to 1954, Volume X, produced barely 2 weeks after the fall of Mosaddeq. The 8-page document is fully analysed in Chapter 6. Other than material from governmental sources, memoirs and recollections of major protagonists, Mosaddeq, Kermit Roosevelt, and Ardashir Zahedi, and some lesser actors like Ghulam Hossein Siddiqui, Muzaffar Bakr, Noruddin Kianori, Christopher Woodhouse, Samuel Faleh, and others, have also been thoroughly examined. As usually is the case with memoirs, they represent a personal baggage, a mix of facts, memory lapses, or deliberate spins, leaving it to the historian to sift through facts and factoids. An effort to this effect has been made through cross-checking the information conveyed. Press coverage by the New York Times and Time, as well as tidbits from the Iranian press and Rushamari, Iranian Daily News Archive, and also Persian language literature have been surveyed. Where conclusions are drawn from non-archival sources, they have invariably been cross-checked for corroborating evidence. The career paths, character traits, and mannerisms of the main protagonists are sketched out to the extent that these elements were believed to have influenced the events. The narrative is backed up with extensive annotations in reference notes which provide peripheral information on the specific topics treated, and the background against which the interplay of actors can better be understood. They should be considered as an adjunct to the narrative, kept separate only to maintain the flow of the main text, yet essential for a better understanding of the period and the political context in which events unfolded. When it comes to the Iranian protagonists of the drama, I have remained within the strict confines of evidence and archive. No one is condemned or vindicated. The primary task of the historian is to produce data and conduct probes. There are no verdicts, only findings. Those of this study, at any event, are unlikely to satisfy unconditional supporters of any of the national or religious figures of the time. Yet one single observation about Mosaddeq might be deemed in order. Mosaddeq, as a historical persona, need not be idolized. He is justly remembered as the man who shed the shackles of the neo-colonialist hold over Iran's main source of livelihood, the oil industries. He is also in the vanguard of Third World awakening in the post-Second World War period. Yet Mosaddeq was not infallible. His strategic errors contributed to the ripening of cumulative factors which brought about his downfall. This reality should not prevent Iranians from proudly cherishing his memory and lauding his historical accomplishments. A word about transliteration of Persian. The guideline in the Chicago Manual, edition 14, has been flexibly applied to all Persian words, exception being made for diacriticals in proper names. Transliterations in general are based on the Persian pronunciation of the names of Arab origin, Muhammad rather than Muhammad, Hossein rather than Hussein. Composite proper names have been separated by a hyphen. Muhammad Hossein, while in cases of fusion of two elements in a single proper name, the apostrophe is used to separate the components, Abul Qasem rather than Abul Qasem, Abdul Hossein rather than Abdul Hossein. The same punctuation mark, combined with the letter E, is used for vocal liaisons between the words where applicable, Katarat avalin sepabodi Iran rather than Katarati avalin sepabodi Iran. Finally, A rather than I is used for endings of such names as Tabataba A or Baka A. Darioush Bayandor. Introduction. Well over half a century after the fall of the government of Dr. Mohammad Mosaddeq, on August 19, 1953, the topic has not ceased to stir interest among historians or arouse passion in Iranian circles. The event has been described by many in Iran and abroad as a CIA-inspired coup, which extinguished national aspirations for democracy and economic emancipation. Others have hailed the event as a popular uprising, Ki Ame Meli, that saved the country from chaos and a drift towards communism. August 19, 1953, thus remains a fault line that divides Iranians. Yet none of the two assumptions in absolute stand the test of a vigorous probe. The present volume is an attempt in hindsight to embark on such a probe, exploring new angles with the help of data that, while in public domain, has not been fully tapped. Why, despite cataclysmic events that followed the Islamic Revolution, 1978–79, has the overthrow of Mosaddeq not faded in collective memory? To what could this enduring quality be attributed? The answer may lie in the fact that two flawed, yet plausible assumptions link that historical episode to present-day events. These assumptions have become a part of the conventional wisdom on Iran and its relations with the United States. They have come to take on aspects of a credo or dogma. The first assumption, to which we alluded above and shall dwell on at length in this book, maintains that the eviction of Mosaddeq on August 19, 1953, resulted from a premeditated coup d'état planned, financed and executed jointly by the CIA and the British Secret Intelligence Service, SIS-MI-6, as an integral part and extension of a plan codenamed T-Ajax. To the extent that in this assessment internal factors are unaccounted for, the fall of Mosaddeq has become disconnected from its indigenous context and historically distorted. The ownership of this event was, at least implicitly, claimed by, and became a laurel added, 1. to galoons of the CIA and MI6. We shall shortly discuss factors that entrench that belief in public consciousness. What needs to be stressed here is the fact that the attendant sense of exultation and bravado was short-lived. Following the Islamic Revolution, the triumphalism associated with Kermit Roosevelt's counter-coup, the struggle for the control of Iran gradually waned. The fall of Mosaddeq became a sore point and a burden for anyone to claim credit for. Following the U.S. Embassy hostage crisis, November 1979 to January 1981, a second dogma emerged. The manifest hostility of the Islamic regime under Ayatollah Khomeini towards the United States was traced back and blamed on the American cabal in August 1953. The sense of guilt over the removal of Dr. Mosaddeq, stereotyped as the popular and democratically elected Prime Minister of Iran, became a motive for self-deprecation and remorse. Yet, as will be seen in the main body of this study, the core group in the Islamic Revolution was in effect of direct ideological lineage to the clerics who played a key part in Mossaddeq's downfall on August 19, 1953. By their own admission, it was not to Mossaddeq, but to his sworn enemies that leaders of the Islamic Republic profess allegiance. After the Islamic Revolution, the most ferocious foes of Mosaddeq, namely Ayatollah Kashani and the Fad-i-An Islam leader Nawab Safavi, were idolized and became icons of the new order. The fallacy, however, endured. Liberal opinion in America had long been critical of the privileged relationship between the United States and the Shah. It now had a platform to assail that geostrategic partnership as ill-conceived and myopic. These relations had developed over 25 years, spanning 6 administrations. Yet fingers were pointed at two landmarks: the coup d'état planned and executed by the Eisenhower administration and the Nixon Doctrine, which had given the partnership its most extravagant expression. A range of academic works appeared in America encompassing accounts of the overthrow, roots of the Islamic Revolution, or the failure of American policy in Iran. Invariably, they were based on extensive research and contained a wealth of valuable information, but the flawed assumptions referred to above cast a shadow over most. In some cases, reliance on recollections rather than on archives fostered falsehoods. In the less academic and sensational genre, the flawed assumptions were dramatized to a feverish pitch. Uninformed opinion in Iran, the United States and elsewhere falls for factoids, flat wrong data, and interpretative accounts nourished by faulty premises in this latter category of publications. Stereotyping and simplification is equally prevalent in American media. A CBS historical channel documentary entitled Anatomy of a Coup, The CIA in Iran is a Case in Point. The logline of this widely diffused production reads, "Documentary about how the stage for the 1979 Iranian Revolution was set some 30 years before it happened." Recently discovered CIA documents reveal America's role in the military coup that ousted Iran's elected prime minister in favor of returning the Shah to power. Irrespective of the merit or demerit of the production, the message it conveyed to its audiences typifies the fallacy of rooting the Islamic Revolution in the fall of Mosaddeq. In March 2000, in a conciliatory gesture to the Islamic Republic of Iran, Secretary Madeleine Albright acknowledged past American meddling in Iran, saying, In 1953, the United States played a significant role in orchestrating the overthrow of Iran's popular Prime Minister, Mohammad Mosaddeq. The Eisenhower administration believed its actions were justified for strategic reasons, but the coup was clearly a setback for Iran's political development. And it is easy to see now why many Iranians continue to resent this intervention by America in their internal affairs. 6. Many informed Iranians, especially of older generation, surely do hold a grudge for that meddling, but few disagree that Secretary Albright sought to appease a regime which in its soul was an accomplice in the overthrow of Mosaddeq. How the story evolved. In explaining factors that led to the actual downfall of Mosaddeq, on August 19, 1953, this study ascribes a larger role to internal dynamics than is generally admitted in the current literature. To be sure, the focus on external covert action by Britain, later joined by the United States, is fully maintained, just as the evolution of their open policies during the oil crisis is thoroughly examined. By March 1953, the Eisenhower administration had lost all hope of resolving the oil dispute with the Mosaddeq government. Against the backdrop of McCarthyism and the Korean War, the fear of a communist takeover of Iran had crept into the American psyche and found a larger-than-life existence. This fear became the dominant factor in America's policy thinking under the Dallas brothers, John Foster and Allen, who as of January 20, 1953, were in charge of American overt and covert foreign conduct. The administration thus joined Britain in trying to oust Mosaddeq by underhanded means. He was to be replaced by a prime minister willing to crush the pro-Soviet leftist party, Tudeh, while resolving the oil dispute amicably. The plan, codenamed T-Pajax, foresaw a propaganda campaign to be culminated in a military coup. In this plan, internal opposition forces, including Shiite high clerics, were to play a pivotal role. The Shah's cooperation had been deemed all but indispensable. The internal opposition was ominously real and willing to act as conditions grew ripe. The oilless economy had strained the country's material and monetary resources and narrowed Mossaddeq's support base. The Shah and Mosaddeq were at loggerheads over their respective constitutional prerogatives. The pro-Soviet Tudeh party was visibility getting stronger by day. A crescendo cacophony of anti-establishment noises, from leftist propaganda to an array of anarchist or irreverent tabloids, street demonstrations and daily mayhem, raised the specter of chaos with the implied risk of regime change. Undaunted, Mosaddeq single-mindedly pursued a quixotic anti-colonial drive in parallel with sweeping internal reforms which budded dissension among interest groups. The politically active clerics were openly defying the government. Ayatollah Kashani was indeed the iconic figure of the opposition. The traditionally quietist, and by far the more influential segment of the clerical establishment, led by the Grand Ayatollah Borujerdi in Qom, also became alarmed. The purged senior military officers had formed another group of opposition activists. They were actively plotting to undermine the government. Some among them gravitated around General Fazlollah Zahedi, a former Mosaddeq cabinet minister who made no secret of his ambitions to replace him as prime minister. The external and internal schemers, at a given juncture in summer of 1953, sought one another out and converged. The Shah, while at odds with his prime minister, was averse to Kabbalistic methods. He preferred normal parliamentary procedures as a means to dismiss the government. Faced with overwhelming Anglo-American pressures, he finally conceded. The T-Pajax coup plan was tried in the night of 15 to 16 August, and failed. The Shah flew off in panic to Baghdad, and Mosaddeq was in full control. There is little discrepancy between the findings of this study and the current literature up to this point. Where things become fuzzy and disagreement surface is about the ensuing 4 days, which ended in a dramatic reversal of the situation and brought in its wake Mossaddeq's downfall. The conventional wisdom, as stated at the outset, is that CIA operatives, with the help of local MI6 agents, choreographed the move. This is in essence what Kermit Roosevelt, the CIA field manager of the T-Pajax, has claimed in his book Counter-Coup. The present volume contests this account and maintains that Roosevelt cunningly twisted a near fluke to his personal advantage. This travesty was made possible by the fact that during the intervening days, the CIA station in Tehran had not remained idle. It had provided certain support, encouragement, and possibly guidance to General Zahedi's camp, which had remained defiant and willing to start an armed insurrection from a place outside the capital. a patently mid-term strategy. Thus, while preparing to leave the country, Roosevelt embarked on a flurry of activities, essentially support and backstopping, in cahoots with the Zahedi camp. Against such a background, it was not difficult to later attribute the end result, namely the fall of Mosaddeq, to those activities, notwithstanding the reality that the Zahedi camp itself played only a marginal, if any, role in the ensuing events leading to the downfall. In counter-coup, Roosevelt claimed that he specifically designated Wednesday 19 August as D-Day, and went as far as claiming that contacts with military commanders in Esfahan and Kermanshah, respectively 400 and 600 kilometers from Tehran, were intended to get those garrisons to march to Tehran in the immediate term. Chapters 5 and 6 of this volume are devoted to exposing all facets of this travesty. How did a myth about the CIA role develop and prevail? It has to be underscored that public perception of the CIA role long predates Roosevelt's account in the counter-coup. It is as such important to dwell on factors that went into the making of a CIA myth in Iran. Rumors of the CIA involvement in the downfall of the Mosaddeq government did indeed spread on impact. In a lengthy commentary on 19 August, the Soviet Communist Party mouthpiece, Pravda, had accused the United States of having engineered the earlier coup against Mosaddeq. Pravda had accurately implicated Brigadier General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, a one-time trainer of the Iranian gendarmerie, as an American emissary carrying secret orders to Tehran. This was before the news of the actual overthrow had reached Moscow. Radio Moscow was then quick to blame the fall of Mosaddeq on American plots. The Tudeh party, which had been instrumental in foiling the T-Pajax putsch on 15 August, was now convinced that overthrow of Mosaddeq was a coup de grace executed by Western intelligence services as part of a broader plan. As early as 21 August, the U.S. ambassador in Tehran, Loy Henderson, warned Washington of the widespread impression that the U.S. government had contributed with funds and technical assistance to overthrow of Mossaddeq's sick. Henderson in effect refers to Tudeh and Radio Moscow propaganda, but also to public expressions of indebtedness by associates of General Zahedi, the new prime minister, which are being given deeper meaning than intended. Henderson reported that the embassy was doing its utmost to remove that impression because, he went on presciently, it is not in the U.S. interest over the long run to be given credit for internal political developments in Iran. 9. In this dispatch, Henderson also referred to a trait in the Iranian political culture, according to which Iranians are unable to believe that any important political development can take place in the country without foreigners being involved. This valid observation must not be discounted as a factor in the formation of a deeply entrenched conviction among Iranians that the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August resulted from the CIA intrigues and manipulations. The manner in which the oil dispute was eventually resolved must no doubt have reinforced the impression of American foul play. Major American oil companies indeed obtained the lion's share in a new oil consortium, which was created to operate Iranian oil following the overthrow of Mosaddeq. The consortium had involved the participation of nearly all oil conglomerates in the production and marketing of the Iranian oil in a 50-50 revenue-sharing partnership with the state-owned National Iranian Oil Company, NIOC. Over a year later, on November 6, 1954, an article appeared in the Saturday Evening Post as part of a series dubbed The Mysterious Doings of the CIA. The two journalists, Richard and Gladys Harkness, should have been credited for being among pioneers of investigative journalism in American media, were it not for a strong probability that the CIA deliberately planted the articles as part of an Inside the Beltway promotional campaign. The authors must have been tipped off by an insider, as their story roughly corresponded to the way the Operation T-Pajax had evolved. However, as in all later accounts, the crucial link between this plan and the downfall on Wednesday 19 August had been botched. Many details were either fabricated or wrongly transmitted by the anonymous informer. Yet, coming as it did from an American source, the article was taken as gospel. A decade later, Richard Cottam, in his acclaimed book Nationalism in Iran, reproduced the article in extenso, observing in passing that it had been widely read in Iran. Yet Cottam, himself an insider, vehemently criticized the article, not just for its inaccuracies, but because it distorted what he then characterized as a spontaneous uprising. It should be pointed out that Richard Cottam is arguably unique among American academics to have attributed the event to internal factors as opposed to CIA foul play. Much later in his academic career, however, Cottam made a turnabout and contradicted himself in a piece he published in a Quebec journal in 1980. Devan Act. Another signpost on the road to the CIA myth was The Invisible Government, also published in 1964 by two prominent journalists, David Wise and Thomas B. Ross. The impact of this work on opinion in the United States was large. This was mainly because it covered the full breadth of the American intelligence gathering apparatus, the CIA being the centerpiece, and referred to other similar operations, including the coup against President Arbenz in Guatemala, stories related to the Bay of Pigs, Burma, Indonesia, Laos, and Vietnam, and so on. The brief chapter on Iran, Ibid, pp. 110-12, was again nothing but a rehashing of stories on the T-Pajax coup, which did not clarify its link with Mossaddeq's downfall on August 19, 1953. Iranian opposition activists abroad, however, took to this passage as yet another irrefutable proof. The big landmark was yet to come. In 1979, Kermit Roosevelt created a sensation by publishing Countercoup, The Struggle for the Control of Iran. We just outlined the essence of what he had claimed in that book. The legend was now crystallized. Roosevelt had left the CIA in 1958 to become an oil executive with Gulf Oil. In the 1970s, he was involved in corporate consultancies and was reputed to be on the Iranian government payroll as well as Northrop's. Given these sinecures, he was not about to burn his bridges with the Shah. For publication of his memoirs, he is known to have tried, as of 1976, to obtain the Shah's clearance. According to the diaries of the ex-court minister, Asadollah Alam, the Shah reacted blandly to the news of Roosevelt's memoirs, leaving the matter to his court minister to handle. The latter, however, had a grimmer view of Roosevelt's chapters. Relevant entries in Alam's diaries are interesting, if only because they reveal a facet of the Shah's character. The fall of the monarchy early in 1979 removed obstacles and scruples relating to publication of the book. A main theme in our study is to demonstrate why Roosevelt's main claims in that book are disingenuous. In real life, Roosevelt managed to sell his story to the main protagonists. The Shah was reported to have told him, "I owe my throne to the Almighty God, my people, my army, and you." Roosevelt was also received by Churchill. A frail Churchill in his sickbed, in an elated mood nevertheless, reportedly told him, "If I had been a few years younger, I would have loved nothing better than to have served under your command in this great venture." 16. President Eisenhower read Roosevelt's report while still in Denver, Colorado, and later personally awarded a medal to Roosevelt, who by then had fully earned the luster attached to his name. But when he sat to hear Roosevelt in person, the president was not impressed. According to his biographer Stephen Ambrose, Eisenhower wrote in his diary on October 8, 1953, "I listened to his Roosevelt detailed report, and it seemed more like a dime novel than historical fact." 17. Still, Roosevelt's debriefings then must have been less flamboyant than his counter-coup narrative, judging by the contents of the more sober and authoritative CIA Internal History Overthrow, drafted in 1954. This document, to which we shall turn shortly, contains glaring contrasts with Roosevelt's tales in counter-coup. In the event, both the MI6 and CIA headquarters accepted Roosevelt's account with alacrity, overlooking certain ambiguities and inconsistencies which must have been apparent, given deficiencies both in the number and substance of messages which Roosevelt transmitted to Washington and London during the final 4 days. The SIS boss, Major General Sinclair, did indeed ask Roosevelt to take him along to the Foreign Office debriefings so that he could show results to senior diplomats, who must have been reticent about spy action as a way to conduct foreign affairs. The same mentality prevailed in CIA headquarters. The fledgling operational wing of the CIA was striving to break loose from the straitjacket of the 1947 National Security Act. This law had accorded the agency a primarily intelligence coordination and analyses role, as opposed to a field operation role, and, while this handicap was somewhat improved in 1952, interagency intelligence rivalries were intensified. 19. Both Woodhouse and Richard Helms, one of the longest-serving CIA directors, are on record saying that the CIA deliberately leaked, even exaggerated its role in Iran in order to enhance its own stature in Washington. 20. In June 2000, the New York Times decided to release an internal CIA document leaked to it earlier by an unnamed official. Written in March 1954, the report and its annexes constitute a unique authoritative document emanating from official sources on the planning and execution of the plot to take out Mossaddeq's government. See also Chapter 6, Section, An Orphan British Secret Document in this volume. The author of the report, Donald Wilbur, was the main drafter of T-Pajax, together with a British agent named Norman Derbyshire. The report is essentially a post-mortem drawn up from the then existing records, cable traffic and debriefings, notably by Kim Roosevelt, who, other than directing the operation in Tehran, was Wilbur's superior in the CIA hierarchy. While precise about the events leading to the failed coup attempt of 15 to 16 August, the Wilbur account, or overthrow, as we shall henceforth refer to it, remains fuzzy about factors that led to the actual downfall. Nowhere in this report is there an explicit claim that the overthrow of Mosaddeq was a direct result of moves by the CIA station in Tehran between 16 and 19 August. These activities, however, were fully described and will be analyzed in the main body of this volume. We will highlight doubts, if not disclaimers, expressed in Overthrow proper, about the nexus between CIA station activities and the fall of Mosaddeq. What merits further reflection here are the circumstances surrounding the release of this document. Why did the CIA files remain unclassified? During the 1990s, 3 successive CIA directors pledged to review and release the historically valuable material on Iran and on 10 other widely known covert operations during the Cold War. Documents related to the overthrow of President Arbenz of Guatemala were declassified in 1997, yet in spite of litigations brought against the agency by various interested parties under the Freedom of Information Act, the CIA has doggedly refused to release the documents pertaining to the Mosaddeq episode. 21. In 1998, citing resource restrictions, the then CIA director, George Tenet, in effect postponed the release of documents promised by his predecessors. Other officials have cited deliberate destruction of Iran files in the early 1960s. Still others have claimed that the records were destroyed in a fire. For his part, the Information Review Officer for the CIA's Directorate of Operations, William McNair, invoked high national security implications for the release. 22. It was against the backdrop of such brouhaha that the Wilbur report was leaked to the New York Times. Was this a deliberate act to put an end to ongoing squabbles? Was the leak in any way related to the Clinton administration's attempt, on the road to mending fences with the Islamic regime in Tehran, to take the skeletons out of the closet? No one could be sure. 23. What is even more curious is that the Iran files of 1953 do not figure among some 420,000 additional pages that the CIA declassified in 2007 and released to the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA. 24. While in essence the CIA plot and its involvement in a failed coup attempt in 1953 is public knowledge and officially acknowledged, it is hard to comprehend the CIA obstinacy in holding back the remaining archives, particularly during the 8-year Bush administration when U.S. ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran were at a low ebb. One should resist the temptation to speculate on the CIA's inner reasons, although plausible hypotheses are not lacking. Britain's MI6 has been even less generous in releasing its archives. The fact that its key operatives such as Christopher Woodhouse and Samuel Fallet have published their memoirs does not preclude emergence of hitherto untapped material. We all should look forward to full release of the relevant files by both intelligence agencies. For now, our study attempts to refute the more talked about fairy tale aspects of this history and shed new light on its darker sides, but by no means do we pretend offering the last word. 1. The context. The period between 1941 and the advent of Mosaddeq as Prime Minister in 1951 marked one of the Third World's early experiments with democracy. The Allied occupation of Iran in September 1941 ended the dictatorial reign of Reza Shah, the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty, and the man credited with the rebirth of Iran as a viable nation-state. His 20-year rule had been rigorous and unrelenting. Amidst profound reforms and innovations, centrifugal tendencies in ethnic and tribal regions were crushed, the intelligentsia was silenced or co-opted, while clerics were assigned a lumpen status. For individuals belonging to these categories, the abdication of the monarch in September 1941 had meant deliverance. The eruption of liberties following his downfall spawned a full spectrum of political parties, as well as a plethora of newspapers and tabloids. Politicians re-emerged from banishment and isolation. The gild-edged Hezar Famil, 1,000 families won, resurfaced from relative eclipse. Turncoats, muckrakers and other political fortune hunters found a free rein. The country had begun experimenting with democracy. However, the takeoff point in 1941 was an oligarchic structure. The constitutional revolution in 1906–09 had endowed the nation with a legislative organ, Majlis Shura Milli, National Consultative Assembly, short-named Majlis. The country was, however, predominantly rural, with a lopsided land tenure structure, where the mosque, the crown, the government, and a tiny group of big landowners possessed close to half of the cultivating land. 3. The landed gentry, provincial dignitaries, local notables and clerics, in concert with top civilian and military provincial officials, were in a position to influence the elections. Once elected, the deputies regrouped along party lines or common socio-political background and outlook, and worked through caucuses called fraction. The Shah named prime ministers after the Majlis had expressed a preference for a candidate through a straw poll. Between 1941 and the rise of Mosaddeq, 11 politicians formed 16 governments. Foreign influence as a prime mover in Iranian politics. Over this oligarchic structure, the British influence cast a large shadow, while on the opposite side of the spectrum the Hezb Tudeh Iran, the party of the masses, gravitated towards the Soviet Union and soon became its surrogate. These two poles of influence played a critical part in the events that were to unfold following Mossaddeq's assumption of premiership. Throughout the 19th century, the British and the Russian empires had competed in Iran over strategic and commercial interests. Britain saw Iran as a buffer state to fend off Russian ambitions over India, while, inversely, the Russians saw the British hegemony in Persia as a potential threat to their empire. This rivalry was transformed into an alliance in the early 20th century, and by 1907, through an infamous accord, the two powers divided Iran into zones of influence. 5. Both powers intervened militarily in Iran as of 1911, and remained there through to the end of the Great War. The Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, however, changed the nature of Iran's relations with its northern neighbor. The attitude of the new Soviet rulers was contrary to the rapacious behavior of Tsarist Russia. The new Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs cancelled the Tsarist concessions and loans, and a treaty of friendship was signed in February 1921. An article in that treaty authorized the Soviet Union to enter Iran should a foreign power antagonistic to the USSR intervene there. This reflected the USSR's early-day fears of encirclement, but as a superpower, a few decades later, the Soviets held on to this provision as a Damocles sword. The British focus thenceforth shifted to oil. In 1901, Mozaffar-ud-Din Shah Qajar had granted to a British entrepreneurs, William Knox D'Arcy, a 60-year concession to extract oil in Iran's southern provinces. When D'Arcy struck oil in 1908, the British government acquired the majority shares of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, renamed in 1935 Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, AIOC. As the First Lord of the Admiralty during the First War, Churchill had switched the Royal Navy fuel from coal to oil, something that imparted added strategic importance to Britain's interests in Iran. In 1932, Reza Shah Pahlavi made a losing gamble to cancel the D'Arcy concession. That roused British anger, and in the shadow of gunboat diplomacy, a new oil accord was signed in 1933. As a partner to AIOC, Iran was now entitled to 4 shillings per ton of oil extracted, as well as 20% of dividends from AIOC's profits for a period of 60 years. Britain assured her influence through a network of stealthy contacts with southern tribes, corrupt officials, provincial magnates, and right-wing politicians, at times referred to as Anglophiles. A curious blend of reality and perception, British influence was seen as ubiquitous and had taken on a larger-than-life existence. Across the board, initiated Iranians believed in the implacable power of Britain to shape the events, even if most profoundly resented it. Both the Shah and Mossaddeq belonged to this latter category, with the difference, however, that Mossaddeq's attitude was one of open defiance, whereas the Shah dissimulated his resentment and was at times acquiescent. The phenomenon of Anglophiles was also complex in its properties. It comprised a heterogeneous class of the elite who, with a mix of awe and admiration, or for reasons of personal expediency, hailed Britain's worldwide ascendancy. Many among them genuinely believed that the best interests of Iran lay in casting its lot in with Britain. The doyen of this breed of politicians was Sayed Zia Tabatabai, who back in 1921 had led a coup d'état and was briefly prime minister before being ousted by Reza Khan, the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty. After the latter's demise in 1941, and under Allied wartime occupation of Iran, Sayed Zia had returned to the political limelight wearing the patriarchal mitre of the Anglophile clan. In the early tumults of the oil crisis in 1951, Sayed Zia was the British trump card to supplant Mosaddeq, the Tudor party. The communist movement in Iran largely predates the establishment of the Tudor party in 1941. Both the Democrat Party of Azerbaijan 6 and the Adalat Justice Party, dating to the First World War, are in a way the Tudor precursors. Reza Shah had outlawed communist activism. Anyone who espoused communist ideology, Marami Eshtar Aki, was liable to arrest. A group of 53 intellectuals suspected of harboring such a doctrine had been arrested and sentenced to prison terms. Most joined Tudor when it was created in October 1941. Membership comprised old communists, social democrats, and a coterie of leftist intellectuals. The party avoided the communist label for a host of pragmatic as well as for ideological reasons, something that was not greeted with enthusiasm by the old cadres. Yet the party grew fast to become, by the mid-1940s, the largest political grouping in Iran. Tudor established branches in all major cities and ran an array of newspapers, affiliated labor organizations, as well as an ultra-secret military wing. The party peaked in number of adherents and political fortune in 1946 when Prime Minister Ahmad Kavam added 3 Tudor ministers to his cabinet. This was during the height of the Azerbaijan crisis. The Azerbaijan crisis, 1945–46. The episode known as the Azerbaijan crisis marked the first major inter-allied rift which ushered in the Cold War. The crisis was sparked by Soviet refusal to withdraw its forces from Iran at the expiration of an agreed deadline set at the outset of Iran's occupation by Allied forces. In the meantime, under the complacent watch of Soviet troops, 2 autonomous movements cropped up in Azerbaijan and Kurdistan. The insurrectional forces evicted the Tehran-appointed senior officials and overran the military garrisons in Tabriz, Rezaia, and Ma'abad. To mollify the Soviets, Prime Minister Kavam traveled to Moscow and offered Stalin an oil concession. Kavam's predecessor, Ebrahim Hakimi, had already involved the United Nations in defiance of British Foreign Secretary Bevin, who was keen to avoid confrontation between the wartime allies. Bevin had proposed that the Azerbaijan crisis be tackled by a tripartite UK-USSR-USA Commission rather than the UN. Nor, contrary to widely held assumption, was the referral to the United Nations initially supported by the United States. Yet a showdown between the wartime allies was looming. In March, U.S. Secretary of State James Burns warned Stalin to withdraw his troops from Iran at once. Stalin, unwilling to confront the West, and no doubt lured by Kavam's oil concession, decided to withdraw his forces, but not before securing from Kavam a pledge to pursue in earnest the autonomy talks with rebel authorities who barely disguised their intimate ties with the USSR. In June 1946, Kavam signed an agreement with the head of the Azerbaijan Insurrectional Authority, granting all but the totality of their demands. A byproduct of these occurrences was a revolt in the tribal and ethnic regions in southern Iran. This time, many observers, including the Kavam government itself, saw the British footprint. 14 with possible British encouragement, southern tribes including Kashgar-Ais, Bakhtiaris, and the Boyahmadis, demanded the same autonomy rights that Kavam had granted to insurrectional authorities in the north. The assumption among British officials at working level was that the cessation of the Azerbaijan crisis was a fait accompli, and the Iranians should try to make the best of an inevitable situation. The British ambassador in Tehran, Sir John La Rochelle, had no qualms about saying as much to US Ambassador George Allen in a late September conversation. This perverse logic also pushed Britain to take its own precautionary measures to protect its economic interests. In the oil-rich province of Khuzestan, Britain attempted to curb the influence of the Tudeh party among oil workers and shore up her own dominance. 16 Further, a union of Arab tribes in Khuzestan was making vague noises about secession of the oil-rich province. A few months earlier, the exiled son of Sheikh Hazal, the former Arab semi-autonomous ruler of Mahamara, renamed Khorramshahr in 1925, had attempted an expedition against the Khuzestan province. There again, British complicity had been suspected. The scene was reminiscent of the 1907 Anglo-Russian arrangement to divide Iran into zones of influence, to which we alluded earlier. The country was on the verge of disintegration. Under Soviet pressure, Kavam agreed to hold parliamentary elections at a time when Azerbaijan was not under government control and tribes in the southern provinces were in rebellion. He further contemplated a joint venture with the USSR to establish an air route monopoly to the northern provinces. This would have tightened the Soviet embrace and sealed the Soviet sphere of influence in the northern part of Iran. By October 1946, Kavam was, in the words of a US official, virtually a prisoner of his own policies of retreating before Soviet pressure, and that Iran is daily losing what remains of its independence. Late in the game, Kavam realized that his policies had taken Iran to the edge of the abyss. To retract, he needed urgent military and financial support from the United States, which he requested through Ambassador George Allen, but which was not forthcoming. 21. The Shah had followed the events of the previous several months with a mix of anguish and resignation. He had strongly resented the Prime Minister's policy of appeasement towards the Russians, but had remained mainly acquiescent. By mid-October, however, the Shah was ready to emerge from his reserve. With possible encouragement from Ambassador Allen 22 and army support, he contemplated a dramatic dismissal of Kavam, taking advantage of the parliamentary interregnum. Details of this episode are chronicled in the U.S. Department of State archives. On 17 October, the Shah confronted Kavam and forced his hand to make a swift policy shift by dropping the 3 Tudeh ministers in his cabinet. The Shah also demanded that Kavam's left-leaning and fiercely anti-Pahlavi deputy, Mozaffar Firuz, be removed. 24. Once the policy shift was made, Kavam, with the active encouragement of Ambassador Allen, who also lobbied Washington, took a firm stand vis-à-vis the Soviets. 25. He used the upcoming 15th Maj elections as an alibi to dispatch troops to Azerbaijan, something that the Shah had urged incessantly. In a shrewd move, Kavam informed the Security Council of the evolving situation and of the implied Soviet threat to re-intervene. Shortly thereafter, government troops secured Azerbaijan and Kurdistan. Stalin did not react. The insurrectional leaders fled to the USSR, while the provincial capital Tabriz was liberated by its population before the arrival of Tehran forces. 27 tribal and possibly religious leaders in Zanjan and Azerbaijan had helped. 28. A cunning Kavam took full credit for his underhanded moves, and left the impression that all preceding events had indeed been scripted by him in advance. Many believed him, and to this day some historians praise him for his astute handling of the Azerbaijan crisis. In political milieus in Tehran, matters were perceived differently. Kavam's political fortunes declined, and his party soon unraveled. Barely a year later, he was voted out of office after the Majlis also turned down the oil concession he had offered to Stalin. 29. The Tudeh leaders had colluded openly with the Azerbaijan and Kurdish insurrections. They paid a heavy cost in terms of party adherence and prestige. A period of retrospection and purges followed. Before recovering from this setback, the Tudeh found itself in another morass. In February 1949, the Shah survived an assassination attempt in which Tudeh was implicated. Its leadership had prior knowledge of the attempt but had not, in all likelihood, instigated it. This did not prevent Prime Minister Mohammad Saad from officially implicating and banning the party. Its leaders either fled or were arrested. Those who had written off the Tudeh party, however, were in for disappointment. Barely a year later, under the premiership of General Ali Razmara, some believe with his complicity, Tudeh staged a spectacular jailbreak. All arrested leaders escaped. The party regrouped through several front organizations and newspapers. Its return to the limelight was helped by the liberal policies of Mosaddeq, when the latter became prime minister late in April 1951. By the end of Mossaddeq's tenure in 1953, Tudor may have had an estimated 100,000 cardholders and 3 times as many sympathizers. Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The oligarchic structure of the polity in Iran, while tied to the monarchy, was inherently unreceptive to a strong monarch. Reza Shah had shaken up that structure. Having alienated much of the conservative elite, Shiite clerics, as well as the intelligentsia, Reza Shah had left his successor with few assured loyalties outside the armed forces. Mohammad Reza's debut as the Shah was, as such, tottery and insecure. Figure 1. The Shah's psyche was a product of tumults that had placed him on the throne in September 1941, at the age of 22. He knew that the British who had engineered his father's abdication were tepid at Figure 1. Mohammad Reza best towards him. They came close to Pahlavi, Shah of Iran, 1941, carding him as heir to the throne in view of 79. Photo CAP, 2007. His perceived pro-Axis sympathies. A cable from Eden to the British minister in Tehran, Sir Reda Bullard, dated September 19, 1941, reflects the British unwillingness to accept the ascension of Mohammad Reza to the throne. This background nourished the Shah's fears and suspicions of Britain. Upon accession to the throne, Mohammad Reza tried to assuage internal foes and appease the Allied powers which had occupied Iran. In the ensuing 12 years he struggled to remain afloat, overcoming a myriad of adversities. To avoid British shenanigans, the Shah was complaisant towards Anglophile politicians, even known British agents. Yet he strived to keep the British influence at bay by discreet support of personalities known for political integrity or loyalty to his person. On at least 2 occasions during this period, he offered Mosaddeq the premiership. 34. Yet his sense of insecurity made him chary when faced with strong or popular prime ministers. He favored American entry into Iran's political arena as a counterweight to both Britain and Russia. The Shah also had a deplorable, if as yet suppressed, propensity to hold the reins of power in his hands. The army and foreign affairs were the domains of his predilection. During the earlier years of his reign, when he had not yet cemented his grip on power, he used cunning methods to collect information or undercut his prime ministers. He sent private emissaries to British or American embassies to feel them out on crucial issues, and was attentive to their views, although not always acquiescent. He kept a network of contacts with deputies, veteran politicians, and tribal chieftains, as well as traditional high clerics. Yet his manipulative moves during this episode should not be overstated in either scope or effectiveness. He was fiercely patriotic, and capable of cold calculation in what he perceived as the high interests of the crown and the nation, 2 notions which he juxtaposed and frequently confounded. His political realism was often misconstrued as indecision or timidity, qualities which he did not nonetheless lack. The Azerbaijan episode had boosted the Shah's standing as well as army morale. Another wave of sympathy came after a failed assassination attempt in February 1949. The Shah took advantage by having the constitution amended to increase his prerogatives. He was henceforth empowered to dissolve the parliament and fill half of the Senate's seats by appointment. Perennial constitutional debates on the nature and extent of the Crown's powers did not, however, wane. The National Front, led by Mosaddeq, in fact challenged the validity of the Constituent Assembly and its amendments. Once in power, Mosaddeq moved assiduously to curb the Shah's authority. The tug-of-war between the two became a factor in Mossaddeq's fall and the Shah's subsequent autocratic rule. The ulama as a socio-political force. The rise of the ulama, or Shiite clerics, as a major social force in Iranian society can be traced to the declining phase of the Safavid dynasty, 1502 to 1736, when their influence in the court reached its vertex. The Sunnite-Shiite rifts had been one among several factors that led to Afghan revolt and subsequent downfall of the Safavid Empire. 36. By the late 18th century, the influence of the ulama had decisively grown when, in the internecine Shiite theological clashes, the Usolis gained ascendancy over the Akhbars. This latter school believed that Shiite Muslims could rely on the Akhbar reporting, namely the accounts given of the discourse, the behavior and the human qualities of the Prophet and the 12 Imams, without needing the ulama to act as intermediaries or interpret the Islamic canon. 37. Usulis, on the other hand, believed in ijtihad, or religious edict by ranking clerics, mujtahid, or ayatollah. By the mid-19th century, a solid alliance between the traditional urban middle class, mainly bazaar merchants, and the ulama had been forged. The bazaris saw to the pecuniary needs of clerics through religious taxes, coms, while ulama defended the interests of the bazaar merchants and guilds against the arbitrariness of Khwajar monarchs and their henchmen. The ulama also wielded economic power through exploitation of the waqf, or property endowment by the pious rich to religious charities. Many clerics also benefited from the court prebends and sinecures. Further, through a network of mosques, neighborhood vigilantes, mob honchos and the like, they could field throngs of zealots into the streets on religious processions, or occasionally for non-religious motives. The tradition of Bast, taking sanctuary in an inviolable locale, and less frequently, exodus to other Shiite poles, was resorted to as a means of pressuring the central authority. The history of the past 150 years of Iran is rife with instances when the ulama displayed their potency as a social force capable of influencing political events. In 1891–92, for instance, the ulama threw their weight behind the bazaar against arbitrary economic decisions by the court. The best known among these episodes is the tobacco boycott movement, which forced the Qajar monarch Nasiruddin Shah to rescind a tobacco concession he had granted to a British subject. 38. The triggering events of Iran's constitutional revolution, 1905–09, could also be attributed to complicity of bazaris and clerics. Both Bast, in the shrine of Shah Abdulazim in Ray, near Tehran, and exodus to the holy city of Qum were resorted to. Ulama protested the mistreatment of bazaar merchants by Qajar officialdom. When the intelligentsia joined the protests, the movement became irreversible. An ailing Shah yielded to popular demands, initially confined to the establishment of Ed Alat Khane, a house of justice. Later, when under the impulse of intellectuals a fundamental law, modeled after the Belgian constitution, was adopted, the traditional clerics rejected it as un-Islamic. Throngs of rabble were massed in major cities to protest the drift towards secularism. This notwithstanding, an alliance of convenience, joining secular intellectuals, enlightened clerics, tribal chieftains and provincial warlords, allowed the constitutional movement to take hold. Another landmark in which clerics played a decisive role occurred in 1925. The ulama vigorously opposed a bill by Prime Minister Reza Khan, the future founder of the Pahlavi dynasty, to end the age-old monarchy and replace it with a secular republic modeled after that newly founded in Turkey. Alarmed by that prospect, crowds formed a procession from the main mosque to the parliament building, while bazaar guilds declared a strike. Reza Khan had the bill withdrawn and made a successful bid to form a new dynasty to replace the discredited Qajars. We will later highlight the paramount relevance of this episode to the events that led to the fall of Mosaddeq in August 1953. Ayatollah Sayyid Abul Qasim Kashani, the precursor of clerical activism, the constituent assembly that had been called to formalize the formation of a new dynasty, included a cleric who was to play a key role in the oil nationalization movement a quarter of a century later. He also became a main instrument of its undoing. His name was Sayyid Abul Qasim Kashani, figure 2. Kashani had fought the British in Mesopotamia during 1920, where his father, a senior cleric, had been killed in disturbances the year earlier. The San Remo Conference and the Sèvres Treaty had effectively passed control of the Shiite shrine cities of Najaf and Kerbala from Ottomans into non-Muslim hands, namely Britain, which obtained a mandate over Mesopotamia. For Kashani, that added insult to injury. A fatwa, a religious ruling, had been issued around June 1920 by a marja, source of religious emulation in the Shiite creed, Ayatollah Muhammad Taqi Shirzi, according to which Muslims could not be ruled by non-Muslims. This led to the Shiite uprising, in which Sunnites also participated. The episode had left an irredeemable grudge against Britain in Kashani. His opposition to the Turkish model of secular republicanism and his later pro-German sympathies, which cost him arrest and banishment by the British occupying force in the early 1940s, could all be traced back to events in Mesopotamia. During the 1940s, Kashani had waged a two-track struggle. One was against the Anglo-Iranian oil companies, AIOC, grip over Iran's oil resources. The second track was activism and support for Islamic militancy, of which he became the lightning rod and the spiritual leader. His support base and modus operandi reflected the classical bazaar-cleric alliance. At his call, bazaar merchants and guilds, the procession headmen, Jelodar, and neighborhood honchos, Aheli Mahal, organized strikes and fielded crowds into streets. Earlier in the decade, Kashani had been elected to the 13th Majlis through the same devices, but had been unable to serve due to his banishment by Britain. He was part of an allied sweep of suspected German sympathizers, of whom General Fazlullah Zahedi, the future leader of Figure 2, Ayatollah, the anti-Mosaddeq campaign, and his eventual Sayyid Abul Qasim Kashani successor, also formed part. As Crown Prince, in 1941, Mohammad Reza himself had been counted among the group, something that nearly cost him the throne, as we just alluded to. In 1946, Kashani was arrested and banished, this time by Prime Minister Qavam, for fomenting religious unrest. The climate in the country was jittery at the height of the Azerbaijan crisis, and in the wake of the assassination of a secular intellectual, Ahmad Kasravi, by the newly formed terrorist group, Fad-i-Islam. The latter was known to have links with Kashani and other radical clerics, including the then middle-ranking cleric, Ruhollah Khomeini. 43. Fad-i-Islam had just been formed by a radical seminary student by the name of Sayyid Mojtaba Nawab Safavi, nom de guerre. This aroused dismay in Grand Ayatollah Borujerdi, the Shiite world's undisputed leader, whose attitude and impact on the events in 1953 in Iran is one of the central themes of this study, treated in several chapters. 44. Less than 3 years later, Kashani was to be arrested yet again and exiled, this time in connection with the assassination attempt against the Shah in February 1949. The would-be assassin, Nasser Fakhrara, carried a press card issued by Parcham-e-Islam, Banner of Islam, a newspaper run by Kashani's son-in-law Fakihi Shirazi, and clearly his mouthpiece. As mentioned before, the Tudeh party was also implicated and officially banned. 45. Before this incident, Ayatollah Kashani, with the active support of the more radical clerics in Qom, was involved in a passionate campaign against the newly born State of Israel. In Tehran, the Jewish Agency delegates were lobbying the government to grant recognition to Israel. Some authors have attributed Kashani's banishment to the cabinet deliberations for a de facto recognition of Israel, and insinuate that Prime Minister Said may have been bribed for this purpose through an unnamed American intermediary. 47. Be that as it may, by the time of his departure to Beirut in exile, a kindred spirit bound the activist clerics, featuring Kashani and a coterie of middle to low-ranking radical mullahs on the one hand, and the Fad-i-Islam on the other. This was in spite of differences in their approach to politics. Their modus operandi and ideological baggage were not identical, but there was commonality in the ultimate goal, creation of an all-encompassing Islamic state to run the affairs of the Ummah. Kashani was primarily a political figure who acted within the established political context. For him, the struggle against Western influence, British imperialism in particular, had priority. Khomeini and the Fad-i-Islam believed in the ascendancy of religion and strongly held that politics must be subordinated to Islamic rules. This led to a temporary split in 1951–52 when Khomeini criticized Kashani for having accepted the speakership of the Majlis, and Fad-i-Islam threatened to kill him. But Kashani for his part is reported to have said that Aga Ruhollah, that is Khomeini, was not. Figure 3. Ayatollah Kashani flanked, cut out to be in politics. Apart by Sayyid Nawab Safavi, the leader from this year-long hiatus, an idea of Fad-i-Islam terrorist group, a logical lineage, linked the post-war clerical militancy to the Islamic Revolution, 1978–79. After success of the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the by then defunct Ayatollah Kashani became an iconic and venerated figure among the revolutionaries. Some of his close associates and immediate family tried to cleanse his legacy, forging letters in the process that would distance Kashani from the anti-Mosaddeq cabal in 1953 and his direct involvement in the latter's downfall. Our cleansing efforts, however, were not pursued when it became clear that Ayatollah Khomeini himself made no bones about his anti-Mosaddeq sentiments. But back in the late 1940s, Islamic radicalism was still a fringe movement, and Kashani was revered as a spiritual force, buttressing an essentially nationalistic and anti-colonial drive. When he was allowed to return in June 1950, he was met by delirious welcoming throngs of supporters. 52. Mosaddeq in person was at the airport to welcome him. In the feverish political climate of the time, marked by popular opposition to the supplemental oil agreement, the hour of the charismatic Ayatollah had ineluctably arrived. He immediately sided with Mosaddeq, who, together with his National Front associates, had made a triumphal return to the Majlis a few months earlier. 53. Razmara, prelude to the oil nationalization crisis. The return of Kashani to Tehran had coincided with the premiership of General Ali Razmara, a Saint Syrian, erudite former chief of the Army General Staff. Razmara had a reputation for hard work and probity. Mosaddeq and his associates, notably Kashani, viewed him as subservient to Britain, and believed his appointment had been imposed on the Shah in order to obtain the ratification of the unpopular Supplemental Oil Agreement, SOA, in the Majlis. The previous legislative session of the Majlis had indeed mandated the government to obtain from Britain equitable revenue-sharing terms for Iran, but the resulting Supplemental Oil Agreement, negotiated by the Said government with the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company AIOC, fell far short of public expectations. 54. Against the backdrop of drought and severe economic recession, Iran badly needed an immediate infusion of funds, for which the Truman administration was considering some tentative and patently insufficient remedies. Britain had proposed a series of reforms to the Shah, including redistribution of crown lands among the peasants, but her recipe for Iran's short-term ills was the ratification of the Supplemental Oil Agreement, SOA. 56% to be sure. The SOA increased Iran's oil receipts, but did not address some simple and perfectly legitimate demands by Iran, such as the right of Iran to look into AIOC accounts, greater Iranian participation in the management, broader Iranization of the workforce, etc. Many in the Majlis expected a 50-50 revenue-sharing scheme in line with the Standard Oil of New Jersey Creole contract in Venezuela. The Shah was anxious to get funding for the 7-year development program, and was pressing the United States to increase its military aid to Iran, as the oil revenues en bloc were earmarked for the 7-year program. Both top economists in Iran and U.S. officials in Washington had urged the Shah to reach an oil settlement with Britain to ensure the flow of the badly needed funds. The nationalist deputies in the Majlis were not of the same mind. Some of these deputies had staged a filibuster to block the SOA ratification during the waning days of the previous legislative term, when the bill might have obtained a majority. By the end of 1949, British officials at the working level were ready to bend to a non-interventionist injunction by Foreign Secretary Bevin and pressure the Shah to name a strong personality as Prime Minister to force the hand of the recalcitrant Majlis and obtain the ratification of the SOA. The American embassy in Tehran had a similar analysis of the socio-economic ills that beset the country and the need for a strong personality to deal with them. Bevin and Acheson discussed Iran's urgent needs during the London ministerial meeting in May 1950, where, among other things, the need for early ratification of the SOA was stressed, in spite of reservations that some in the U.S. administration held about its revenue-sharing equity. 9. While both powers stressed the need for strong leadership, neither appears to have gone as far as recommending General Razmara. On the contrary, the State Department specifically instructed the embassy in Tehran not to be pinned down to a given candidate in order to maintain its freedom. General Razmara, however, was perceived by most observers as the personality with the requisite profile, an impression that may have been reinforced by individuals on the U.S. embassy staff in Tehran. On his own initiative, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Gerald Duha, lobbied for General Razmara. By late May, the Shah had decided to name him Prime Minister, although paradoxically, he was unsure of British support. 61. Over the years, the British embassy had projected a negative image of Razmara, no doubt preferring his Anglophile military rival, General Hassan Arfa, just as their candidate for the post of Prime Minister was the veteran Anglophile politician Sayed Zia Tabatabai. To ease British misgivings, Razmara had lobbied the embassy while the Shah assured them that once appointed Prime Minister, Razmara would have no say in military affairs. 62. By early June, the British embassy was ready to endorse Razmara's nomination. The nationalist opposition's assessment about the rise of Razmara to the premiership, to which we alluded earlier, and assertions made in published literature about Anglo-American pressures on the Shah to name Razmara in June 1950, should thus be nuanced in the light of the above clarifications. While the involvement of the two powers was partly true, the depiction of Razmara by his Majlis foes as subservient to foreign interests was unjustified and politically motivated. When the new Prime Minister requested the Majlis to approve or reject the supplemental oil agreement, he was upbraided by opposition deputies and billed a traitor. By year-end, the image of Razmara as the strong Prime Minister had faded, and the US Embassy had mixed feelings about his durability. Both the Shah and Razmara, and indeed Ambassador Grady, were disappointed with the level of US aid to Iran. At one point in November 1950, US policies in Iran earned the Shah's harsh and uncharacteristically public criticism, which angered Washington. The volume of US aid, including the proposed $25 million loan by Exim Bank, was manifestly disproportionate to Iran's dire needs. This further alienated Figure 4 Prime Mind the Majlis and prompted Razmara to adopt a more Ista Razmara, shortly before his assassin-neutral stance in the raging Cold War by Improvsion in March 1951 ing ties with the Soviet Union. In November, Iran signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union. More significantly, in a gesture to the USSR, Razmara cancelled both the BBC and VOA relay stations. 64. Washington was concerned about the deterioration of its position in Iran, and suspected that Tehran's flirtations with the USSR were calculated to play one major power against the other to gain concessions. 65. This did not prevent the administration from increasing pressure on Britain to become more forthcoming on the oil negotiations that Razmara was discreetly conducting with the AIOC representative in Tehran. Undersecretary McGee, whom we will meet in the next chapter, warned Britain of the upcoming Aramco concession with the Saudi government, which was also based on equal profit sharing. 6. American pressure may have been one of the two main factors that in February 1951 induced the AIOC to quietly agree to a 50-50 deal with Iran. For more details on this topic, see the first section in Chapter 2. In December, the Tudor staged a spectacular jailbreak, allowing the party leaders implicated in the assassination attempt against the Shah to escape. Coming as it did on the heels of improved ties with the USSR, the jailbreak fed rumor-mongering in Tehran's political circles. To this day, some older Iranians are convinced that Razmara had a hand in the jailbreak, and may have been somehow involved in the assassination attempt against the Shah. 67. On March 7, 1951, Razmara was assassinated by a Fad-i-an-Islam zealot. Kashani and a few other opposition deputies and politicians openly defended the crime, and lauded the assassin as a hero and patriot. 68. A year into Mosaddeq's tenure as Prime Minister, the Majlis approved a bill to exculpate Razmara's killer. Just as in 1946, the assassin of Ahmad Khosravi had been allowed to walk free only to recidivate 3 years later, killing the court minister Abul Hossein Hajir. Later, when Mosaddeq became Prime Minister, he was given notice by Fad-i-an to introduce Sharia or face the consequences. Mosaddeq paid no heed, but had to take extra precautions to avoid assassination. His closest associate and foreign minister, Dr. Hossein Fatemi, was later the target of an assassination attempt from which he escaped with serious wounds. The assassination of Razmara caused some trepidation in London and Washington. Only a few months earlier, they had urged the Shah to select a strong personality for the post of Prime Minister, and had chided his preference for insipid old guard politicians. Now, in March 1951, the two powers categorically advised the Shah to opt for someone whom he could fully trust and work with. The choice of Hossein Allah to replace Razmara is likely to have been the result of this démarche. 69. The 50-50 revenue sharing offer by the AIOC was repeated to LA, but by then the tidal wave of nationalist fervor had swept the country, as will be seen in the next chapter. The offer was by then too little too late. This in essence was what Allah told both Sir Francis Shepherd and Henry Grady. 2. The advent of Mosaddeq and the oil crisis. This chapter will follow the rise of Mosaddeq to power in late April 1951, and his handling of the crisis during the first 9 months of his premiership. Early British reaction to oil nationalization, as well as the initial American attitude towards Iran, and its nationalist movement, will be followed by a brief description of the political climate and the early signs of vulnerability forecasting the events of August 1953. Special attention will be given to different phases of the oil negotiations, first in Tehran, brokered by Averell Harriman, and later in Washington, where Mosaddeq resided for almost a month and met top American leaders. The chapter also covers the British referral of the oil dispute to the UN Security Council, where the aged and ailing Prime Minister defended Iran's case. The rise of the National Front. The National Front was officially formed in November 1949, composed of Mosaddeq and 19 other personalities who had staged a sit-in at the Shah's palace in mid-October. The protest was to draw attention to election irregularities by the government. Contrary to affirmations made by some US scholars, the protest was not directed against the Shah, not at least in appearance. 1. Hajir. The court minister received the group with courtesy, but the démarche remained inconclusive. The Constituent Assembly had just granted the Shah the prerogative to dissolve the parliament, but he chose not to do so on the grounds that the full composition of the Majlis was not yet known. Hajir himself was assassinated shortly thereafter by a Fadayan zealot, as we just alluded to. The conjunction of events made some of the sit-in participants potential suspects. In the ensuing witch hunt, some were briefly detained. Figuring among detainees was Hossein Makki, who later played a pivotal role in the oil nationalization campaign and became one of the historical figures of the National Front. Upon their release from detention, a charter for the movement was drawn up and approved by the Group of 20, who thus became the founders of the National Front. Reforms in electoral law, press law, and regulation of martial law were the three objectives incorporated in the charter. Paradoxically, the nationalization of oil industries was not mentioned in the original charter. The assassination of Hajir prompted Prime Minister Said to annul the polling results in the Tehran electoral district, thus ceding to the earlier demand by Mosaddeq and his comrades. Helped by the newly appointed Chief of Police, General Fazlullah Zahedi, free elections could then be held in which Mosaddeq received the highest number of votes cast. 7 other National Front members, including Ayatollah Kashani, who was still in exile in Lebanon, were also elected from Tehran and the provinces. While the oil issue had not been included in the National Front Charter, it became the Front's rallying cry soon after the 16th legislative session commenced its work in February 1950. Mosaddeq and his associates vehemently criticized a supplemental oil agreement, SOA, as it will be recalled from the previous chapter. Mosaddeq now chaired a Majlis subcommittee on oil and managed to block its ratification. A first attempt in late November 1950 by Mosaddeq and his supporters to present a bill for the nationalization of oil industries failed to rally enough support in the Majlis. However, the idea was gaining currency among the public and in some political circles, something that strengthened the hands of Prime Minister Razmara in his discreet talks with George Northcroft, the AIOC representative in Tehran. In December, Razmara withdrew the SOA from consideration by the Majlis. He had already served notice to Northcroft that the new oil contract should be aligned with the Aramco deal in Saudi Arabia, which was then in the final phases of conclusion. It did not take the AIOC and Britain long to realize that their intransigence only fueled nationalistic sentiments to their detriment. On February 10, 1951, they agreed to Razmara's proposal for a 50-50 split, with a caveat, however, that the Iranian part of the AIOC operations would thenceforth be detached from the rest of the company operations. This in essence meant that Iran could no longer benefit from the company's profits in other Middle Eastern operations. For reasons that remain obscure, Razmara did not get around to publicly. The advent of Mosaddeq and the oil crisis 29. Announcing the breakthrough. It is not clear who in his immediate entourage was aware of the offer, or whether the delay was in any way related to a more in-depth consideration of the offer. Different explanations provided subsequently about Razmara's reticence are all speculative. Before putting his hand into the fire in the Majlis, some argued, Razmara would have wanted to ensure that the wily old lion, namely Britain, had not lured him into a scheme no better than the despised SOA. Others have suggested that he might have been preparing the ground to receive a new mandate from the Parliament to renew negotiations with the AIOC, following which he could announce the breakthrough as a personal triumph. 4. Be that as it may, his assassination on March 7, 1951, triggered off an irreversible process which rendered the British concessions stillborn. By then, the national fervor for restoration of Iran's full control over the oil industry had reached boiling point. On 15 March, a week after Razmara's assassination, the Majlis overwhelmingly approved the Nationalization Act. The same bill had not found enough sponsors in the previous November to be placed on the Majlis' agenda for consideration, let alone approval. Razmara's killing became a deciding event in Iran's march forward. Ayatollah Kashani and a few cantankerous deputies openly hailed the act and billed the perpetrator a national hero. As we have noted, this fanned the climate of intimidation and cowed the reluctant deputies. But the passage of the Nationalization Act, above all, inspired genuine pride. The nation was in effervescent mood as jubilant crowds roamed the streets of Tehran and the provinces in a seething climate of national exultation. Mosaddeq's day had finally arrived. As mentioned in an earlier passage, the successor to Razmara, Hossein Allah, was caught up in the whirlwind and had to bow out. The immediate reason brought up for his resignation was a new bill which Mosaddeq proposed on 26 April for the implementation of the Nationalization Act. Allah protested that he had not been consulted. The nomination of Mosaddeq. Events that led to Mossaddeq's assumption of power in late April 1951 are chronicled in numerous books and articles in several languages. They are not the focus of this study. Suffice it to say that, provoked by Jamal Emami, a Majlis deputy close to the Shah, Mosaddeq accepted the nomination with the proviso that the parliament ratified beforehand a bill for the implementation of the Nationalization Act. The bill called for the expropriation of the AIOC installations and assets. Some Iranian chroniclers have postulated that the Shah played a subtle role in propelling Mosaddeq to premiership, while thwarting British pressures to name the Anglophile veteran politician Sayyid Zia Tabatabai by the same stroke. This assumption is deduced from an earlier offer made by the Shah to Mosaddeq to become prime minister a few days before the assassination of General Razmara. The intermediary who had conveyed that offer was none other than Jamal Emami, the same deputy who provoked Mosaddeq into accepting the nomination for premiership in the 26 April session of the Majlis. Both Mosaddeq and his son Dr. Ghulam Hossein Mosaddeq have confirmed the Shah's offer as well as the identity of the intermediary in their respective memoirs. Yet stretching this to suggest that the Shah outplayed Britain by willingly pushing Mosaddeq to the center stage is somewhat far-fetched. The Shah's motive in offering the premiership to Mosaddeq while Razmara was still in office is hard to fathom, and any explanation would be speculative. The Shah was averse to strong personalities if he could avoid them. He did not hesitate to play off politicians one against the other, but the temperamentally insecure Shah preferred more malleable personalities as prime minister. More to the point, the Shah appears to have had misgivings about oil nationalization and its security implications, something that he shared with Ambassador Grady barely a week after Mossaddeq's appointment. He was anxious to see the quick infusion of funds into the government coffers that only an agreement with ARC could generate. This desire must have been whetted after Britain repeated the 50-50 offer to the government of Allah. The nationalization, on the other hand, entailed a long drawn-out struggle, with the potential risk of military conflict with Britain, then still a superpower. Even before the accession of Mossaddeq to power, Britain had made it a point to show off its naval prowess in the waters of the Persian Gulf, something that raised concerns in Washington. In other words, while the Shah had seemingly attempted some 2 months earlier to replace Razmara with Mosaddeq, now in late April, he had misgivings about a heavyweight prime minister who championed the perilous course of oil nationalization. As will be seen in coming pages, the Shah's concerns over the security implications of the Nationalization Act were not unfounded. Yet it is also fair to observe that in spite of those reservations, the Shah preferred Mosaddeq to the British candidate Sayyid Zia, another heavyweight who, other than having the backing of Britain, had an axe to grind against the Pahlavis. 9 added to the Shah's innate mistrust of Britain. It is therefore plausible that he may have stalled Zia's nomination till the Majlis turned to Mossaddeq. The advent of Mossaddeq and the oil crisis. 31. Figure 5. Dr. Mossaddeq's first cabinet. General Fazlollah Zahedi as Minister of the Interior is second from the left. Courtesy of Ibex Publishers, see Ibex. Dr. Mohammed Mosaddeq, a sketch. Mosaddeq was born to Qajr landed gentry in 1882. He had served as provincial governor in Fars and Azerbaijan, and had held the finance and foreign affairs portfolios in different governments under the Qajar dynasty in the early 1920s. It was as a parliamentarian, however, that Mosaddeq was in his element. He had been elected to 2 successive legislative sessions in the 1920s, the 5th and the 6th Majlis, and was elected deputy in the 14th and 16th legislative sessions during the reign of Muhammad Reza Shah in the 1940s. Throughout his political career, which spanned half a century, Mosaddeq had defended constitutionality as the quintessential quality of governance. For him, the Majlis incarnated the will of the nation, which should run supreme. The power went with accountability, and as the monarch was held by the constitution to be not accountable, it followed that powers bestowed on him in the constitution were nominal. Mosaddeq had opposed Reza Khan's accession to the throne on that same ostensible ground, arguing that his leadership talents would go to waste were he to be named king. Mosaddeq, figure 6, was incorruptible and fiercely nationalistic. He advocated a policy described as negative balance towards the great. Figure 6. Mossaddeq's likeness on the cover of Time magazine, June 4, 1951. Portrait by Ernest T. Baker, reproduced by permission of Time magazine. See Time magazine, 2008. Powers, meaning in effect that none should be privileged. Contrary to a widely held view at the time in the West, he was neither xenophobic nor harbored a hatred for Britain, still less for its citizenry. Deset. He had opposed their overarching influence and strongly resented the exploitation of Iran's natural resources. He openly criticized Britain for what he saw as the underhanded and contemptuous methods used to influence the course of events in Iran. This was at odds with Britain's self-image, as a benevolent power bent on uplifting Iran despite itself. British diplomats in Tehran and his other detractors stigmatized Mosaddeq. They depicted him as a demagogue, even a lunatic given to prolixity and impervious to argument. These hypes were unhelpful at best, as the crisis deepened. Yet Mosaddeq was also a product of an archaic political and managerial culture. His years of schooling in France and Switzerland had not fully eradicated certain traits common in Qajar officialdom. In oil negotiations, he received foreign interlocutors alone, and often reacted instantly to long and meticulously prepared proposals without benefit of expert advice. He was authoritative, distrustful, inflexible and secretive, qualities that had not escaped his foreign interlocutors. He was emotional, and, while profusely courteous, was capable of abusive language, which he could heap on allies and adversaries alike. Mossaddeq's poor health no doubt compounded these foibles. Tion Act. The initial British reaction to oil nationalization. The news of Mossaddeq's appointment in late April, coming back-to-back with the adoption by the Majlis of the Ordinance for Implementation of the Nationalisation Act, confronted the British cabinet with stark choices. It will be recalled that the Nationalisation Act per se had already been approved by the Majlis on 20 March. In between, Sir Francis Shepherd had done his level best to have the Shah appoint the Anglophile veteran politician Sayed Zia, but was circumvented in circumstances that we tried earlier to unravel. Negotiation with Mosaddeq was the logical course of action, but the reporting and analyses from the British Embassy in Tehran cast doubt over Mossaddeq's willingness, even ability to engage in a serious dialogue. Both Mossaddeq's temperament and the emotional climate that reigned in Iran were seen as impediments to a successful outcome. The cabinet was also divided over the issue of intervention, the nature and scope of which had yet to be defined. A move contemplating the seizure of the southern oil fields posed nearly insurmountable logistical challenges. An invasion, moreover, could trigger a Soviet military reaction in line with the 1921 Treaty of Friendship between the USSR and Iran, which was explained earlier. The United States was in particular concerned that a British military move could set off a chain of events leading to an overall war, at a time when the Truman administration weighed its options against a Red China in the Korean theater. 16. However, once the immediate shockwaves were absorbed, Britain petitioned the International Court of Justice, ICJ, and proposed arbitration. This measure did not foreclose other options. Iran, on the other hand, argued that the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, AIOC, and not Britain, was the party to the dispute, and hence the ICJ, created by UN Charter to deal with interstate disputes, was not competent to adjudicate. The Nationalization Act required the government to seize the assets of an oil company, not of a state, and the fact that Britain was the majority shareholder in AIOC could not, in Iran's view, alter the company's non-state character. When Mosaddeq rejected the ICJ arbitration on these grounds, Britain began to raise her tone. In an aide-memoire dated 19 May, Britain threatened that failure to negotiate or any unilateral act will entail most serious consequences. 17. This threat accompanied military gestures. Britain deployed 3 brigades of airborne troops to Shaiba base in Iraq, paratroopers were on standby in Cyprus, and naval vessels were dispatched to adjacent waters off Abadan in the Persian Gulf. To avert logistical problems inherent in a wider military move, the scope of a possible intervention was narrowed. The operation, codenamed Buccaneer, was now aimed at occupying Abadan, the main operation center of the AIOC and location of the world's largest refinery. This, the British officials argued, drastically reduced the chances of a major Soviet offensive in the north. The Russians would at worst occupy some northern provinces in a pattern resembling the sinister arrangements foreseen in the 1907 Anglo-to-Russian Treaty. Clearly, resort to brute force was now the preferred recipe for the British Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison, his defence colleague Emmanuel Manny Shinwell, and a few others in the Labour cabinet who managed to bring a reluctant Attlee and other ministers in line. In a June cabinet decision, the use of force was authorised if necessary. They both argued that over and above economic losses, a diplomatic defeat in the face-off with Mosaddeq would deal an insufferable blow to British prestige and its position in the Middle East as a whole. The Truman administration was not of the same mind. The Department of State took a serious view of British military deployments. On 16 May, Assistant Secretary of State Matt Gee repeated to the British Embassy in Washington that the United States saw grave dangers in, and could not contemplate support for, any military action by Britain. 20. Acheson, for his part, told Ambassador Sir Olivier Franks that a substantial difference was developing between our views on the permissible use of force in Iran. Truman followed up with a letter to Attlee on 31 May calling for restraint. The possibility of military intervention was serious enough for Acheson to ask Averell Harriman to invite Ambassador Frank to his home on July 4, 1951, so that Acheson could warn him against a military intervention in Iran. Under sustained American pressure, the Attlee government reluctantly desisted in late July, although the military option was not taken off the table. Attlee personally vetoed the plan on realpolitik grounds, knowing Britain would not be supported by Washington and that military action would not end the oil crisis. This was in line with and comforted Attlee's own non-interventionist leaning, but it is reasonable to assume that had it not been for the American opposition, Britain might have resorted to force, with unfathomable consequences, which may well have included a premature and humiliating end to the oil nationalization movement. The Anglo-French Operation Musketeer in the Suez Canal in October 1956, though a Tory venture, is a parallel which attests to this British impulse during those declining years of the empire. In the event, short of a military solution, a sequence of direct or mediated talks failed to produce results. A debate at the UN Security Council and litigation by the International Court of Justice followed. These events will be covered briefly inasmuch as they left an imprint on policies and perceptions both within and outside Iran. What needs to be highlighted here is a parallel measure which Britain took to thwart Mossaddeq's attempt to sell Iranian oil on the international market. By summer 1951, a boycott of Iranian oil sales had been decreed and was being enforced by the British Admiralty. The AIOC officially served notice in September that any transaction in Iran's oil products by oil companies was deemed unlawful and liable to judiciary pursuit by the AIOC. 24. The major oil companies soon joined the boycott, which was being observed at 3 levels: oil sales, tanker transport, and hiring of technical personnel needed by Iran to replace the AIOC British technicians. Complicity among the oil companies also resulted in a decision to ratchet up production in other Middle Eastern oil fields, which, coupled with an already existing oil glut, rendered the Iranian oil all but unmarketable. This factor by itself was sufficient to make the boycott work, in spite of occasional escapades by lesser oil company tankers. Finally, to close the circle, Britain also began plotting covert action to subvert the Mosaddeq government. a policy that was pursued by Tories when they came to power in October of the same year, and came to be known as Operation Boot. We will explore this topic in the forthcoming chapters. The early American attitude to the oil dispute. If Americans were instrumental in fending off British military designs, their attitude towards Iran and the oil dispute was otherwise shaped by complex and contrasting tendencies. Foremost was anxiety about Iran being drawn into the communist fold. Policy documents approved by President Truman in this period highlight this fear. Because of its key strategic position, its petroleum resources and different vulnerabilities, Iran must be regarded as a continuing objective of Soviet expansion. One such document read, 25. Opposition to British interventionism was in part predicated on this concern. Acheson, in particular, viewed a British military intervention as a license for the Soviet Union to re-enter the north of Iran and reclaim the oil concession it had obtained in 1946 from Kavam, then lost in the ensuing political peripety. See Azerbaijan Crisis in Chapter 1. Acheson did not exclude an invitation by Mosaddeq to the USSR to intervene in order to force Britain to withdraw. 26. Equally central to American thinking was the imperative of maintaining strong ties with Britain, America's staunchest ally, as well as the country that had the highest number of troops in the Korean theater, next only to the United States and South Korea. The State Department, on the other hand, was aware that a lopsided policy in favor of Britain could alienate Iran to the possible advantage of the USSR. The communist scare drove top American diplomats to pressure Britain for concessions to Iran's nationalistic aspirations. The Foreign Office under Morrison viewed American demarches with a galling sense of betrayal, a sentiment no doubt mirrored by the United Kingdom's astute ambassador, Sir Olivier Franks. For Washington, the balancing act was not always easy. In a subtle rebuff to Acheson and McGee, the National Security Council moved to balance what must have appeared to some in the administration as a skewed pro-Iranian view by the State Department. In its 16 May meeting, chaired by Truman, the NSC ruled that the United States should indeed give vigorous support to the British in reaching an equitable settlement with Iran. A synthesis emerged in a public statement in May 1951 by the State Department proclaiming that the United States was friends with both parties. It had expressed to the British the need for greater Iranian control over its petroleum resources, while pointing out to Iran the serious effects of unilateral cancellation of a contract. The statement ended by expressing the hope that, through negotiations, the interests of both parties could be realized. By early July, the United States was considering a mediation role. This led to Avril Harriman's mission to Tehran, discussed in subsequent chapters. In its approach to the oil dispute, the U.S. government had to also factor in the economic interests of American oil firms, both as rivals of the AIOC, but also as its accomplices. This was yet another element that influenced the American attitude in the oil dispute. Both in Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, American oil conglomerates were operating on a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement. Exceeding this threshold was deemed to be detrimental to American oil concerns. Here was a red line that the American officialdom could not ignore. 28. Mosaddeq was aware of this constraint, yet remained adamant in refusing any 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement. As referred to earlier, the U.S. oil conglomerates soon acted to ramp up the oil output to offset the halt in Iran's production. To facilitate their task, the Truman administration went out of its way to grant immunity from prosecution under the antitrust law to American oil companies. Furthermore, the United States had attempted, by its own admission, to dissuade American oil companies from business discussions with Iran, while efforts to bring about a UK-Iran settlement continued. The American oil companies rallied to the British embargo, fearing a similar fate if they shirked solidarity with the AIOC. To complicate the picture further, traces of American aversion to colonialism occasionally crept up in the behavior of the lower echelon American officials, distorting the real policy thinking in Washington. The impression had been formed by some sympathetic American diplomats in Tehran, such as the fiercely anti-British Gerald Dooher, who, as will be recalled from the previous chapter, lobbied for Razmara's premiership, while ensuring that the embassy staff remained in contact with nationalist leaders. 32. The image of benevolent Uncle Sam was particularly reinforced by Henry Grady, Figure 7, who was appointed ambassador in Tehran in June 1950, from his post in Athens. coinciding with the appointment of Razmara as Prime Minister. Henry Grady had the distinction of having been the first American ambassador to India. He reputedly fell out with the department which he regarded as biased towards Britain. Another sympathetic voice was the Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia, Near East and North Africa, George Mac-Gee, who had played a key role in warding off British military intervention in May. A scion of the Texas oil industry's 34 and himself an Anglophile, Mac-Gee was paradoxically a vocal advocate of fair play in resolving the oil dispute with Iran. In his talks with British officials in London and with the UK ambassador in Washington, Mac-Gee invariably pressed his interlocutors to be more forthcoming towards Iran, even if the latter's demands followed an upward curve. In September 1950, well before Mosaddeq became Prime Minister, Mac-Gee had pressed the Foreign Office to match the Aramco 50-50 model with Iran, something that might have influenced the British offer to Razmara as we saw earlier. When in March 1951, the Majlis adopted the Nationalisation Act with a crushing majority, Mac-Gee was relentless in urging his British interlocutors to acquiescence, in some form or another, to the principle of nationalisation, while maintaining the 50-50 profit-sharing cap. 35. Figure 7. Mosaddeq being greeted by the former U.S. ambassador to Tehran, Henry Grady, left, on his arrival in the United States, October 1951. Mosaddeq's son and personal physician Dr. Ghulam Hossain Mosaddeq is looking on. Photo: the U.S. Department of State, courtesy of the Harry S. Truman Library. British officials appear to have understood him as saying that Britain should accept nationalisation without compensation. All this did not endear Mac-Gee, or for that matter Henry Grady, to London. Their sympathies for Iran's national aspirations led to British gripes which were communicated to Washington later during the year. 37. The nationalist leaders in Tehran were vaguely aware of these tendencies, presumably through U.S. diplomats in Tehran. 38. Later in October 1951, Mac-Gee held marathon talks with Mosaddeq in Washington which, although inconclusive, earned him profuse praise from the Iranian Prime Minister. The above complex policy texture with its contrasts and ambiguities was the root of some misunderstandings and missteps on the part of Mosaddeq. To ensure continued American sympathy and support, Mosaddeq tended to overplay the Tudeh card as scarecrow, the latitude he accorded to the banned Tudeh party to reorganize itself and display its political muscles in street rallies was only in part driven by his bent for democratic values. It equally stemmed from a desire to lead Americans to believe that he was the bulwark, indeed the only alternative to communism in Iran. 39. This double-edged sword worked for a time, but ultimately turned against him. Furthermore, Mosaddeq supporters and the nationalist press tended to overrate, at least in earlier days, the perceived anti-colonial strains in the American attitude at the expense of more earthly factors. During his trip to Washington, however, Mosaddeq appears to have been disillusioned, especially with the attitude of the State Department, which he thought tilted towards Britain. By then, the bilateral and the US-mediated oil talks in Tehran had been tried and failed. On his return from Washington in November, Mosaddeq publicly attributed the departure of Henry Grady, as well as the reassignment of Mac-Gee as ambassador to Turkey, to malice against Iran, which he thought prevailed in the State Department. See the Washington oil talks below. 41. Political lineups in Tehran. Back in Iran, the Tudeh party was denouncing Mosaddeq as an American lackey, and lambasted his oil nationalization as a ploy that allowed the American oil companies to participate in plundering Iran's riches. At the opposite end of the spectrum, the Fadayan Islam, defying Kashani, enjoined Mosaddeq to meticulously follow the Sharia or face their curse. This was not a hollow threat. Mosaddeq had to take extra precautions, including working from his relatively modest house to avoid exposure. Less than a year later, Mossaddeq's close associate and firebrand foreign minister, Hossein Fatemi, was victim of an assassination attempt by a Fadayan zealot. Fatemi survived this attack. Most Fadayan leaders were arrested and remained in prison until the end of Mossaddeq's rule. The pro-British politician Sayyid Zia, who, it will be recalled, failed in his bid for premiership at the time of Mossaddeq's nomination, was now currying favor with the Fadayan in his contacts with the British diplomats in Tehran as a useful political tool to undermine Mosaddeq. The group, as will be discussed in Chapter 4, became a part of the anti-Mosaddeq cabal. The internal political scene during the first year of Mossaddeq's government, while agitated, was otherwise marked by a certain degree of cohesiveness among the main political poles, including the Shiite clerical hierarchy in Qom. If some lesser figures deserted the National Front, Mossaddeq's main allies, namely the charismatic Kashani, the popular Majlis deputy Hossein Makki, as well as the enigmatic and plucky Mozaffar Baqai, remained loyal. 45. All three were elected to 17th session of the Majlis. The Shah had supported Mossaddeq and his oil policy, in spite of the misgivings and reservations we discussed earlier. Initially he was skeptical about the Mossaddeq government's durability. Shortly thereafter, the Shah realized that the nationalization of oil was irreversible, and Mossaddeq too popular to be replaced. This realization underpinned the Shah's attitude towards his prime minister until nearly the end, disrupted only by spasmodic temptations that were often inspired by foreign diplomats or his immediate family and entourage. One such episode followed the collapse of the oil talks with Lord Stokes, discussed in the next section. When in September 1951 Mossaddeq decided to end the contracts of British employees of the AIOC, the British cabinet bristled. Attlee attempted to elicit the support of Truman, not just for opposing Mossaddeq's move but also to join Britain in pressuring the Shah to remove Mossaddeq. The United States agreed to help with the first request, but refused to make common cause with Britain to remove Mossaddeq. Undeterred, Ambassador Shepherd was formally instructed to see the Shah, using intimidation and persuasion tactics to persuade him to dismiss Mossaddeq. Dire consequences were evoked if Mossaddeq remained in power. Conversely, Britain promised the Shah to reward Mossaddeq's successor with better terms than those proposed by Stoke. The Shah was in a quandary as he agreed the situation called for action, but was equally aware of his inability to confront a nation united behind Mossaddeq. He chose to ignore the British political strategy. Early conduct of the oil dispute. As alluded to earlier, British officials were dubious about Mossaddeq's willingness or ability to engage in a meaningful give and take on the oil dispute. Mossaddeq believed any negotiations should conform to the terms of the Nationalization Act, a point that imparted his position a measure of rigidity. In June he rebuffed a renewed offer of a 50-50 split that an AIOC's emissary, Basil Jackson, presented to him. With all the hue and cry that the oil nationalization had caused, he could hardly be expected to settle now for a solution which had been offered to his immediate predecessors, Razmara and Allah. Later, Mossaddeq chose to ignore a preliminary restraining order issued on July 5, 1951, by the International Court of Justice, ICJ, which, as mentioned before, was petitioned by Britain to adjudicate on the substance of the dispute. The restraining order was procedural in nature. It enjoined Iran to refrain from any action that would change the status quo pending an opinion by the court on the merit of the case. Legal arguments presented by either side on the substance of the dispute were complex, but in a nutshell could be stated as follows. Britain argued that both Iran and Britain had in time accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the ICJ with respect to international and bilateral agreements, and that Britain, by virtue of its diplomatic protection rights vis-à-vis the AIOC, was a party to the oil dispute. Iran, on the other hand, disputed the jurisdiction of the ICJ, arguing that it had not recognized the ICJ jurisdiction on matters arising essentially from its national sovereignty, and that, at any rate, Iran's acceptance of the court's jurisdiction was not retroactive, that is, did not cover international accords signed prior to the date of acceptance of the court's compulsory jurisdiction. Finally, and more to the point, Iran argued that the ICJ had no jurisdiction in disputes between a state and a private company. 51. With military option now on the back burner, Truman interceded with Mossaddeq for a negotiated solution. In a letter addressed to the Iranian Prime Minister on 8 July, Truman strongly urged Mossaddeq to accept the ICJ injunction and proposed to send Avril Harriman, a close friend and advisor, for mediation. Mossaddeq flatly rejected the president's appeal to obey the court order, but welcomed the offer of American mediation. 52. Foreign Secretary Morrison was reluctant about the U.S. mediation role, but went along in view of firm American support for the ICJ restraining order. Harriman, figure 8, arrived in Tehran on 15 July amidst violent Tudeh demonstrations protesting his arrival. Mossaddeq made it clear to the American mediation team that dialogue with Britain was contingent upon recognition by the latter of the reality of oil nationalization, a position Attlee himself had argued for since mid-May. The Labour government had already hinted its acquiescence in the nationalisation in some form during the Jackson mission earlier, but now in early August, through Harriman's midwifery, Britain formally recognised the principle of oil nationalisation in Iran on its own, as well as on the AIOC's behalf. The formula was something of a compromise to the extent that Iran wished but could not obtain recognition by Britain of the terms of the Nationalisation Act. This would have implied British acquiescence to Iranian control over the full gamut of Figure 8. Harriman's visit to Tehran in August 1951. Seated from left to right are Hossein Allah, the court minister, Colonel Vernon Walters, Mossaddeq's son Dr. Ghulam Hossein Mosaddeq, Averell Harriman, Prime Minister Mosaddeq, and Mrs. Harriman, Marie Norton Whitney. In a private chat in 1985, Vernon Walters, then the US ambassador to the UN, confided tongue-in-cheek to this author that, in spite of all appearances, Mosaddeq was not insensitive to feminine charm, judging by the attention he paid to Mrs. Harriman. See Time Life Getty, 2009. Activities, namely exploration, extraction, and exploitation. The British cabinet decision, however, provided the needed impetus to get substantive talks underway. The Lord Privy Seal, Richard Stokes, was dispatched to Tehran in early August. Talks over a 3-week period under Harriman's aegis proved barren. Stokes's proposal was little more than a convoluted form of equal revenue sharing, which allowed Britain to maintain its control over operational aspects. It contained the following points: transfer of all AIOC assets in Iran to the Iranian government's possession against compensation. A purchasing company would buy the bulk of Iranian oil at a discount price, leaving a smaller percentage of the produce to be directly marketed by Iran. The rate of the discount to the purchasing company had been calculated to keep Iran's profit share to 50%. In addition, the creation of an executive firm, responsible for all operational aspects in Iran, had been mooted. Though placed under nominal Iranian supervision, practical arrangements would make this subsidiary a disguised arm of the AIOC. Mosaddeq was not going to let himself be pinned down to the discussion of practical issues, as long as the British proposals did not square with the terms of the Nationalisation Act. In rejecting Stokes's proposal, Iran underscored its objection to the creation both of a purchasing and an executive arm, and to the proposed profit-sharing scheme through discounts, as well as to the terms for determination of the amount of the compensation. By the end of August, a dejected Stokes returned to London. While agreeing with British stereotyping of Mosaddeq as an eccentric demagogue, Stokes was not unsympathetic to a fairer share of profits for Iran, beyond the generally admitted 50%. In London he shared this view with Attlee, much to the dismay of the AIOC chairman Sir William Fraser. 55. The British complaint to the Security Council. When the British employees of the AIOC refused to work under the appointed Iranian management, the government ordered their departure. The decision met vigorous objection, not just by Britain but also from Washington. Interpreting the expulsion order as a breach of the ICJ's restraining order, Britain complained to the UN Security Council in October 1951. It will be recalled that a month earlier in September, an oil boycott had been declared by AIOC with Royal Navy backing. The oil dispute had reached an impasse. At the Security Council, Figure 9, Mosaddeq aired Iran's grievances, clearly outplaying Sir Goldwyn Jeff, who represented Britain. 57. He denied the competence both of the International Court of Justice and that of the Security Council, on the grounds that the dispute arose from Iran's sovereign right to nationalize a private firm. Amongst a host of other points, Mosaddeq contested the validity of the 1933 ceding accord with the AIOC, pointing out that it had been signed under duress and that the majlis which ratified it lacked legitimacy in view of the fact that, under Reza Shah's dictatorial rule, deputies were not genuine representatives of the people. In spite of the US support for the jurisdiction of the Security Council, voiced by Ambassador Warren Austin, the British draft resolution failed to obtain sufficient votes. Upon a motion by France, the Security Council deferred a decision until the Figure 9 Mosaddeq, being helped by the UN Secretary-General Trygve Lie to his seat at the Security Council. In the background from left to right are Dr. Hossein Fatemi, an unknown official, Dr. Mozaffar Bakai, wearing spectacles, and Dr. Ghulam Hossein Mosaddeq. Standing against the wall is Dr. Mehdi Vakil, who represented Iran at the UN with distinction in the 1960s. Photo, the U.S. State Department, courtesy of the Truman Library. ICJ awarded its substantive verdict. This was meant to be a face-saving draw for the parties, but in actual fact it was a victory for Mosaddeq, who had thus blunted the formidable intimidation device Britain had resorted to. The Washington oil talks. While the Security Council was discussing Iran, Tories won the elections in Britain, and Churchill became Prime Minister. By then the British financial situation had reached a point where the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Richard Butler, announced in the Commons that Britain was on the verge of bankruptcy. The Tories had over the past few months chided Attlee for being too soft towards Iran. Now back in power, in the wake of the failure of direct talks and a lackluster performance at the UN Security Council, they pinned their hopes on undermining Mosaddeq and bringing about his fall through a range of economic and political pressures. One prerequisite of this approach was to see to it that Mosaddeq returned from his trip to Washington empty-handed. This objective underpinned the British attitude during the period of consultations that took place during Mossaddeq's sojourn in Washington, that lasted a full month to 20 November. Mosaddeq met twice with President Truman, and with Dean Acheson, who appointed Under Secretary George McGee to pursue the talks. McGee had already contacted Mosaddeq while he was still in New York, Figure 10. He now attempted to resume oil talks from where it had been left by Harriman some 2 months earlier. For that purpose, regular consultations with the Foreign Office were taking place. During the tripartite meeting of foreign ministers in Paris in November 1951, Acheson was in close consultation with Anthony Eden. Based on these contacts, McGee prepared a compromise proposal. Figure 10, Mosaddeq talking to Under Secretary George McGee. Photo, the U.S. State Department photo, courtesy of the Truman Library. That he thought would be sellable to Mosaddeq. When on 4 November Acheson shared it with Eden, he summarily rejected it. In an analysis of the British attitude, Acheson wrote, "The cardinal purpose of Brit policy is not to prevent Iran from going commie. The cardinal point is to preserve what they believe to be the last remaining bulwark of Brit solvency, that is their overseas investment and property position." Acheson went on to quote a British interlocutor who had remarked to him that if the American appraisal of Iran risking to go communist is correct, the choice before you, America, is whether Iran goes commie or Brit goes bankrupt. Clearly the British expected the United States to consider the former a lesser evil. Finally, Acheson concluded that the main purpose of Britain was to leave the United States without any bargaining material until Mosaddeq left Washington. As for Mosaddeq, he had accepted the principle of payment of compensation, but rejected the notion of future losses as a factor in calculation of the compensation amount. He adamantly rejected any British role in the management, and was no longer keen to keep the British technicians for the day-to-day running of operations in Abadan and elsewhere. He would, however, accept nationals from more neutral countries, notably the Dutch, to undertake the management as a subsidiary to the NIOC. He was prepared to allocate a substantial portion of oil revenues against reparations to AIOC. Further, to cater to British strategic concerns, Mosaddeq agreed to sell Iran's oil to Britain as bulk purchaser with a reasonable discount in lieu of profit sharing, provided that Iran was given a free hand to sell a determined percentage of its oil products to other customers at the going market rate, including with discounts if needed. Finally, Mosaddeq was keen on a fair price that could be periodically adjusted to keep up with market trends. On 9 November, McGee informed Mosaddeq that the gap in the position of the parties was too wide to allow hope for an agreement, while Mosaddeq was in Washington, Figure 11. Prime Minister Mosaddeq took note. Before leaving Washington, he wrote a letter to Truman, asking for a loan to help Iran meet a serious budget deficit, pending a settlement of the oil dispute. An interim response was given on 15 November, in which Truman confined himself to stating that Mossaddeq's request would receive careful consideration in accordance with our well-known desire to assist the people of Iran. It is interesting to note a sudden shift in Acheson's attitude towards Mosaddeq while he was still in Europe, which may be attributed to the advent of Mosaddeq and the oil crisis. 47. Figure 11. Mosaddeq being greeted at the White House by President Truman. Photo, the U.S. State Department, courtesy of the Truman Library. Eden's influence. In a strange about-turn, he cabled Washington on 16 November, instructing the State Department to make it clear, presumably to Mosaddeq, that any aid by the United States was given to the Shah and the Iranian people. He went on to say that U.S. concern was for the Shah and the Iranian people, and not for Mosaddeq sick. The State Department assured London that no response in the immediate term, if at all, would be given to Mossaddeq's loan request. This was predicated on an assumption that any policy that could help keep Mosaddeq afloat would produce a bad impression in the United Kingdom, as Ambassador Gifford had advised the department. In the same vein, they declined a request from Mosaddeq for a letter of assurance about the Mutual Security Program, MSP, to Iran. 62. Eden had thus succeeded on 2 counts. Firstly, to stonewall progress in the oil talks while Mosaddeq was in Washington, and secondly, to withhold all American aid that could enhance Mossaddeq's position back home. Why Acheson bought into this attitude is hard to determine. Britain at that stage had intensified its efforts at undermining Mosaddeq in Tehran and was optimistic about their ability to have him removed. Eden presumably convinced Acheson that those chances were real. Ironically, the State Department and Acheson personally had, only a short while back, complained about British inaction and had gone out of their way to bring them into line in order to arrive at a settlement while Mosaddeq was in Washington. Cable traffic and memoranda related to this period reflect tense moments in the exchanges between Acheson and Eden. 63. In his otherwise meticulously written memoirs, Acheson has shed no light on his about-face while confirming the British rigidity. 64. The apparent shift in Acheson's attitude may have been the reason why on his return to Tehran, Mosaddeq bitterly complained about the attitude of the State Department even if a few weeks earlier he had profusely praised U.S. policies, adding that on his return he would inform the Iranian people of the goodwill shown by the United States. 65. The World Bank proposal. Before leaving Washington, Mosaddeq met World Bank Vice President Robert Garner, seemingly to discuss a loan. As a unaffiliated institution to which both Britain and Iran were parties, the World Bank, IBRD, was well placed to play a role in diffusing the crisis. Contrary to common perceptions, the initiative for the meeting and the bank's subsequent involvement did not come from the U.S. administration. If anything, American officials had some misgivings about IBRD entering into the intricate world of the oil business. The bank was nevertheless encouraged to pursue its efforts, especially as Britain appeared favorable to the approach. In the course of November to December 1951, World Bank officials toured Iran and Britain and tried hard to strike a bargain. The World Bank proposed a 2-year transitional arrangement, renewable on request by both parties, in which the bank would independently operate the Iranian oil on a non-profit basis through a subsidiary group. This outfit would produce and sell Iranian oil at bulk to the AIOC at a discount price, with a 10% free allotment of the products to Iran for direct sale in the free market. The bank would retain a portion of the sale proceeds as deposit for eventual settlement of the compensation, and credit the balance to the Iranian and the UK treasuries on an equal basis. A key point in the IBRD proposal was the caveat according the advent of Mosaddeq and the oil crisis, 49, to which the transitional arrangements were, without prejudice, to the positions of either side. Scrutiny of the World Bank package reveals little substantive difference with proposals presented to Iran in Washington. 67. Mosaddeq was particularly concerned about the IBRD's pricing structure that foresaw bulk sale to AIOC at a larger discount rate than Iran was prepared to concede. The United States, in contrast, considered the amount of discount to be too low to make Iranian oil competitive. Furthermore, according to the proposal, Iran could market no more than 10% of the oil products independently. Even for this volume, Iran had no pricing leverage and was required to sell it without a discount, a constraint which, in view of the then existing glut, rendered the sale impractical. The World Bank proposal, nevertheless, offered Mosaddeq a badly needed breathing space to attain economic solvency and consolidate his hold on power. He appears to have favored the approach initially, yet, in the politically charged climate of the time, he ended up rebuffing the World Bank. And, in an ad hominem remark on March 20, 1952, addressing the nation on the Nowruz Eve, he said, "I could not accept this shameful stain on my honor or on yours. It must be emphasized here that for Mosaddeq and his associates, oil nationalization was not merely a move to secure the economic interests of the nation. It had strong anti-imperialistic properties, a dimension that arguably carried equal weight. If the history of foreign dominance in much of Iran's recent past fully justified the weight accorded to this dimension, the attitude nevertheless lacked realism and was oblivious of the intricacies of the oil market. By the last quarter of 1951, increases in oil production in Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia had indeed eliminated the need for Iranian oil. 70 Mossaddeq's oil advisors were not sufficiently alive to this reality and might not have possessed an in-depth knowledge of the market intricacies, as Averell Harriman observed in one of his reports to Washington. 71 Mossaddeq's high-flying goal of breaking the logjam on his own terms thus clashed with market realities, just as it fretted the Tories' sense of grandeur. Not only did Churchill consider Mossaddeq's nationalization disastrous to a country like ours, but he toyed with the idea of retracting the acceptance of the principle of oil nationalization which the Attlee's Labour government had conceded. Further elaboration on this point is given under the heading "A Wedge to Break the Oil Logjam" in Chapter 3, Early Forebodings. On his return from the United States, Mossaddeq set out to organize elections for a new majlis. Reform of electoral law was one of his priorities, but the task had remained unfulfilled. Once embarked on the elections, he could not overcome the influence of tribal chieftains, big landowners, and provincial notables who traditionally determined, often with the government complicity, the outcome of elections in almost all electoral districts, with the notable exception of the capital. Only the most stringent opposition from the central government could affect this trend. The fledgling democracy in Iran was too feeble to resist dominant oligarchic pressures. A fervent constitutionalist, in earlier years, Mosaddeq had acknowledged this reality by whispering that illiterate masses, which comprised close to 90% of the population, should be disenfranchised. Now, in an unprecedented move, Mosaddeq suspended the 17th Majlis elections after only 79 of 136 seats had been filled. The National Front candidates had won 30 seats. Mutable old guard politicians had won the bulk of the remaining seats. Die-hard Mosaddeq opponents formed a minority that grew to 27 deputies over the following 12 months. A lay majlis started its session in late April 1952, but Mosaddeq had clearly lost a crucial test in his quest to consolidate democracy. The stalemate in the oil dispute was taxing. To buy time, Mosaddeq needed American financial aid, but, as described earlier, the United States wanted to assess Mossaddeq's survival chances and was in no hurry to come to his rescue, unless the country became visibly prone to fall to communists. The new American ambassador, the stoic Loy Henderson, unlike his predecessor Henry Grady, was less inclined to seek to bail Mossaddeq out without concrete concessions on the oil issue. The amounts of aid considered by the United States were at any rate paltry compared to the real needs. 74 Grady had requested a loan for $100 million from Exim Bank before Mossaddeq came to power. Truman agreed to $25 million only, but the loan could not be paid out due to the onerous conditions attached to it. Mossaddeq's own request to Truman for a loan of $10 million a month was not followed up. Henderson willingly followed the State Department's approach to the effect that aid should be linked to an oil concession by Mossaddeq. Henderson, in fact, had a negative view of Mossaddeq from the outset and seemed to be leaning towards the British position. After the severance of diplomatic relations with Britain, the advent of Mossaddeq, and the oil crisis, 51. In October 1952, he acted as if he represented the United Kingdom as well. His zeal earned him praise from Eden, something that did not escape the vigilance of Mossaddeq, who in his memoirs later pointedly cites Eden's profuse praise of Henderson. 5. The above notwithstanding, Mossaddeq held on to the illusion of American largesse for still some time to come. 3. Mossaddeq's second government, July 1952 to August 1953. In spite of the oil impasse and other domestic difficulties, 1951 was Mossaddeq's annus mirabilis. He had nationalized oil, extricated Iran from the grip of British hegemony, and demonstrated that a weak nation could stand up for its rights even when faced with a superpower. By year-end, he had been picked by Time magazine as Man of the Year for 1951, figure 12. However, the road ahead was treacherous. The first test appeared soon after the new Majlis began its work. By this time, the State Department viewed Mossaddeq with skepticism, wondering if an oil deal would be possible as long as he remained in power. As of the second quarter of 1952, Henderson had discreetly joined the British Charge George Middleton in lobbying the Shah for the removal of Mosaddeq. The Shah was particularly concerned about the government's untenable financial situation and its difficulty in meeting its payment obligations, including the salaries of government workers. The government had indeed begun to chip in on monetary reserves, sold government bonds, Kaze Meli, and Figure 12 Mosaddeq resorted to printing banknotes. The cover of Time mag, with the onset of the new legislative Azine, January 7, 1952 period, where Prime Ministers formalisted designating him as Man Kali resigned to be reappointed, the Shah of the Year, for 1951, reproduced by permission, began toying with the idea of replacing of Time magazine. See Time Mosaddeq, no doubt goaded by his Imedi magazine, 2008, 8 entourage. The court minister Allah, aware of the Shah's indecision, tried to multiply sources of pressure, resorting notably to Henderson. Yet, indecision as a character trait in the Shah rarely impaired his political realism. He opined that if the upcoming ICJ verdict favored Mosaddeq, his dismissal would backfire. Secondly, before embarking on such a perilous course, the Shah wanted to know whether the Americans were prepared to provide immediate financial relief to a new prime minister. A replacement government, he argued with Henderson, would not be able to quickly settle the oil dispute without losing credibility, and a solution to the dispute must at any rate be within the purview of the Nationalization Act. Given this attitude and the U.S. Embassy reservations about Syed Zia, the British officials discreetly fell back on supporting Ahmad Kavam, careful to dissimulate this support lest he be branded a stooge. Kavam had directly lobbied British officials, and no doubt the Americans, to enlist support for his premiership. The Americans, in Henderson's words, had no particular favorite, but the American ambassador had informally met Kavam and had been favorably impressed. At The Hague, Mosaddeq pleaded Iran's case, helped by the renowned Belgian jurist Professor Henri Rollin. On his return on 24 June, he told the Shah that he was optimistic about the ICJ verdict, which should allow Iran to sell its oil freely. In a passionate plea, he urged the Shah to continue the struggle by supporting him. Respecting a parliamentary tradition, he then submitted his resignation in early July. The stage appeared to be set to replace Mosaddeq with Kavam. The two embassies, the court minister Allah, the Queen Mother, and the Shah's twin sister Ashraf, as well as top conservative politicians, had all pressed the Shah for this nomination. They now held their breath in a countdown to Mossaddeq's imminent fall. Contrary to all expectations, the Shah opted for the reappointment of Mosaddeq, and threw his weight behind him to ensure parliamentary support. According to parliamentary practice in those days, before a prime minister could officially be named by the Shah, an inclination vote from the Majlis and the Senate was needed. The Shah discreetly intervened to obtain such support for Mosaddeq. He sent Deputy Court Minister Ahmad Human to convey his preference for the reappointment of Mosaddeq to a Senate caucus, opposed to the outgoing Prime Minister. The same message was conveyed through the Speaker, Hassan Imami, Imam Juma, to Prosha Majlis deputies. Mosaddeq obtained 53 favorable votes in the Majlis, out of 79. In the Senate, he received 14 yes votes, out of 30 seats, with the rest of the senators either absent or abstaining. The Shah's sense of realism had once again prevailed. Middleton, Henderson and Allah were disappointed. The Queen Mother and the Shah's twin sister Princess Ashraf, who had urged the Shah to dismiss Mosaddeq, were reportedly incensed by the Shah's perceived weakness. In a post-mortem, the British Charge Middleton and Ambassador Henderson lamented the fact that their governments had failed to provide the Shah firm assurances of financial backing or pledge greater flexibility in the oil dispute in order to obtain the Shah's consent to replace Mosaddeq. The Kavam hiatus and the Siitir popular uprising, July 21, 1952. It was against the backdrop of such events that shortly thereafter the first serious rift between the Shah and his Prime Minister occurred. When he presented his new cabinet to the Shah in mid-July, Mosaddeq had proposed himself as Minister of War, a move intended to supplant the Shah's control over the army. The deep-seated discord on the interpretation of the Constitution had burst onto the surface. The Constitution in effect accorded supreme command of the armed forces to the Shah, as indeed also the prerogative to appoint or dismiss ministers. For Mosaddeq, those titles and prerogatives were nominal and the Shah's functions ceremonial in nature. This interpretation rested on an article of the Constitution, according to which ministers, irrespective of the Shah's orders, were accountable to parliament. The constitution had indeed exonerated the Shah of any accountability, a provision that led to a degree of semantic confusion. Many confused the term accountability with responsibility, for which the same word, namely mas'uliyat, is used in the Persian language. The Shah's supporters argued that non-accountability arose from the monarch's exalted above the fray status and should not deprive him from exercising his constitutional prerogatives. This did not resonate well with liberals, who believed that authority goes with accountability. Nor was the jurisprudence on the Shah's authority strictly uniform. In 1924, the Majlis had passed legislation to give the title of Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces to Reza Khan, then Prime Minister. On the other hand, during the long interregnum between the third and the fourth legislative periods of the Majlis, coinciding mainly with the First World War, Ahmad Shah, or his regent on his behalf, had appointed and dismissed 11 prime ministers in 14 cabinet reshuffles, thus establishing ample precedents for the Shah to exercise the contested authority at least during parliamentary interregna. More to the point, in 1949, a constitutional assembly had empowered the Shah to appoint half of the senators, as well as dissolving the parliament. In the political climate of the time, however, real power trumped constitutional exegesis. The Shah's power base was the army, to which he intended to cling. In the face of the discord over control of the armed forces, Mosaddeq offered to resign. This time the Shah accepted his resignation. Under pressure, and against his better judgment, the Shah appointed Ahmad Kavam, figure 13, after the Majlis expressed an inclination for his appointment. The National Front deputies had boycotted the straw vote. Patnacht. An octogenarian, Kavam had served as prime minister 4 times in the previous quarter of the century, notably during the Azerbaijan crisis, see that section in Chapter 1. He had a reputation for ruse and for audacity in politics. He had fallen out with the Shah partly because of his strong character and haughty manner. In a gesture of displeasure in 1948, the Shah had rescinded Kavam's honorary title of Janab-e-Ashraf. Now, in July 1952, it was with the same pompous title that the Shah addressed Kavam when he issued the royal farm, and appointing him prime minister. Kavam had solicited and was being discreetly backed by the British Embassy in Tehran. He had pledged to rule with an iron fist and break the oil log jam, arresting Kashani or any other politician standing in his way, irrespective of parliamentary immunities. Upon appointment, in a move regarded as dim-witted and ill-advised, Kavam issued a bellicose declaration in which he announced a drastic change of course and draconian measures against agitators. This was the low point in Kavam's long political career and his final salvo. In a rare convergence of heterogeneous political formations, the Tudeh militants joined bazaar, shopkeepers, intelligentsia, and other Mosaddeq supporters who had. Figure 13, Ahmad Kavam. He did a call for a general strike and rally photo by Dmitry Kessel, Time and Life Pictures. See Getty. On July 21, 1952, 30 Tir, 1331 in Persian Images, 2009 calendar, issued by Ayatollah Kashani. The crowds defied the martial law in a bloody showdown with security forces. Several dozens were killed, and scores more were wounded. In panic, the Shah ordered the army to back down. 18 by evening, Kavam had been ousted, and Mosaddeq made a triumphal return. The Shah's premonitions had been vindicated. The US and British embassies in Tehran nevertheless described him as the weakling for not having backed Kavam in the face of a popular uprising. 20 others consider Kavam the victim of his own arrogance and failure to gauge the prevailing public mood. As if this was not enough, the next day the International Court of Justice delivered its verdict. In a landmark 9-5 decision, the ICJ opined that the oil dispute was not within its jurisdiction, thus endorsing the Iranian position. The British judge Sir Arnold McNair was among the 9 who voted against the court's jurisdiction, thus refuting the British position. The court lifted the temporary injunction which it had issued a year earlier, and which called on the parties to maintain the status quo, pending the court's substantive award. The 2 events constituted a watershed. Mosaddeq had emerged stronger politically, and was vindicated on the international scene. He had won his bid to sideline the Shah and assume control of the army. His political opponents were humbled and intimidated. The Tudeh party, which up to that point had opposed Mosaddeq, now shifted its stance and espoused the slogan of United Anti-Imperialist Front. On the negative side of the ledger, however, disconcerting handicaps loomed. The treasury was all but empty. Mosaddeq was becoming disillusioned with America's bona fide. At his meeting with Henderson on 28 July, Mosaddeq bitterly complained that in the face of the dire financial situation facing his government, and serious danger of communism, the United States had turned its back, but had offered funds to Khavam's government. For the first time, Mosaddeq accused the United States of opposing an oil deal fair to Iran, lest the interests of U.S. oil companies elsewhere be compromised. He had finally understood that as a result of production boosts elsewhere, Iranian oil was no longer needed, or, lacking means of distribution, not sellable in significant quantities. This realization led Mosaddeq to entertain the notion of an oil-less economy for Iran. The notion was serious enough for Mosaddeq to obtain advisory assistance from the United Nations in November. To attain this goal, the government needed a free hand to carry out sweeping reforms. The Majlis composition and the less pliant Senate could hardly be relied on to allow the Prime Minister a smooth ride. Mosaddeq's second government 57. Rift among Mosaddeq's supporters. Mosaddeq, riding on the crest of his victories, obtained emergency powers from the Parliament to legislate for a 6-month period, during which his proposed bills would be allowed a trial run. Many deputies, including some of his supporters, were reticent. In retrospect, the period that followed the seismic events of July 1952 proved precursory. They set the stage for the August 1953 debacle. The first clear signs of fissure within the ranks of the National Front appeared in the immediate aftermath of the 21 July uprising. Simmering resentments fed by personal rivalries, hubris and turf wars compounded disagreements over substantive issues. They yielded discord and eventual enmity. The most significant was the rift between Mosaddeq and Ayatollah Kashani. The latter had become the Majlis speaker, despite Mossaddeq's reticence. From this platform, Kashani began to chart a separate course. Even before Khavam's ephemeral reappearance on the scene in July, Kashani had hinted to the Shah through Court Minister Hussein Ala that he would not be averse to replacing Mosaddeq with a suitable candidate. Kashani on that occasion reportedly mentioned the name of Senator Javad Bushiri, 27. Over the previous 2 years, Kashani had galvanized the bazaar and traditional middle class in support of Mosaddeq. The culminating point was the C-tier uprising, which brought the triumphal return of Mosaddeq in its wake. Even if the popular rally had little to do with Kashani's own political stature, his call was undeniably the rallying cry. Kashani therefore considered the Prime Minister indebted to him and expected reciprocation. He demanded a voice, if not a vetting prerogative, in cabinet appointments. 28. He had meddled in the Majlis elections and intervened at different levels to slot his cronies into public positions. 2 of his sons, apart from himself, ran for the 17th Majlis. Mosaddeq was secular at heart, polished and infinitely less Byzantine. He showed little patience for the prelate's unruly behavior, and often reacted to his intrusive letters in terse and dismissive language. 1. Breaches of deontology aside, as the Majlis speaker, Kashani was legitimately jealous of the prerogatives of the legislative branch. Mossaddeq's emergency powers were, in effect, at the expense of the legislators. This put the two magnates on a collision course. Some vocal deputies in the opposition had cogently argued that the transfer of their prerogative to the executive branch had been sanctioned neither by the Constitution nor the electorate. Later in the year, when, at the expiration of the 6-month trial run, Mosaddeq asked for renewal of his emergency powers, the rift between the two burst into the open. The alliance of convenience had gradually transformed into a vicious enmity. The National Front became irreparably fractured. But Mossaddeq's drive to obtain emergency powers produced other important defections. Chief among them were Hossein Makki and Dr. Muzaffar Baqai, 32. Both had entered the political arena under the wing of Khavam, when the latter formed a political party in 1946 to consolidate his power. A self-made man with no college education, next only to Mosaddeq, Makki was the most popular National Front politician. He was arguably the closest and most endeared to him. During the 15th session of the Majlis, 1947-48, from which Mosaddeq had been excluded, Makki kept him up to date with the Majlis back-to-fence talks and rap sessions, and occasionally deputized for him by making his views known to Majlis deputies. 35. In the waning days of the 15th Majlis, Mackey had staged a filibuster to block voting on the unpopular supplemental oil agreement. He was on Mosaddeq's side during the October 1949 sit-in at the Royal Palace, and hence a founding member of the National Front, which, as we explained earlier, came into existence shortly thereafter. 36. Mackey's finest hour came when, in June 1951, he led the government team to Abadan to seize the AIOC facilities and assets in line with the Nationalization Act. The effective seizure of the company was an ostentatious act of national self-assertion that instantly made Mackey a folk hero. Mackey maintained contacts with the Shah, and possibly worked to broker a harmonious relationship between the government and the Crown. He later claimed that this was out of a genuine concern to shield Mosaddeq against missteps he was being led into by his left-leaning advisors. Mackey's detractors accused him of opportunism, inflated ego and a disguised inferiority complex. Be that as it may, Mackey's open opposition to Mosaddeq did not become publicly known until early 1953. Mackey lost in political luster and prestige, but Mosaddeq lost a key ally. The third dissenter among the heavyweights was Dr. Mozaffar Bakr. His career path in politics was somewhat similar to Mackey, but the two men differed in significant ways. Bakr had his own socialist-leaning political party, Zahmat Keshan, the Toilers. He, nonetheless, was fiercely anti-Tudeh. He had a solid constituency in his home province of Kerman, which had procured him a seat in 3 consecutive legislative periods. From this platform, he had lambasted the proponents of the supplemental oil agreement and projected himself as a staunch nationalist and Mosaddeq supporter. Despite his French training and academic credentials, he fraternized with radical clerics and was close to Ayatollah Kashani. He also maintained contacts with the palace. His wheeling and dealings, daredevil character, caustic rhetoric and effrontery made of Bakr something of a political boss who inspired more fear than respect. Bakr was the first among the top Mosaddeq advisors to break ranks. Like Mackey, he had accumulated considerable political capital as a key figure in the rise of the National Front. Both Mackey and he must have realized that in splitting with the Patriarch, they risked losing much of that capital. From this vantage point, it is fair to say that parting ways with Mosaddeq took a certain political courage. Bakr was particularly vilified by his opponents, who accused him of accepting bribes from the CIA, other than charges of conspiracy to abduct and murder the police chief, a crime for which he was indicted by the Mosaddeq government, but which he vehemently denies. Whatever the truth of these accusations, Bakr was also a man of certain convictions for which he stood up in crucial junctures, often at his own peril. 40. It is equally undeniable that the fissure in the ranks of the National Front encouraged those in Britain who advocated subversion rather than engagement. The split within the NF ranks was invoked by Eden to dampen American enthusiasm to work in earnest with Mosaddeq in the immediate aftermath of the 21 July uprising and the latter's return to power. A wedge to break the oil log jam, the Truman-Churchill joint offer. Following his triumphs on both internal and international fronts, Mosaddeq decided to take a shot at the oil log jam through direct talks with Britain. During the latter part of July, he held a number of meetings with the British charge Middleton. He appeared favorable to a British bid to submit the compensation issue to a binding ICJ arbitration. For the first time, Mosaddeq had bypassed the American embassy in making what both Middleton and Henderson viewed as a positive signal. The immediate American reflex was to seize upon this opening and build around it. A new American proposal, developed with input from Henderson, foresaw financial and other incentives to Iran. This was designed to meet immediate cash flow needs if the dispute over the compensation could be referred to ICJ. Longer-term arrangements for the production and sale of Iran's oil could then be worked out through additional talks. The United States had earmarked $10 million in grant, which was to be added to the cash receipts from the sale of ready-to-market oil products in storage facilities. When Acheson submitted this proposal for British approval, the Foreign Office was initially lukewarm. To blunt the American zeal, Eden argued in effect that Mosaddeq was no barrier against communism. If anything, he was now beholden to the Tudeh and more amenable to their demands. Furthermore, because of dissensions within the National Front, Mosaddeq was more vulnerable. The army, Eden went on, was loyal to the throne and seemed willing to intervene. Then, In a surprising departure from Britain's earlier recognition of the Nationalisation Act, Eden stated, "We agree to arbitration if the terms of reference were sufficiently wide to permit the introduction during arbitration of the question of the validity of the Persian Nationalisation Act and its compatibility with the AIOC concession." Overall, the British reaction, while ambivalent, revealed a leaning toward a military coup. It will be recalled that similar arguments by Eden the previous November had resulted in a sudden change of attitude by Acheson towards Mosaddeq. Conditions now were different. Mossaddeq's ostentatious return to power must have served as a sobering lesson, rendering American officials less prone to British temptations. Mosaddeq rightly regarded the issue of validity of the nationalisation as res judicate. Acheson was of the same mind. No successor to Mosaddeq, Acheson retorted, could agree with the British about turn. This time, it was Eden who soon realigned his position with Acheson, something that must have been helped by Middleton's reporting in mid-August, when signs of a new flexibility in Mossaddeq's attitude had emerged. The British charge in effect considered that Mosaddeq might be amenable to a new language on the ICJ terms of reference for determining the compensation amount. The formula, which he thought may appeal to Mosaddeq, had been couched in a somewhat ambiguous language that lent itself to different interpretations. It became the core element of a joint proposal by Churchill and Truman, which was submitted to Mosaddeq on 27 August. The full terms of reference paragraph read, "There shall be submitted to the ICJ the question of compensation in respect of nationalization of the enterprise of the AIOC in Iran, having regard to claims and counterclaims of both parties and the juridical position of parties prior to March 20, 1951. The joint proposal called for negotiations between Iran and AIOC, aimed at making arrangements for the flow of oil from Iran to world markets. Further, if Iran agreed to the above, the AIOC would undertake to sell some 2 million tons of stored oil products at a price to be agreed on. 45. Britain would relax export and currency restrictions. And finally, the United States would make an immediate grant of $10 million to help with budgetary problems." When Henderson and Middleton presented the proposal to Mosaddeq on 27 August, he instantly and vociferously rejected it. In an ill-tempered tone, Mosaddeq warned the two that the publication of the proposal would raise public anger and consternation. Mosaddeq did not ask for a delay for consideration of the proposal. He called the package a snare designed to reopen the issue of the validity of the Nationalisation Act. He further dismissed the American offer of $10 million, pointing out that Iran did not need arms. Instead, he insisted on payment by Britain of £50 million, an amount which the AIOC had entered in its ledger as receivable by Iran in case the supplemental oil agreement should have been ratified by Iran. This, the British officials considered as water over the dam. The two diplomats pleaded in vain that the joint proposal had been formulated in good faith and by no means intended to compromise the Nationalisation Act. 6. The package, to be sure, was far from perfect. Its acceptability hinged on the outcome of the foreseen negotiations aiming to determine the structure and modalities for the flow of the oil to world markets. The proposal needed to be, and no doubt could have been, amended in a business-like setting, helped by legal experts. Still, its hasty rejection by Mosaddeq without benefit of sound legal advice and a correct understanding of its sense and implications is puzzling at best. Contrary to the interpretation given by Mosaddeq, the proposed terms of reference could not call into question the validity of the Nationalisation Act per se as the object of. The referral, namely determination of the amount of compensation, was in itself tantamount to tacit confirmation by the parties of the validity of the Nationalisation Act. In other words, the proposed arbitration would have lost its raison d'etre if the act of nationalisation was to be called into question. The summary rejection of the package by Mosaddeq reinforced the negative image London wished to convey to Washington, to convince the Americans that no solution to the oil dispute was possible while he was in power. This is not to say that Britain was acting without ulterior motives. The Tory government no doubt hoped to exploit the issue of validity of the Nationalisation Act as a means to obtain compensation for future losses. For their part, Iranians dreaded a court verdict that would saddle Iran with an onerous debt. The terms of reference allowed enough leeway for each side to argue its case. While each side could present claims and counterclaims, nothing indicated that such claims by either side would be retained by the court. Iran had a legitimate case and legal claims of her own. nor could reference to juridical positions of parties prior to 1951, in the terms of reference, override the Labour government's formal recognition of the principle of nationalisation. Mosaddeq belatedly submitted a confused and inscrutable counter-proposal, which was given only cursory consideration by Britain and the United States. Both governments, however, re-emphasized the fact that Iran had misunderstood the joint Truman to Churchill proposal of late August 49. All was not lost, however, as the Truman administration, in its waning days in office, tried yet again to break the logjam. Talks were carried over to the new Eisenhower administration, which took over the White House as of January 20, 1953. A revised, and as it turned out an ultimate, proposal was submitted to Mosaddeq on 20 February. We shall return to this episode shortly. Meanwhile, Mosaddeq was grappling with a host of internal problems. Mossaddeq's reforms and the theory of legitimacy. More worldly and disabused, Mosaddeq set out to reform the state apparatus, hoping to prepare the nation for a protracted struggle under his leadership. These reforms targeted the army, the judiciary, and the royal household, as well as land tenure among scores of other fields. An important objective was to eliminate the budget deficit and achieve trade balance. This was an arduous task in which Mosaddeq and his ministers remarkably succeeded. Reforms also aimed to remedy social ills and, among other things, attenuate inequalities in the status of women. They were in most part well conceived. The share of farmers from crop yield was increased by 15%, and village councils were set up. It is worthwhile to dwell briefly on these reforms in view of their relevance to the subject matter of this study. By targeting vested interests, these reforms perilously enlarged the ranks of the internal opposition. Admittedly, there was a facet to these reforms that lent itself to legitimate criticism and dissension. Through them, Mosaddeq set out to firm up his grip on the state apparatus. He deemed this control essential for the nationalistic enterprise he had embarked on. By mid-August 1953, Mosaddeq had rid himself of both houses of parliament and was legislating in their place. He had suspended the Supreme Court, 53, curtailed the authority of the Shah, taken the army under his wing, launched the Societal National Security Act to cow his opponents, and, in short, held all levers of power in his hands. As a staunch constitutionalist, he also brought upon himself the onus of self-contradiction. On the road to an elusive success, legitimacy trumped legality and institutions were tampered with. The Senate, having become a hub of conservative opposition to Mosaddeq, was tossed out by a juridical sleight of hand. Regarding the Majlis, his home ground, Mosaddeq planned profound reforms. He proposed an increase in the Majlis seats from 136 to 172. This was seen by the opposition as a ploy to incapacitate the already crippled Majlis, inasmuch as the proposed seat numbers could prevent a quorum if the bill could be applied retroactively. The bid to increase seats was finally approved, after the government added a form of words to specify its non-retroactivity. The dissolution of the Majlis had to wait until the next summer, and more compelling reasons, but the episode widened the fracture in the ranks of the National Front. 56. Mossaddeq's reform of the army took several facets. The first step was to downsize the armed forces, reducing its budget by 15%. He then set out to replace the old guard with younger officers in key army posts. Many army generals and senior officers were prematurely retired. The Army Chief of Staff, an old-timer and confidant of the Shah, General Morteza Yazdanpana, who had refused to sign the retirement orders decreed by the Prime Minister, was replaced with a more neutral figure, General Mahmoud Bahamast. By October 1952, the Society of Retired Army Officers had turned into a hotbed of opposition and conspiracy against Mosaddeq. After the crisis in February 1953, see The Gathering of the Storm in Chapter 5, Mosaddeq opted for a lesser-known but more trusted officer, Brigadier General Taqi Riahi. A polytechnician, General Riahi belonged to the engineering corps of the army and, though respected, was not known for his combat experience or skills, a fact that had not escaped the attention of Tepe-Jaq's planners. 57 other trusted officers were also given command posts in several brigade-level garrisons around Tehran. The enigmatic Brigadier General Mahmoud Afshatus, a die-hard Mosaddeq supporter, was appointed chief of the National Police, while Colonel Hassan Ali Ashrafi was assigned to the key post of the martial law administrator. 58. Other than purging the army of the Shah's loyalists, Mosaddeq reduced the budget of the royal household, reclaimed the crown lands, closed down the private offices of the Shah's siblings, and had the Queen Mother and the Shah's twin sister, Princess Ashraf, banished to Europe. The two were known for their anti-Mosaddeq intrigues. He forbade the army top brass to see or report to the Shah. In the same vein, he discouraged foreign diplomats from frequenting the royal palace and ended up replacing the Shah's loyal court minister Hossein Allah with one of his own relatives, whom the Shah distrusted. 59. However, in order to reassure the Shah of his bona fides, Mosaddeq volunteered a handwritten inscription on the back of the Quran, pledging he would never betray the constitution and would never seek a regime change or accept the position of President of the Republic. The British two-pronged strategy: subversion and engagement. The literature on the subject is rich, in spite of the fact that archives of MI6 have not been declassified. A wealth of primary material emanates from the Foreign Office archives kept in the Public Record Office, mainly minutes prepared by a hybrid British officer, an academic-cum-diplomat spy, by the name of Robin Zayner. In a seminal work in 1982, supplemented by subsequent essays, the American historian William Roger Lewis has extensively canvassed British archives, notably minutes of cabinet meetings, contributing a wealth of insights into the British decision-making processes during the early part of the oil crisis. 61st, as he noted, the fact that Zayner was appointed by the Foreign Office, doing what ordinarily is performed by MI6 officers, has, to a large extent, revealed the contents of secret British activities through the declassified Foreign Office archives, which extend roughly to the time of the rupture of diplomatic relations in October 1952. Archive files FO 371 and FO 248 have thus sourced several studies on British subversive activities in Tehran. A note of caution is in order, however. Other than being a prodigious linguist and accomplished intelligence officer, having had extensive wartime experience in Iran and a mastery of the Persian language, Zayner was also a man of psychedelic lifestyle, wont to nocturnal opium parties where long-tongued Iranian notables, Anglophone or not, would pontificate about politics and personalities. Ernest Perron was the Shah's contact with foreign embassies. He was particularly close to Zayner, having known and befriended him from the latter's wartime service in Iran. Their Swiss roots added to other common traits. While a man of unimpeachable loyalty to the Shah, Perron's well-known foppish temperament made him prone to tattling. Much court gossip found its way into the minutes prepared by the British embassy staff, notably, if not uniquely, by Zayner. Their contents were prone to be confused with the official policy line. This psychedelic climate of intelligence gathering fostered falsehood, leading London to believe that in one way or the other Mosaddeq could be trashed. The embassy minutes bore the signature of their authors. Here a distinction must be made with the declassified archive material from the Department of State, where reports to Washington are invariably signed by the Chief of Mission and often reflect formal talks with state personalities. Needless to say, this note of caution is not meant to reflect on the often informative and professional reporting by British officers. This caveat aside, a top-secret British document declassified, perhaps inadvertently, by the State Department may have gone totally unnoticed by authors and historians. It is dealt with separately in the penultimate section of Chapter 6 of this book. Other sources for British intelligence in this period notably include the published memoirs of such protagonists as Christopher Montague Woodhouse, the MI6 station chief in Tehran, August 1951, October 1952, who took over Zayner's functions as of mid-1952 and continued to play a key part in British covert operations even after the severance of relations in October 1952. Sam Faleh, at the time a junior MI6 officer in the Tehran embassy who rose to ambassadorial rank and a knighthood in his later career, has also included his recollection of service in Iran in his memoirs published in 1996.62 British Charge. George Humphrey Middleton has also recounted his recollections in the Harvard Oral History Project. 63. Drawing on the above sources, as well as the Department of State archives, we will follow the evolution of British policy in Iran during Mossaddeq's rule along two parallel tracks: subversion, through various subterfuges, and diplomacy, in the broad sense of the term that includes pressure and coercive measures to create leverage for dialogue and engagement. The covert track. It will be recalled from an earlier chapter that British knee-jerk reaction to the Nationalization Act was to resort to force. Under sustained American pressure, Operation Buccaneer, aiming to seize Abadan, was shelved, but interventionism as an approach did not die down. From the early days of the Mosaddeq government, covert action came to be seen by British officialdom as an adjunct to other means of pressure such as sanctions, naval blockades, oil market manipulations, and recourse to relevant international bodies. Subversion had indeed been rationalized by veteran Persia hands such as Dr. Anne Nancy Lambton, in a curious analysis based on socio-psychological factors which were being attributed to Iranian society and the body politic. Dr. Lambton had served as a press attaché at the British legation in Tehran during the war and was at the time professor of Persian in the School of Oriental Studies, with connections in the Foreign Office and other high places. The Foreign Office deferred to her judgment. Her paternalistic conclusion was that Mosaddeq, considered neurotic, could not be removed by normal parliamentary means in the highly charged climate that reigned in Iran. It followed that the more level-headed, patriotic politicians, who could not openly oppose Mosaddeq without being stigmatized, must be helped to power through covert means. Curiously, planners in Whitehall saw the interests of Iran better served by politicians well disposed towards Britain. See the passage on Anglophiles in the first section of Chapter 1. They were convinced of Britain's intrinsic virtue while unrelenting about the character flaws of the Iranians. This lowly view of Iran had gained currency among British officials, partly as a result of the opinion conveyed by the British ambassador in Tehran, Sir Francis Shepherd, an old-school diplomat with an unvarnished contempt for Iran, who was once described by Acheson as an unimaginable disciple of the whiff of grapeshot. He openly railed about the fact that Iran had never been colonized, thus remained unstraightened at the hands of a virile and civilized nation. 66. Engrossed in a colonial mindset, he failed to gauge and mirror to London the magnitude of nationalistic fervor that rendered the archaic ways of the past inoperable. His mainly specious analyses and assumptions underpinned a subversion plan, which was launched as early as May 1951. As mentioned above, Robin Zayner was appointed by Foreign Secretary Morrison in May. His specific mandate was to subvert Mossaddeq's government and have him replaced by someone amenable to British interests. 67. For the attainment of this objective, Britain no doubt counted on her well-entrenched influence and a network of discreet contacts. Initially, as already dwelled on in this study, the veteran Anglophile politician, Sayed Zia Tabatabai, was earmarked as an alternative to Mosaddeq. While the Iran brain's trust in London invariably touted moral qualities and rectitude in Iran's Anglophile politicians, no one in London was overly dismayed when Sayed Zia made it known to Shepherd in September 1951 that he expected to be helped with some fairly generous payment. 68. Nor were British planners averse to bribing Iranians as a method of promoting their political objectives, as will be seen in chapters 4 and 5. A modest journalist turned rich politician, Sayed Zia had already in 1921 been helped to power in a coup d'etat, and was briefly prime minister before being ousted by Reza Khan, the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty. After the fall of Reza Shah in 1941, Zia had returned to Iran from his exile in Palestine, created a political party, and continued to publish a newspaper. He was a deputy and majority leader in the 14th session of the Majlis. Fiercely anti-communist, he was ready to consort with clerics, even with Fadl and Islam, for reasons of political expediency. His reputation as a British stooge had discredited him beyond redemption by the time of the oil nationalization. Early British attempts to replace Mosaddeq with Sayed Zia again reveal a certain disconnect on the part of British officialdom with the realities then afoot in Iran. When this realization finally came, Britain pinned its hopes on Qavam, who was not known for his pro-British sympathies yet deemed robust enough to stem the nationalistic tide. Qavam had discreetly lobbied with the British, and no doubt with the Americans, seeking to reassure them. One of his emissaries, Abbas Eskandari, had assured Zayner, and possibly British charge George Middleton, that Qavam wished to work closely with the British, and would preserve their legitimate interest in Persia without jeopardizing Persia's political and economic independence. A Conservative MP, Julian Amory, was sent unofficially to Paris in March 1952 to meet with Qavam. They later also met in London. 70. Kavam may have also been in contact with the MI6 agent Samuel Fallet, who advocated British support for his premiership. Kavam had reportedly told him that should he become prime minister, he would establish a dictatorship, arresting Mosaddeq and Kashani and others, and arrive at a reasonable arrangement on the oil issue. 71. When he was finally voted into office to replace Mosaddeq on July 17, 1952, his first act was to issue a stern declaration announcing a drastic change of course. He ordered the arrest of a number of personalities, notably Ayatollah Kashani. The BBC is said to have prematurely announced the arrest order on 20 July, something that alerted crowds which prevented it being carried out. 72. The Kavam gambit, as was seen earlier, ended in failure. Several months of scheming came to a naught. A disillusioned Zaina returned to Oxford, convinced that clandestine work to undermine Mosaddeq was useless. During his stay in Tehran, he had, however, set up an efficient network of British undercover operatives run by the Rashidian brothers. The latter would play a significant role in British efforts to unseat Mosaddeq in the coming months. 73. Zaina's responsibilities were transferred to MI6, which was then headed in Tehran by Woodhouse. Not long after, Mosaddeq severed diplomatic relations with Britain. The rupture in October 1952, as we will come to shortly, followed the announcement of a plot against the government, in which some opposition figures, including the Rashidian brothers, were briefly detained. For an elaboration, see later in this chapter. See in Chapter 4, The Link-Up, and Chapter 6, An Orphan British Secret Document, for more on this subject. The engagement track. It should be underscored that the British covert track during much of this period was essentially a sideshow that ran parallel, but in the shadow of the diplomatic activities, combining open coercive measures and engagement. Within the Foreign Office, senior officials, notably Deputy Under-Secretary Sir Roger Makins and his successor Pearson Dickson, favoured diplomacy. As a matter of principle, these top civil servants in the Foreign Office were loath to let MI6's foolhardy sleuths conduct Britain's foreign policy. The Foreign Office under Eden, more than his predecessor Morrison, strived to present a common front with the United States with a reasonable measure of success, despite differences on several key points. Americans exhibited a quasi-pathological fear that Iran could fall into the communist camp. Britain showed little anxiety on that score. Neither would Britain admit, as Americans often assumed, that Mosaddeq was a bulwark against communism. A corollary of these assumptions was the British opposition to any financial aid to Mosaddeq, as long as he remained intransigent on the oil dispute. The United States tended to placate Mosaddeq each time he appeared invincible in internal showdowns. This led to some tension in the relations between the two allies, including at the highest level, but invariably Britain succeeded in preventing any meaningful US help to Mosaddeq. But Britain in turn retreated in time from her earlier supercilious attitude where nothing short of AIOC preeminence was being conceded. Notwithstanding her diplomatic setback in Iran, Britain remained willing to engage in serious talks with the outgoing Truman administration, agreeing to far-reaching concessions that we will expand on shortly. Dickson himself conducted these talks with the State Department's Director of Policy Planning, Paul Nitz. While hope for a negotiated settlement existed, Britain thus privileged the engagement track, yet, judging by the recollections of Woodhouse, it is safe to assume that subversion activities continued uninterrupted during the final weeks of the Truman administration when these consultations were taking place in London. Woodhouse and Sam Farley visited Washington in November and December 1952, and among other things raised the possibility of a joint covert operation to overthrow Mosaddeq. It is difficult to judge whether such initiatives were coordinated with and sanctioned by the Foreign Office. Contacts and exchange of information and views between the two allied intelligence agencies must have been a matter of routine, and it may be excessive to accord a seminal importance to Woodhouse's mission, as do some scholars. It is more likely that the idea of a joint plot was a MI6 shot in the dark without official British sanction. It received, at any event, a non-committal hearing in the CIA headquarters in Washington, and by Woodhouse's own admission was cold-shouldered in the State Department. 77. A few months down the road, in February 1953, Dickson reportedly stopped the covert track altogether to give diplomacy a chance to succeed. This was at a time when, with full American backing, Britain made a final oil settlement proposal to Mosaddeq. 78. It was only after Mosaddeq withdrew from oil talks in March 1953 that Britain revived Operation Boot, as British anti-Mosaddeq activities were by then codenamed, and reverted full blast to covert means. By then, the new American administration was fully on board. These developments will be covered in some detail in the coming chapters. For now, we follow the march of events during the second half of 1952 chronologically. Diplomatic relations with Britain are broken off. As autumn set in, the earlier optimism about the oil dispute faded. Mosaddeq insisted that compensation to AIOC be calculated according to the same criteria which had been applied to companies nationalized in Britain itself. He agreed to arbitration if the award could be based on such criteria, and furthermore, if Britain agreed to pay immediately to Iran an amount of £50 million in back payments. Britain denied that such payment was due. 79. On October 22, 1952, Mosaddeq broke off diplomatic relations with Britain. The rupture was not, however, a surprise to either the United States or Britain, nor was it an ad hominem reaction to an alleged foiled plot in mid-October, in which the Rashidian brothers, among others, had been implicated. Mosaddeq had indeed been mulling over the idea of the break with Britain for some time, and had warned Henderson, as early as late August, that some such move was inevitable unless Britain changed its negative attitude. 1. The vision of an economy without oil required austerity measures, exposing the government to malicious attacks by opponents, and making it prone to British subversion. 82. This, at any rate, was the explanation Mosaddeq gave to Henderson when he apprised him of his decision. 83. The opposition labeled the move as a demagogic act designed to galvanize street crowds. The rupture, as will be further elaborated on, did not hamper the Anglo-American efforts to settle the oil dispute. Final attempts to resolve the oil dispute. Records show that the Truman administration, now in its waning days in office, made a determined effort to salvage the oil talks. It is equally noteworthy that Britain did not at any point in this period try to skirt these efforts or circumvent the Truman administration, and refrained from taking advantage of its lame duck status. The two governments in fact worked closely to bridge the gap in their respective positions and come closer to meeting Iran's concerns. By the end of 1952, Britain was ready to share responsibility for the flow of Iranian oil with American companies, and consider cutbacks in production in Kuwait to make the proposition workable. Britain agreed to the purchase by American oil companies of some 10 million tons of Iranian oil annually, to be matched by a 10 million ton offtake by the AIOC. As part of the arrangement for the flow of Iranian oil to the international markets, Britain dropped her objection to direct sale by Iran in oil markets. To help Mossaddeq's cash flow problems, it was agreed that the U.S. Defense Materials Procurement Agency, DMPA, would purchase oil from the Iranian government to the tune of $133 million, of which about $100 million was to go to the Iranian treasury with immediate effect, while the balance would be kept in an escrow account for eventual settlement of compensation. All this was contingent on Mosaddeq accepting to refer settlement of the compensation amount to the ICJ or another impartial arbitration. 85. Britain remained adamant on this latter point, hoping that through such arbitration, the amount would be fixed in a way to include future losses. Mosaddeq had all along insisted, somewhat paradoxically, that the determination of the compensation amount by the ICJ should be modelled after settlements that the British government itself had reached with various nationalised concerns, notably in the British Coal Industry Nationalisation Act, BCI-NA. Mosaddeq assumed, without having thoroughly investigated the cases, that these settlements were based only on the value of assets of the nationalized entity. Henderson, however, Mossaddeq's second government 71, had pointed out to him on 26 December that lost profits resulting from the Nationalization Act had indeed been a factor in determination of compensation to the BCI-NA. 86. When, on 15 January, with only 5 days remaining to the end of the Truman presidency, a new joint proposal was presented to Mosaddeq, he raised immediate objections to various passages, including the terms of reference of the ICJ. The proposed terms of reference had incorporated Mossaddeq's own suggestion that the settlement be based on the UK law applying to British nationalised industries. To Henderson's surprise, Mosaddeq later also objected to the use of the British Coal Industry Nationalisation Act as a prototype for determination of the amount of settlement. Clearly, Mosaddeq had by then realized that his earlier insistence on application of British jurisprudence had been ill-advised. The wording of the terms of reference, however, was deliberately ambiguous. It referred to redressing the NIOC for loss of its enterprise as a result of Nationalisation Act. Mosaddeq correctly interpreted the wording to imply consideration by the ICJ of future losses. This and other instantaneous objections by Mosaddeq sent the drafters back to the drawing board. It took another month of intense Anglo-American bargaining before a new, and as it turned out, final settlement proposal could be submitted to Iran. The bargaining process had not been interrupted by the change of hands in Washington. When Eisenhower moved to the White House, he was equally determined to find a satisfactory negotiated settlement of the oil dispute. The Dulles brothers, more than their predecessors, believed that the loss of Iran was a matter of time. All had to be done to gain time for the new administration to develop contingencies if Iran were to be lost to the free world. A new oil proposal, which was submitted to Mosaddeq on 20th of February, reflected relatively minor concessions by Britain. It was not, as some authors have suggested, a joint Anglo-American proposal. In fact, the Americans had deliberately avoided such linkage. Instead, the United States gave their blessing and endorsement to the proposal as fair and final. Mossaddeq's objections to the terms of reference had not been fully addressed, and the language still left the impression that the arbitration body could take into account the future losses of the AIOC as a result of nationalization. But like previous versions, the terms of reference took account also of Iran's counterclaims against the AIOC, which were substantial and could potentially balance the company's claim for future losses. A day forgotten in the Iranian collective memory. The submission of the new oil proposal had coincided with a new bout in the long-running showdown between Mosaddeq and the Shah, culminating in the Noe Esfand crisis. We will turn to this important episode shortly. Suffice it to say here that the outcome of the showdown convinced the Dulles brothers that the Shah was finished as a political force, and the United States should try to keep Mosaddeq afloat to avoid a communist takeover. As in previous cases, Eden managed to soothe American anxieties when he met his American opposite number shortly thereafter. Their joint communiqué reiterated U.S. support for the British proposal of 20 February as reasonable and fair. On the face of it, the joint communiqué had skirted tactical differences between the two allies in order to give added weight to the oil proposal. Mossaddeq's take was different. He took it as yet another mark of collusion between the two allies. On 9 March, Mosaddeq called Henderson to announce that he was putting an end to oil negotiations, as the British inflexibility sanctioned by the United States rendered further talk pointless. In explaining his reasons, Mosaddeq referred to Eden's position that Britain stood by its 20 February proposal. The abrupt end of the dialogue by Iran was no doubt linked to anxieties over the issue of compensation. Although Britain was no longer demanding participation in the management of Iran's oil industry or monopoly rights on purchasing or distribution of Iranian oil, Mosaddeq remained apprehensive. He remarked to Henderson that Britain insisted that Iran give the international court a license to put Iran under bondage for at least 20 years. The fixation with the wily British, so much a part of Iranian political law, now fed uncertainties and oozed out stress and fear. Mosaddeq also knew that his opponents in the Majlis, who feigned being against even the principle of compensation, would be relentless in lambasting the government. Still, many in his entourage, and certainly the technocrats at the National Iranian Oil Company, NIOC, were favorable to that oil proposal. Mosaddeq himself was reportedly well disposed initially, and had ordered preparations for the signing of the accord. Yet, fired up by 2 of his advisors, he drifted back to the logic of distrust. "You see, they had again planned to set us up," remarked Mosaddeq to the NIOC chairman Morteza Bayat, who he had summoned, to issue the marching orders, cancelling the signing of the oil agreement. As a young aide to the NIOC chairman, Fuad Rouhani, the future Secretary-General of OPEC when the organization was first formed in 1960, had accompanied Bayat to the Prime Minister's quarters. He later recited, not without the zest of bitterness, this historical anecdote in his well-researched biography of Mosaddeq. Entering the Prime Minister's quarters, he wrote, "They bumped into the 2 Mosaddeq advisors, whom Rouhani chose not to identify by name in his book." 92. The Mosaddeq decision to withdraw from the oil talks had a major impact on Eisenhower administration's strategic thinking and should be regarded as a watershed. In the ensuing weeks, as we shall shortly dwell on, the administration succumbed to the temptation of removing Mosaddeq through covert means. The change of humor in Washington was apparent when the National Security Council met on 11th of March, only hours after news of the break-off had flashed. The NSC decided that no oil purchase or financial aid to Iran were to be contemplated beyond technical assistance on a modest scale. Eisenhower made a somber assessment of the United States acting unilaterally in Iran that is divorced from Britain, saying he had very real doubts that such an approach could succeed. He went on to say that such a deal with Mosaddeq may not be worth the paper on which it is written. 93. The Monday, March 9, 1953, passes incognito in Iran's political calendar. Yet the decision Mosaddeq took on that day to break off the oil talks was portentous in its historical ramifications. Had he not given in to vague and shapeless fears or vain nationalistic pride, the course of Iran's contemporary history may well have been different. CTRE. The downslide. Splits in the ranks of the National Front, and the rift with the Shah pushed Mosaddeq further to lean on the left wing of the National Front. They were composed principally of French and German-trained lawyers, and engineers mainly from the elitist Iran Party. Formed in the 1940s, the party blended nationalistic aspirations with a brand of socialism. Secular and moderate in its outlook, the party lacked mass appeal. The more radical figures in Mossaddeq's inner circle included Dr. Ali Shayegan, a former deputy minister in Kavam's government in 1946, as well as a journalist-cum-politician named Dr. Hossein Fatemi. Serving as foreign minister in the last leg of Mossaddeq's tenure, the latter was the most Republican among Mossaddeq's close associates. Fatemi projected the image of an éminence grise, which he probably was when it came to repressive aspects of the government's conduct. These politicians did not share the anti-Tudeh fervor of Mossaddeq's erstwhile right-wing NF allies. 2. As the United States became more entrenched in a policy of non-assistance to Iran, Mosaddeq and his associates began to look on the socialist camp as potential oil customers. By the same token, as the Tudeh party shed its ideological inhibitions and finally sided with Mosaddeq, it was embraced with no recriminations. Mosaddeq continued to use Tudeh as a scarecrow to enhance his own appeal to the new American administration. The two-day rallies on the May Day and the commemoration of the 21 July uprising of the previous year were resounding triumphs and must have indeed scared great many observers. The New York Times correspondent, Kenneth Love, refers to these demonstrations as a signpost that alarmed Mossaddeq's opponents. One voice in Mossaddeq's circle of remaining allies was constant in warning him against appeasing Tudeh. Khalil Maliki, the socialist leader of the Neroy Sevom, the Third Force Party, and himself, a former high Tudeh official, was alive to negative repercussions of flirtation with touch, both on the domestic and foreign fronts. He was equally critical of tergiversations on oil issue and on other matters, where the less discerning Mossaddeq advisors would lead him astray or acquiesced to his excesses. On one such occasion, giving vent to his frustrations, Maliki caustically remarked to Mosaddeq, "Where you are heading is to hell, but we shall follow you even there." This was during bickering in July 1953 over Mossaddeq's decision to dissolve the Majlis through a referendum. Maliki's remark proved prophetic. The clash at the helm, the February 1953 jumble, the showdown between the Shah and his prime minister, which culminated in the Moasfand, 28 February, turmoil, is widely chronicled in the existing literature. Both the protagonists and many actors on the sidelines have given their respective versions of these events. Reports from the American ambassador in Tehran, Loy Henderson, provide valuable insights. But overall, contradictory accounts have not been fully reconciled. Some nooks and crannies are yet to be brought into the light. It was in a Kabbalistic climate in February 1953 that mutual mistrust between the Shah and Mossaddeq took on crisis proportions. The Prime Minister saw the court as a hub of conspiracy. A revolt by a Bakhtiari chieftain had just erupted. He suspected the Shah of being involved. Other intrigues may have been afoot or trumped up. General Zahedi had been ordered detained a few days earlier. On 19 February, the day before Henderson handed him the amended version of the oil proposal, Mossaddeq demanded to meet a confidant of the Shah, through whom he sent word that he intended to resign shortly and publicly blame the Shah for his decision. A disturbed Shah sent Court Minister Hussein Allah to persuade Mosaddeq to retract. The Prime Minister remained adamant, accusing the Shah of inciting the Bakhtiari insurgency. He then complained about the Shah's distribution of the crown lands among peasants, presumably believing they should be transferred to the government. He was equally critical of revenues accrued to the crown from the Imam Reza Shrine Foundation in Mashhad. Allah assured him that the Shah wished him to remain Prime Minister, at least to the end of the oil dispute, and explained how Mosaddeq was misplacing the blame for Bakhtiari insurgency. When, finally, Allah relayed the Shah's desire to leave the country temporarily, Mosaddeq initially objected. There is indeed no doubt that it was the Shah who had first raised the idea of departure abroad. This became the core issue of the crisis. The Shah cited as his reason medical matters related to sterility in the royal couple. 10. Some Mosaddeq critics, however, have postulated that he had deliberately stirred up a crisis to force the Shah to leave. Kazem Hasibi, from Mossaddeq's inner circle and his principal oil advisor, has an entry in his unpublished diary on 20 February. According to him, when Mosaddeq informed the inner group that he intended to resign on 24 February, Fatemi retorted, "Why shouldn't we rather force the Shah to depart?" The hypothesis of Mossaddeq's scheming is, however, rather far-fetched. Mosaddeq ended up nodding to the Shah's travel plans. 12. The two decided to keep the trip secret, given the possibilities of agitation. They agreed that the Shah would travel by road to Iraq for pilgrimage to holy shrines, and then proceed to Spain from where a state invitation had been discreetly solicited. The royal couple would then proceed to Switzerland for 2 months of skiing and medical checks. The travel plan, now scheduled for Saturday, February 28, 1953, Noé Esfand 1331 in the Iranian calendar, was, however, leaked. The court's chamberlain, Hormuz Pirnia, no doubt fearful that the royal couple's departure may be definitive, tipped off 2 implacable enemies of Mosaddeq, both his own family relatives. The first was Ahmed Kavam, the disgraced ex-prime minister. The second leak went to the Zahedi family. The general having been detained just a few days earlier, the call went to his son, Ardashir Zahedi. Pirnia had just set off the political sirens. Kavam called Ayatollah Behbahani, the pro-Shah Shiite prelate of Tehran with close ties to Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi, in Qom. Ardashir Zahedi on his part called Ayatollah Kashani, as well as the Majlis opposition heavyweights, Maki and Baka A. 15. It is possible that Court Minister Allah may have also informed some key religious figures, as Queen Soraya later recalled in her memoirs. Cessnacht. Unlike Behbahani, who was alarmed by the news of the Shah's impending departure, Kashani saw in the event an opportunity to avenge Mosaddeq. As the Speaker of the Majlis, he addressed a letter to the Shah and dispatched a parliamentary delegation, the Majlis Bureau, urging him to desist. He promised resounding parliamentary support for the Shah if things came to a head, but the Shah could not be swayed. On his part, Behbahani called the Grand Shiite Majah, Ayatollah Boroujerdi in Qom, who appears to have instructed him to intercede with the Shah, as well as with Mosaddeq, to prevent the departure. Contact with, and intervention by, Boroujerdi is asserted by the Zahedi camp, and tacitly confirmed by Mosaddeq himself. Ardashir Zahedi recalls in his memoirs that initially, he was assigned to travel overnight to Qom, and deliver a letter that had been prepared to the Grand Ayatollah. This plan changed, due probably to the imminence of the event. 17. According to him, he, Boroujerdi, was of the opinion that action must be taken to prevent the Shah from leaving. In his memoirs, Mosaddeq also confirms a call from Behbahani inquiring about the Shah's departure. Surprised, Mosaddeq had responded that the decision had been taken by the Shah. 18. Behbahani subsequently called on the Shah, telling him bluntly that if he left the country, he might never be able to return. Both Behbahani and Kashani were quick in rallying a crowd of a few thousand from downtown neighborhoods and athletic clubs. They were joined by retired army officers and some alerted supporters of the Shah. Mosaddeq, who had a farewell lunch appointment with the Shah, was at the Winter Palace, a stone's throw from Mossaddeq's own residence. There he received a message from Henderson for an urgent meeting. On his way out of the palace, Mosaddeq noted a hostile crowd in front of the main gate. He was helped by the Shah's personal driver and officers of the Imperial Guard to find his way out through a back door and reach his residence in time to receive Henderson at 13:30. 21. In his report of the event to Washington, Henderson confirms that the news of the departure having been the talk of the town since the previous evening, he felt free to call on Mosaddeq and urge him to prevent the Shah's departure. 2. Mosaddeq's own take, in retrospect, is somewhat different. He was convinced that on that day there had been a plot to assassinate him in front of the palace main gate. He implicitly implicates the US ambassador in the plot, writing in his memoirs that the ambassador's request for an urgent meeting was puzzling at best, as he had nothing important to say. Later in the afternoon, Mosaddeq's residence came under mob assault, and a few people killed and some wounded in the mayhem. And Mosaddeq had to flee through a neighbor's wall and took sanctuary in Majlis. He was persuaded later to return home, after the deputies pledged that the outstanding issues between the Shah and the Prime Minister would be settled through a parliamentary committee. 25. Was there any plot afoot to eliminate Mosaddeq as he has insinuated? If Mossaddeq's bad vibes about Henderson were clearly preposterous, the same could not be said of the Rashidian brothers, the Fadai-an-Islam, remnants, or other Kashani supporters. It is, however, unlikely that Mossaddeq's foes could have rallied quickly enough for an attempt on his life. In greater likelihood, Kashani had intended to deal a blow to the Prime Minister's prestige and induce him to resign. Ayatollah Behbahani, on the other hand, had no axe to grind with Mossaddeq, and his involvement must have been out of a genuine sense of alarm, shared by him and by his hierarchical superior, Boroujerdi in Qom, over the consequences of the monarch's departure. Yet by making common cause with Mossaddeq's opponents, a crucial threshold had been crossed. This was the realignment of the quietist Shiite leadership with the politicized clerics. In retrospect, the 28 February collision was a prelude, some believe a dry run, to events that were to unfold between 15 and 19 August. It consolidated the internal opposition, which was now comprised of right-wing politicians, purged military officers, and the rank and file of the security forces. Most significantly, it tagged along the quietist Shiite leaders who were now making common cause in an implicit clerical confederacy. The Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi, a retrospective sketch. In Qom, the Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Hussein Boroujerdi, the unrivaled and revered leader of world Shiites and the main marja or source of emulation, was in many ways dissimilar to the lesser-ranking, but politically prominent Ayatollah Kashani. Boroujerdi, figure 14, had inherited his mantle from the Grand Ayatollah Haj Hossein Hari Yazdi, who died in 1941. It took several years before a successor could be found. Many had their eyes on Boroujerdi, who, apart from undisputed mastery of jurisprudence, was reputed for his qualities of justice and piety. He was also known to be influential among some tribes, his hometown Boroujerdi being perched on the Zagros mountain range at the heartland of the Lorestan and Bakhtiari regions. When in autumn 1944 he traveled to Tehran for prostate surgery, the Shah in person paid him a visit at the hospital. A rare gesture that may have signaled a preference on the part of the monarch for his ascendancy to the supreme Shiite dignity. Boroujerdi in turn discreetly supported the Shah, and at crucial moments made public gestures of sympathy. One such occasion was when the Shah survived an assassination attempt in February 1949. Boroujerdi's message of sympathy ended with a politically charged phrase, "May God Almighty preserve your kingdom." 27. Figure 14 Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Hussein Boroujerdi. Photo courtesy of Boroujerdi Darioush. Under his tutelage, the Qom seminary students were enjoined to stay out of politics. 28. He vehemently disapproved of methods used by Fadai-an-Islam and had evicted from the seminary its leader, Sayyid Mujtabla Milohi, alias Nawab Safavi, as well as his associate, Sayyid Abdul Hussein Vahedi, the two having formed the movement in the mid-1940s in the Qom seminary. The future leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, at that point a mid-level cleric, fell out with the Grand Ayatollah, who considered Khomeini to be the Fadaians' mentor and possible instigator of the commotions that radical seminarians were causing in the Qom Haza, or Grand Center of Shiite Islam learning. 29. By the same token, relations between Kashani and Boroujerdi were initially tepid. Boroujerdi was solicited, and may have intervened in 1950 to obtain the lifting of Ayatollah Kashani's banishment. Boroujerdi is authoritatively reported to have been helping Kashani financially in later years, and may have bailed him out of a financial squeeze at one crucial point. Furthermore, he appears to have again intervened with the Shah to obtain Kashani's release from prison in 1956, at the time when Razmara's assassination dossier was reopened. 31. For Kashani, Mosaddeq was the enemy to beat, something that made his support for the Shah incidental. Boroujerdi, on the other hand, saw the monarchy as the antithesis of secular republicanism, if not communist atheism. As long as Mosaddeq did not tamper with the fundamentals of the constructed state, Boroujerdi was happy to remain politically aloof. When in late February 1953 the crisis erupted, each of the two prelates saw the menace through their own prism, but a common denominator had been forged. They became uncharted allies, with the difference that Kashani was vocal and dauntless while Boroujerdi was circumspect and unassuming. A political biography of Boroujerdi, published on his official website run from QM, characterizes Boroujerdi's attitude towards Kashani as discreet support. 32 signs of this complicity could soon be seen in Majlis discussions and in political lineups. During the debate on the Shah's constitutional powers in early 1953, deputies who were allied with clerics who sided with opponents of Mosaddeq, a deputy reputed to be close both to Kashani and to Boroujerdi, depicted the Shiite hierarchy and the crown as the two pillars of stability along with good governance. Yet during the early months of nationalization in 1951, Boroujerdi had been supportive of Mosaddeq and his anti-imperialist struggle to safeguard the nation's rights. He had privately urged the Shah to continue his support of Mosaddeq in the face of British adversity and to keep the nation united. Adi 3. This support, however, gradually waned. Even before the February crisis, according to Dr. Mehdi Azhar, a close collaborator of Mosaddeq and his Minister of Educational and Religious Endowments, the Grand Ayatollah had had a dispute with the Mosaddeq government in 1952 and served notice that he might decide to migrate, presumably to Najaf. This would have been inauspicious for Mosaddeq, who immediately backed down. 34. Boroujerdi, however, was averse to public recriminations. He had discreetly intervened to prevent the Shah's departure on Noailles Fand, the February 1953 crisis, but to maintain a facade of neutrality, he issued a declaration in which he invited Mosaddeq and the Shah to resolve their differences. Mosaddeq in turn tried to placate the prelate by decreeing that insult against the Grand Ayatollah was a punishable offense. 36. By early 1953, therefore, clerical opposition to Mosaddeq was gathering force. On Eid Fetr, June 13, 1953, Kashani could reportedly gather a larger crowd than the pro-Mosaddeq rally a week later. Closely allied with Kashani, a veteran soldier and ambitious politician, the retired Major General Fazlollah Zahedi had by then emerged as the front-runner opposition candidate to replace Mosaddeq, if the opposition should prevail. General Fazlollah Zahedi. A brigadier general at the age of 27, Zahedi was the youngest officer to ascend to that rank in Iran's modern army. A hero of several pacification campaigns under Reza Shah, Zahedi, figure 15, had an unrivaled military track record. Zahedi's career, however, was bruised by allegations of corruption, vigorously denied by his supporters and immediate entourage, which dated back to earlier years of his military service and trailed him long after he stepped down as Prime Minister in 1955. 38. His most impressive feat was to obtain the rendition of Sheikh Khazal of Mahamara, later Khorramshahr, in 1924. The latter was the figure 15 General Fazlollah Zahedi as he emerged from his hideout on August 19, 1953. Picture from the personal collection of Ardashir Zahedi, courtesy of Ibex Publishers, c. Autonomous ruler of an Iranian Arab sheikhdom in the oil-rich province of Khuzestan, under Britain's quasi-suzerainty. Khazal's allegiance to the central government in Tehran was nominal at best. The dissolution of the sheikhdom assured the central government's full authority over this oil-rich province. As commander of Isfahan garrison in 1942, Zahedi had been abducted from his residence by a British commando detachment and whisked to Palestine. Together with some 200 other Iranian politicians, including 50 other ranking officers, he was suspected of pro-Axis sympathies and plotting against the Allies. The alleged plot, attributed to German intelligence agents, would have sabotaged the Lend-Lease supply line to the USSR with help from Kashqai tribesmen. This was at a time when the Wehrmacht was poised to enter Caucasia. After his release, Zahedi was reintegrated into the army. In 1946, he commanded the expeditionary forces to the south, where a revolt was afoot to obtain autonomy rights for southern provinces. We have already referred to this episode, noting that British manipulation of the southern tribes was strongly suspected. See the Azerbaijan crisis in Chapter 1. In 1949, as chief of the National Police, Zahedi had helped prevent ballot fraud in the lower house elections in Tehran district. The National Front ticket headed by Mosaddeq swept those elections. When the latter became prime minister in April 1951, Zahedi was his choice for the sensitive post of interior minister. Shortly thereafter, he resigned over Mossaddeq's sharp criticism of the police crackdown on a Tudeh party rally, on the day Averil Harriman arrived in Tehran on July 15, 1951. Appointed senator by the Shah, the amended constitution having empowered the monarch to fill half of the Senate's seats, Zahedi joined Mossaddeq's opponents, and following the Tir, July 21, 1952, uprising, he progressively emerged as the chief contender for premiership. In the words of the CIA internal report, General Zahedi stood out as the only major personality in undisguised opposition to Mosaddeq. 43. Internal conspiracies. By end March 1953, Mosaddeq had reached a point of no return. He contemplated selling oil at drastically reduced rates, including to the Socialist bloc, and may have obtained a promise from the Soviet government for $20 million aid. 44. As a last straw, he appealed directly to Eisenhower, addressing a letter to him on 28 May. 45. He had engaged in a tug-of-war with the opposition over the Shah's constitutional prerogatives and moved to mobilize public opinion in order to pressure the Majlis to ratify their curtailments. According to Court Minister Ala, Figure 16, he also attempted to drive a wedge between the Shah's supporters. The opposition was equally relentless in seeking to destabilize the government. Opposition groups had secretly contacted the Court Minister Ala in March. General Zahedi, for one, had met him on 3 occasions. Through Ala, the opposition hoped to enlist the Shah's support and trigger his intervention. Figure 16 court to dismiss Mosaddeq, but Ala was unable to. Minister Hossein Ala convinced the Shah, who believed Mossaddeq's fall was a matter of time in view of his mismanagement, and that he need not intervene. After extensive consultations, Ala devised a plan for a smooth removal of Mosaddeq, which hinged on the Shah's support. Ala's plan featured 3 steps. 1. Prevail upon the opposition deputies to absent themselves from the Majlis and prevent the formation of a quorum. 2. The Majlis Speaker Kashani would then address a letter to the Shah, invoking the state of lawlessness, adding that in view of threats to their safety, the deputies could not attend the Majlis sessions, rendering the parliament non-functional. 3. Invoking this letter, the Shah would then dismiss Mosaddeq and appoint a high official to ensure law and order, pending the selection of a new prime minister through the usual parliamentary procedures. The Shah, however, made it clear to all, including to Henderson, that he was unwilling to overstep the constitutional bounds. In an intuitive outburst, he remarked to Ala in mid-April that he did not wish to act as a cat's paw for ambitious and unscrupulous Iranian politicians on whose loyalty he could not count. More significantly, he said he suspected the British to be responsible for present frictions between the court and the government. On On his own initiative, Ala personally visited the Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi. Boroujerdi was described as sympathetic but non-committal, promising to convey his reaction at a later stage. 49 other Iranian political figures were also looking to Boroujerdi for guidance if not intervention. Deputy Foreign Minister Mefta later recalled in his memoirs having visited the Grand Ayatollah in June, accompanied by the reputed politician Abdullah Entezam, to warn him against the vulnerabilities of the Shah and the increasing influence of the Tudeh party. The abduction of the police chief. On 20th April, Tehran woke up to the shocking disappearance of the chief of police, Brigadier General Mahmoud Afshatas. Promoted by Mosaddeq, he belonged to a new breed of army officers groomed to replace the old guard. As an army major, Afshatas had served as a bailiff in the Mazandaran province under the Shah's father, having thus been involved in an enterprise infamous for land grabbing, Afshatus had been despised in his youth and denounced as a court henchman. Now in the sensitive post of National Police Chief, he set out to identify mid-level pro-Mosaddeq army officers, submitting a list to Mosaddeq. 51. Afshatus was snared in a house in Midtown Tehran, where he seemingly had a tryst with an attractive woman whose brother, Hossein Khatibi, was later said to be linked to Dr. Bakr A. Be that as it may, the actual perpetrators, mainly retired army officers including 4 brigadiers, were quickly identified and arrested. At least one Iranian source has implicated the Rashidian brothers. An arrest warrant was routinely issued against General Zahedi as well. The latter had to take sanctuary in the Majlis building, helped by Speaker Ayatollah Kashani. Dr. Bakr A., also implicated, still enjoyed parliamentary immunity, which Mosaddeq then sought to rescind. Bakr A. has since vehemently denied any involvement, and claims that confessions against him had been extracted under torture. 54. The link-up, T-Pajax, and the internal cabal. It will be recalled from an earlier passage, the British two-prong strategy, in Chapter 3, that the British covert track, Operation Boot, which had been put in abeyance while the oil negotiations were still ongoing, was reactivated by mid-March 1953. 55. On 18 March, a week after the breakdown of the oil talks, the CIA Director of Operations, Frank Wisner, informed MI6 that the CIA was ready to discuss details of an overthrow plan which had been raised by Woodhouse and Falley when they visited Washington a few months earlier. The decision to change course had come from the State Department. General Walter Bedell Smith, Under-Secretary of State, had determined that the U.S. government could no longer approve of Mosaddeq and would prefer a successor government in which there would be no national frontists. Later in April, he formally endorsed the covert approach. Clearly, it is at this crucial juncture that the internal cabal against Mosaddeq linked up with the Anglo-American overthrow plans. It will be recalled that homegrown plots, whether pseudo-legal or seditious in character, had preceded the Anglo-American scheme. Some ignition attempts by plotters in March had been cold-shouldered by Henderson. The CIA internal history, overthrow, confirms that an ex-Air Force chief, General Gilansha, had contacted the American embassy with a coup plan, which had elicited a non-committal, if mildly encouraging reaction. Similarly, Henderson was impassive when Court Minister Allah approached him on behalf of unidentified plotters in late March. 58. By mid-April, however, Henderson was all ears when Allah outlined his plan for removal of Mosaddeq. The homegrown plans lacked realism, however, hinging invariably on the Shah's elusive support. When in May 1953 MI6 and the CIA finally settled down to practical details of the planning, they were conscious of their shortcomings in terms of human assets. Those of the British consisted essentially of the Rashidian brothers and their presumed network of contacts within influential circles. Nonetheless, the CIA station, which had worked with the brothers since the previous October, believed that the Rashidians overstated and oversold their possibilities. This was roughly the view expressed by their own treating officer, Robin Zayner, see the covert track in Chapter 3, in a meeting with Eden in late 1952. 62. Woodhouse, who regretted Zayner's performance in that meeting, had, nevertheless, observed the involvement of the brothers in currency black marketeering. 63. Long-tongued and corrupt as they were, the Rashidian brothers were above all political animals infatuated with Britain, and, by the same token, were inveterate foes of Mosaddeq. They also enjoyed a certain social standing, and from that standpoint outclassed the two principal U.S. agents who were ordinary journalists and virtually nameless. They were Farouk Kaivani and Ali Jalali. 65. Through the power of the purse, they must have managed the small gangs of street fighters and agitators who rammed into well-groomed Tudor street formations, or, alternatively, may have faked them for evidence and details. See the role of Iranian agents in Chapter 6. Just as the Rashidian brothers, the Kaivani-Jalali tandem must have aggrandized the extent and impact of these measures. 66. Both the CIA station and MI6 also subsidized an assortment of newspapers with virtually no readership, a topic to which we shall shortly return. Another U.S. asset was Colonel Abbas Farzanigan, a former military attaché in Washington, who had extensive connections among the uniformed notables. These proved to be consequential. Curiously, in revealing their assets, the British also named Colonel Hossein Ali Ashrafi, who, other than commanding the 3rd Mountain Brigade, was the martial law administrator, thus a close military aide to Mosaddeq. But this turned out to be inaccurate, as we shall come to in Chapter 5. But up to early August 1953, the T-Pajax military planners had perilously relied on this bogus asset. Details of Anglo-American planning have been chronicled and sourced in several documents and scholarly works, and also revealed in the CIA's internal history, Overthrow. The original plan, drawn up in Nicosia in May 1953, underwent various changes and refinements in Beirut and London. Towards the end, a major readjustment became necessary as a result of the dissolution of the Majlis, which was engineered by Mosaddeq through a referendum. In its original conception, the plan was to provide a catalytic framework within which local political and social forces would be unleashed. The dynamics they generated would lead to the downfall of Mosaddeq. According to this scheme, in an inseminated crisis, the clerics were to take sanctuary, Bast, in the Majlis, and deputies were to vote the government down following a censure motion. The military component of the plan had been conceived as a safeguard against Tudeh or other recalcitrant pro-Mosaddeq forces. If this pseudo-legal scenario failed, the military component would then resort to a putsch. As such, the plan relied on the cooperation of prominent clerics, the support of the armed forces, and that of a majority of Majlis deputies. Further, like its homegrown homologues, the plan required the Shah's full cooperation. The budget allocated was $285,000, with the United States covering $147,000 and Britain $137,000. The plan, codenamed T-Pajax, was approved by Churchill and other British officials on 1 July. The U.S. hierarchy, including President Eisenhower, approved the plan on 11 July, the date from which it became operational. 71. To stage that scenario, the Anglo-American plan called for a campaign of destabilization, aiming to arouse angst and anger among religious leaders. They would also attempt to bribe some Majlis deputies. These measures were to be conducted by CIA Mi-6 Iranian assets, whose real affiliations would remain unknown to recipients. The military component of the plan recognized that Mi-6 CIA assets within the armed forces were too limited, and, as such, incapable of assuring military objectives. General Zahedi, the most visible opposition figure at the time, was hence the natural choice to lead the coup. Another assumption made by planners was that the army would stand behind the Shah, in spite of the firm control of army units by pro-Mosaddeq officers. Later events vindicated this latter assumption. 72. The summer of all dangers. As the summer set in, the war of nerves was at full swing, and tension reached fever pitch. The United States was now fully in line to remove Mosaddeq through covert means. Secretary Dulles skipped Tehran during his tour of the region in the last week of May, in order to play up Mossaddeq's disfavor with America. A negative response by Eisenhower to Mossaddeq's plea for aid was deliberately leaked to the press by American officials. 73. Ambassador Henderson left Tehran on an extended holiday. The Shah's loyal, if scheming, advisor Allah had to step down as court minister, and was replaced by Abul Qasim Amini, of doubtful loyalties to the Shah. Frequent lack of a quorum and other procedural obstructions by opposition deputies rendered the Majlis all but non-functional. Yet, in a crucial test of strength at the end of June, Mossaddeq succeeded in stripping Ayatollah Kashani of his Majlis speakership and replace him with Abdullah Moazzami, one of his own supporters. General Zahedi, who had taken sanctuary in the Majlis compound, now went into hiding. Equally significant was the Majlis vote to appoint the opposition heavyweight Hossein Makki as a member of the Parliamentary Supervisory Board of the National Bank. A public denunciation by Makki of illicit banknote printing was now unavoidable. Mossaddeq could ill afford an aggravation of economic conditions that such a revelation inescapably entailed. As mentioned earlier, the Tudeh rallies dwarfed those of the National Front, stirring up anxiety among conservative elements including senior clerics in Qom and Tehran. This was notably the case of the Seetir uprising anniversary on 21 July. 75%. To the point, the Rashidian brothers were bribing some deputies in anticipation of a vote of no confidence that was to follow a contrived crisis as scripted in T-Pajax. One opposition deputy, Ali Zohari, had filed a censure motion, while a fake Tudeh hate mail campaign against clerics must have also commenced. Mossaddeq no doubt had been tipped off about the bribing efforts of British agents, a fact he brought up in his last meeting with Henderson on 18 August 76. See also, Ambassador Henderson's last meeting with Mosaddeq, in Chapter 6. Only 27 out of 79 deputies were firm Mosaddeq supporters, while roughly the same number opposed him. The loyalties of others who had voted expediently in the past were hardy incontrovertible. To circumvent this gambit, Mosaddeq decided to close down the Majlis. His first step was to obtain the resignation of his own supporters in mid-July. 27 deputies heeded his call and resigned. 25 others followed suit shortly thereafter. This left only 27 deputies who had opposed Mosaddeq from the outset. The much-touted bribing campaign under Tepe Jacques and other covert operations before it had yielded strictly nothing. A rule of thumb analysis in effect shows that the number of deputies voting for Mosaddeq did not really change from July 1952 to August 1953, abstraction being made of the three heavyweight National Front deputies who joined the opposition during the second half of 1952. 77. For all practical purposes, the parliament was now shut down. Yet Mosaddeq decided to put the dissolution of the Majlis to a nationwide referendum. According to the constitution, as amended in 1949, only the Shah had the authority to dissolve the parliament. Mosaddeq had never acknowledged the constitutionality of the 1949 amendments, although their validity, within the confines and shortcomings of Iran's polity, was incontrovertible. They had been enacted by an elected constituent assembly, within the terms of the constitution itself. Later, a motion by Mosaddeq supporters in the 16th Majlis to rescind the 1949 constitutional amendments was not carried. This was a tacit endorsement by the Majlis of the Constitutional Assembly and its enactments. 78. Against such a background, Mosaddeq did not wish to resort to the monarch to obtain the dissolution of Majlis, but indicated that he would seek a royal decree for new elections once the dissolution was approved. Once more, Mosaddeq was leaning on legitimacy to bypass the constitution. 79. As August set in, Tehran was abuzz with premonition and feverish expectancy. Nocturnal anti-referendum rallies organized by Ayatollah Kashani at his residence in Pia-Menar, a popular neighborhood in southern Tehran and a Kashani stronghold, were punctuated with mayhem caused by presumed pro-Mosaddeq crowds. In a move seen as an act of religious encroachment in politics, Kashani issued a fatwa for the boycott of the plebiscite, a move that was not sanctioned either by Boroujerdi or Behbahani, but, according to evidence surfaced in later years, had the blessing of the future founder of the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. 80 Boroujerdi avoided any public display of partisanship. Two of Mossaddeq's close associates, Dr. G.H. Siddiqui and Dr. Karim Sanjabi, recall having warned Mosaddeq that the move could enable the Shah to dismiss him, given ample precedent set during the Majlis Interregna earlier in the century. 81. Mosaddeq had dismissed the warnings. 82. The plebiscite was carried out in Tehran on 3 August. Separate voting booths for yes and no votes were set up, resulting in a 99.9% Mosaddeq victory. In Seattle, speaking to a gathering of state governors, Eisenhower digressed to criticize Mosaddeq for closing down the parliament, an act, he specified, that had been supported by the Communist Party. 83 later, Woodhouse wrote that the digression had been an arranged signal to the Shah, fixed by Roosevelt, to convince the monarch of the U.S. president's knowledge about and support of the coup plan. A New York Times editorial on 4 August characterized the exercise as more fantastic and farcical than any ever held under Hitler or Stalin, and described it as an effort by Premier Mosaddeq to make himself unchallenged dictator of the country. Likewise, Secretary Dulles said in an interview on 28 July that Mossaddeq's tolerance of Tudor activities made it more difficult for the United States to give aid to his government. 85. In retrospect, the referendum could be viewed as Mossaddeq's most consequential misstep, in that, among other things, it propelled the Shah to join the ranks of the plotters, unleashing a chain of events that led to his downfall. The taming of the Shah. In the midst of the turmoil described above, MI6 CIA planners had set out to convince the Shah to join their plot. This proved a frustrating undertaking. The young monarch preferred to bide his time and allow Mossaddeq to be ousted through legal means. On 30th May, Ambassador Henderson conveyed a personal message of support from Churchill to the Shah, The British Prime Minister intended to dispel a deep-seated distrust the Shah was known to harbour towards Britain. This was a first move to enlist the Shah's cooperation. The Shah conveyed his gratification with a tinge of irony. The British had always advised him in the past, he remarked, to conduct himself as constitutional monarch in a European sense. It now seemed their policy in this regard was changing. He went on to say that he was convinced that unless he played certain role in the political and particularly in military fields, the country would relapse into confusion and chaos. 86. When Henderson, acting under the Tepe-Jack scenario, sounded him on General Zahedi as a choice to replace Mosaddeq, the Shah was less than enthusiastic. He said he would agree if Zahedi could be appointed through established legal procedures, and if the United States would then pledge to support the government financially so that it could function. 7. The Shah, however, believed it was easier to achieve an oil settlement with Mosaddeq than a successor government. In a display of good faith, ignored by the historians of this episode, the Shah remarked to Henderson, "Any avenue which might lead towards settlement of the oil dispute with Mosaddeq should not be ignored, even if an attempt at settlement might result in prolongation of the Mosaddeq government." The Shah hoped in case no settlement of the oil dispute was possible, and if Dr. Mosaddeq continues in power, the US would extend sufficient financial and economic assistance to Mossaddeq's government to enable Iran to pass through the present crisis. 89. In the ensuing weeks, Tepe-Jack's planners showed flair and imagination in finding ways to bring pressure to bear on the Shah and co-opting him into their scheme. The first move was to get Princess Ashraf, the exiled twin sister of the Shah, to deliver a message to her brother. The CIA agent spotted the princess in Deauville, France, and managed to convince her to fly to Tehran. The return on 25 July angered the pro-Mossaddeq press and fed speculations of a simmering conspiracy. In a public humiliation of the Shah, the new court minister Abolkasem Amini issued a declaration warning the members of the royal family against breaches of protocol. The Shah refused to receive his sister, but received her missive through a court official, named as a British asset in the CIA report, and may have finally deigned to grant her an audience. 92. From his sister the Shah learned that an American emissary general Norman Schwarzkopf Sr. was to visit him soon on behalf of the US government. Britain, for her part, began their salvos through their man in Tehran, Asadollah Rashidian. The latter visited the palace late in July with the aim of impressing upon the Shah that he was not a mere lackey, but an authentic mouthpiece for Whitehall. According to the CIA internal report, he employed signals from the BBC to establish his credentials. Eisenhower's digression in his Seattle speech on 4 August, which we referred to earlier in this chapter, is said by Woodhouse to have been another signal to reassure in the Shah. The Shah must have been impressed, but for now, remained unyielding. General Schwarzkopf arrived late in July and met the Shah on 1 August. He had previously served in Iran and was credited with having organized Iran's rural police, the gendarmerie. As such, he was regarded as someone the Shah trusted. 94. The exact content of his message had. Figure 17. Princess Ashraf, the Shah's twin sister, April 1951. Photo by Dmitry Kessel, see Time Life Getty, 2009. Been scripted in the plan, but was somewhat modified in view of the impending closure of the Majles. He wished the Shah to sign a Farman, royal decree, appointing General Zahedi as the army chief of staff, and another document, in which the Shah would denounce Mossaddeq's decision to shut down the Majles. The Shah flatly refused to go along with it. On the other hand, he told Schwarzkopf that should Mossaddeq carry through his referendum, which had not yet taken place, and dissolve the parliament, he, the Shah, would be empowered under the constitution to replace him with a prime minister of his choice. 95. This resulted in a major change in Tepe-Jack's planning in the ensuing days. Henceforth, the plan centered on replacing Mossaddeq with General Zahedi once the dissolution of the Majles was accomplished. The Shah, nonetheless, remained decidedly non-committal. There was nothing new about the Shah's reaction. Over time, he had invoked legality and parliamentary procedures with remarkable. Figure 18. Brigadier General Norman H. Schwarzkopf, Sr. Photo by AP, see AP, 2007. Consistency to shield himself against pressures to remove Mossaddeq. This was the main reason why his foreign interlocutors taxed him with being wavering and irresolute. The Anglo-American planners were by then frustrated with his refusal to bend, but had yet another ace up their sleeve. Kermit Kim Roosevelt, the designated field commander for Tepe-Jacks, had just arrived in Tehran. He made a few secret visits to the Shah at the Saadabad Palace, the monarch's summer residence on the upper skirts of Alborz Range. Faced with the Shah's continued tergiversation, Roosevelt shifted to a tough line, making the Shah an offer he could not refuse. The scene had been scripted out in the coup plan. In effect, Tepe-Jacks had relied on the Shah's cooperation, but had foreseen the possibility that he may balk. A key passage in the plan read, "Should the Shah fail to go along with the U.S. representative or fail to produce the required documents, General Zahedi would be informed that the United States would be ready to go ahead without the Shah's active cooperation." Figure 19, Kermit Kim Roosevelt, as an oil executive in the 1960s. Photo by AP, CAP, 2007. More explicitly, the plan had prescribed that the U.S. Special Representative should, among other things, say the following to the Shah: "If the Shah fails to go along, his dynasty is bound to come to an end soon." In spite of the Shah's previous misconceptions, the United States and the United Kingdom have been and continue to support him, but if the Shah fails now, this support will be withdrawn, emphasis added. 96. On the strength of this provision, Kim Roosevelt decided to make the Shah understand that if he refused to cooperate, he could ultimately be dispensed with. A plain blackmail was then performed by Roosevelt. In the CIA Internal History Overthrow, we read a passage which captures this historical moment. On 3 August, Roosevelt had a long and inconclusive session with the Shah. The latter stated that he was not an adventurer, and hence, could not take the chances of one. Roosevelt pointed out that there was no other way by which the government could be changed, and the test was now between Mosaddeq, and his force, and the Shah and his army, which was still with him, but which would soon slip away. Roosevelt finally said that he would remain at hand a few days longer, in expectation of an affirmative decision, and then would leave the country. In the latter case, the Shah should realize that failure to act could lead only to a communist Iran or to a second Korea. He concluded by saying that his government was not prepared to accept these possibilities, and that some other plan might be carried through, emphasis added. 97. With the Anglo-American juggernaut now on the move, the Shah's surrender was a matter of time. Mohammad Reza must have spent tormenting days and sleepless nights wavering. His temperament and judgment kept him from a plunge into adventurism. Yet, at that point in time, he faced two of the history's all-time colossuses, Churchill and Eisenhower, trying to lure him to their side, with an implied warning that refusal would be at his own peril. Before the final nod, the Shah considered his options. One was to give verbal encouragement to officers involved in the plot, and then leave for his Caspian resort lodge at Kaladasht. On 10 August, he received Colonel Hassan Akavi, who briefed the Shah on the operation, and no doubt gave him the names of key army officers involved in the plot. 8. The Shah was not reassured. Asdollah Rashidian, whose access to the palace was less complicated than that of Roosevelt, then went to see the Shah. According to the CIA's account, he told the monarch that Roosevelt would soon leave Iran in disgust if the Shah did not sign the two farmans shortly. The Shah had already been served notice of the implications of a refusal. The blackmail was now consummated. The Shah's private secretary Rahim Hirad was given the order to prepare the texts. 99. The Shah signed them on 13 August, only after he was a safe distance away from the capital in his Caspian lodge. It is likely that his wife Queen Soraya may have goaded him to overcome last-minute hesitations. The failure of the Tepe-Jacks coup. Early in August, Mosaddeq organized the previously heralded referendum. As mentioned earlier, he erred by having separate polling stations set up for the aye and nay voters, something that further diminished the credibility of the exercise. Only 170 voters ventured to the nay booths in Tehran, allowing the move to pass with 99.4% overall approval. The dissolution of the Majlis allowed the coup plan to be sanitized and assume an aura of legality in line with what the Shah had intimated to General Schwarzkopf a few days earlier. The focus of the revised Anglo-American plan was thus shifted to the two royal decrees, Farmer N, dismissing Mosaddeq and replacing him with General Zahedi. Equally central to the plan was to ensure that Mosaddeq would not be in a position to counteract. Plans were made for the commander of the Imperial Guard, Colonel Nematollah Nasiri, to deliver the dismissal decree late at night, accompanied by an armored detachment. 100% simultaneously, the Imperial Guard units were to take over the main army command post in Sevvom Esfand Avenue, as well as other strategic places. Chief of Staff Riahi and some of Mossaddeq's left-leaning colleagues, notably Hossein Fatemi, were to be arrested. This scenario was in effect played out in the late hours of 15 and early hours of 16 August. It failed. Colonel Nasiri was arrested in front of the Prime Minister's house, where he had delivered the royal fiat and obtained a handwritten receipt signed and dated by Mosaddeq. 101 General Riahi could not be arrested at his residence as planned. He had returned to his command post in downtown Tehran, after Mosaddeq in person alerted him. He ordered the disarming of Imperial Guard units in their barracks in Bi-Aki Shah, literally meaning the Shah's garden, and possibly the arrest of Nasiri. 1 and 2. Foreign Minister Fatemi, and 2 other Mossaddeq colleagues who had been picked up by the putschist units at midnight, were released by daybreak, and went straight to Mossaddeq's residence. Contradictory accounts given by different participants prevent an impeachable reconstruction of what went on in the early hours of 16 August. Different actors have provided different explanations for the failure. What is certain is that the 2-day secret military network, which had infiltrated key army units, including the Imperial Guard, had learned the details of the coup plot. In his memoirs, Noureddin Kianouri, at the time a key figure in the 2-day leadership and its future general secretary, confirms he had personally tipped off Mosaddeq by telephone. The news of an impending coup had been publicly announced in Tudeh press on 13 to 14 August, but it was only late in the afternoon of Saturday 15 August that Kianouri had learned the details of the plot and could convey it to Mosaddeq. He used a back channel to the Prime Minister's private quarters, given the fact that the spouses of the 2 men were close family relatives. 103 Mosaddeq and his army chief, Riahi, were thus alerted, enabling them to take the necessary countermeasures. 104. Other than Colonel Nasiri, a host of officers involved or implicated in the coup were also arrested. General Zahedi learned the news of the failure of the plan en route to the officers' club, which he had chosen as his temporary headquarters had the coup succeeded. 105. The following day, a prize was set for information leading to his arrest. According to one account, attributed to Mossaddeq's propaganda chief Bashir Faramand, the Prime Minister initially tilted towards compliance and even prepared a farewell address to the nation, but was dissuaded by his entourage before daybreak. 106. Whatever the truth of this account, an early morning Tehran radio news bulletin announced that a coup by units of the Imperial Guard had been foiled, and the plotters arrested. In later years, the issue of legality and nature of the operations has been raised and debated. Some have postulated that the Shah acted within his constitutional powers. Others denied that the Shah ever possessed such prerogatives. One thing, however, is clear. The royal decree was part of a plot hatched by 2 foreign powers. The head of state had been co-opted in circumstances which could be characterized as duress. These factors should divest the operation of all vestiges of legality, even if, in the strictest sense, the removal procedure was in conformity with precedents established in earlier years of constitutional monarchy. 107. Mosaddeq did not reveal the dismissal order outside a small circle of close advisors. Not even all his cabinet ministers were in the know. 108. He later explained that he had assumed the Farman was a forgery, given the time and the manner in which it had been delivered. In his memoirs, he postulates that had the dismissal order been delivered through regular channels, he would have abided by it and stepped down. N9. Mossaddeq's assertions on this subject, however, are somewhat wavering, if not contradictory. In response to a query by Ambassador Henderson, whom he received on the evening of 18 August, Mossaddeq denied having received any royal decree, adding bluntly that even if he had, it would have made no difference as he regarded the Shah's powers ceremonial in nature. 110. Still, in another passage of his memoirs, he says he would have gladly stepped down if he were not convinced that he could resolve the oil dispute in the best interest of Iran. In reporting the failure of Tepa Jacks to President Eisenhower, the Under-Secretary of State, General Walter Bedell Smith, Figure 20, attributed the failure of the plan to delay and vacillation by the Iranian generals concerned, during which Mosaddeq had found out all that was happening. Significantly, General Smith continues, "We now have to." Figure 20. Undersecretary of State, General Walter Bedell Smith. As the CIA director under the Truman administration and deputy to John Foster Dulles in the Eisenhower administration, he played a key role in shaping U.S. policy towards Iran in the early 1950s. Photo by AP. CAP 2009. Take a new look at the Iranian situation and probably have to snuggle up to Mosaddeq sick if we are going to have anything there. I dare say this means a little added difficulty with the British. 111. General Smith's account of the failure of the coup had been taken from the record of the Shah's meeting with the U.S. ambassador in Baghdad, where the monarch had given an account of the events of the previous few days and his understanding of how the coup had failed. We shall return to this meeting in the course of the next chapter. See the opening section, The Gathering Storm. It is interesting here to note that the word counter-coup, which later became the title of Kermit Roosevelt's book, was first used in General Smith's brief note to Eisenhower. This historical document confirms, if confirmation was needed, that the administration had no backup plans to dislodge Mosaddeq in case the original plan failed. Pet. The Downfall. This chapter is devoted to a reconstruction of events during the 4 critical days from the collapse of the Tepe-Jacques coup in the early hours of 16 August to the actual downfall of the Mosaddeq government late in the afternoon of 19 August. The main happenings during this interval are known, but the axiom "the devil is in the detail" is eminently relevant to this brief episode. This is because, in recounting these events, some authors have assigned a special significance to certain happenings, projecting them as evidence of deliberate manipulation by the Tepe-Jacques plotters to influence the course of events or steer them in a desired direction. Interpretative narratives reflect, at times, a view taken through an ideological prism or result from preconceived assumptions. In delving into details of this episode, therefore, we maintain a focus also on the events which have lent themselves to such interpretations and spins. A case in point is the emphasis placed on the so-called black and grey propaganda by the Tepe-Jacques agents, or the presumed participation of some military units alleged to have been earmarked under the original coups. In 3 subsections, the chapter strives to shed light on all the intricate facets of responsibility versus claims of responsibility for the downfall. Combined with the ensuing Chapter 6, where additional data and analyses are provided, we strive to present a comprehensive body of evidence on the CIA-CIS role in the actual downfall of the Mosaddeq government. Both chapters lean heavily on the declassified State Department papers, as well as on the CIA's own internal history, overthrow. Like other parts of this study, it also benefits from the published recollections of primary actors. As in previous chapters, annotations provided in notes constitute an important source of complementary information. The Downfall 99, The Gathering Storm, 16 to August 18, 1953. The news of the coup failure reached the Shah in his Caspian resort lodge, possibly by his Swiss aide Ernest Perron. In panic, he flew off to Baghdad in his personal Beechcraft, accompanied by his wife Queen Soraya and 2 aides. They were received with courtesy in Baghdad and lodged in the state guest house. But their presence posed an immediate dilemma for the Iraqi government, which was served notice on 16 August by Foreign Minister Fatemi, that the presence of the Shah in Iraq could adversely affect bilateral relations. Both the State Department and the Foreign Office were thenceforth cautious in their attitude vis-à-vis the Shah, now a potential liability. The Foreign Office vetoed a request from Derbyshire and Leavitt in Cyprus to travel to Baghdad to see the Shah. CIA headquarters informed the station in Tehran late on 16 August that the State Department was firmly opposed to any American effort to contact the Shah and suggested the British do it. Yet, at the Shah's request, the U.S. ambassador in Baghdad, Burton Berry, met him on 16 August. After briefing the ambassador on the events of the previous few weeks, the Shah said he wanted to make a public statement, but before doing so, needed information and advice, presumably through American channels. His proposed statement would say in essence that he had dismissed Mosaddeq and replaced him with General Zahedi because Mosaddeq had systematically violated the constitution. He had left the country to avoid bloodshed, but had not abdicated and was ready to return when he could serve the nation. Before leaving for Rome, Figure 21, he made the statement on his own initiative, adding that he was confident about the loyalty of his people. In Rome, he received a message from Dulles, sent through the U.S. Embassy there, belatedly encouraging him to make a statement. The proposed text by Dulles was, however, a rephrasing the Shah's own text, the American Input may, however, have encouraged him to give interviews with an array of newsmen. His departure on 16 August was the tipping point, unleashing torrents of opposing forces in the streets of Tehran, yet the Shah himself remained largely in the shadows, his contribution being confined to his press statements. In Iran, the central issue was the regime change. The Tudeh party began a massive campaign to end not just the monarchy, but all its vestiges, which meant the feudalistic structure of power and bureaucratic capitalism, of which the monarchy was seen to be the symbol as well as protector. The four-point declaration issued by the Executive Committee of the Tudeh on 18 August, including advocacy for a 100% Iran and the CIA. Figure 21. The Shah and Queen Soraya arriving in Rome, August 18, 1953. Photo by AP. See AP 2009. Democratic Republic contained strong Marxist revolutionary properties. It marked the ascendancy of the party's more doctrinaire leaders, notably Kianuri, who advocated a vanguard role for the party in the anti-feudal, anti-colonial phase of the struggle. The theoretical concept was termed, in their Marxist-Leninist parlance, proletarian hegemony, which meant the Tudeh party ascendancy at the expense of the national bourgeoisie, namely the leadership of Mossaddeq's National Front. The terrain must have been judged propitious, even by the more moderate members of the Tudeh executive body, to henceforth pursue a power-sharing agenda in the short run that could potentially lead, as it had in many other models in Eastern Europe, to an eventual takeover of power. According to some reports on 17 to 18 August, the Tudeh leadership was in marathon contact with Mosaddeq, or his entourage, urging him to declare a republic, and had requested Mosaddeq to give arms to Tudeh militants to counter any move by pro-Shah forces. This ideological drift could be seen in other features of the Tudeh Declaration of 18 August, calling for the abolition of martial law and the legalization of the Tudeh party, while proposing to establish the all-too-familiar United Front, with participation of all other anti-colonial forces. In some provincial capitals, Tudeh militants occupied municipal buildings and hoisted red flags. The declaration also called for the expulsion of the U.S. military mission, Point 4, and American consulates in the provinces. Some observers later pointed to eerie parallels with the episode of Edvard Beneš in 1948, when communist coalition partners ousted the bourgeois nationalist president of Czechoslovakia. The newly appointed Soviet ambassador to Tehran, Anatoly Lavrentiev, was a specialist in Eastern European countries who had been rushed from his post as ambassador in Bucharest, where he had stayed less than a year, to Tehran. He had been deputy foreign minister in Moscow, as well as an ambassador in Belgrade, during Tito's rupture with the USSR, and in Czechoslovakia, after Beneš's fall, and as such was a very senior ambassador. According to an anecdote recounted by Abul Hossein Meftah, deputy foreign minister in Mossaddeq's government, and confirmed by the New York Times, Lavrentiev attempted suicide shortly after the fall of Mosaddeq and was unceremoniously withdrawn. He was said to have been blamed for the failure of the Soviet agenda in Iran. This assumption, as indeed the suicide story, is based on circumstantial evidence only. He was reinstalled and returned to his post in Tehran. 13. The Tudeh campaign, which started with a march to the Reza Shah mausoleum on the morning of 17 August, culminated in the overturning of statues of the Shah and his father in the main Tehran squares, figure 22. And continued with the removal of all other Pahlavi symbols. Other pro-Mossaddeq parties also participated in this campaign, and it is not excluded that Tepajax's Iranian agents may have zealously participated as agent provocateurs, although it is safe to assume that these events would have occurred with or without their input. We shall return to this latter point in Chapter 6. Some of the more radical Mosaddeq advisors, notably Dr. Fatemi, joined the chorus for ending the monarchy. The latter used scurrilous language in denouncing the Shah in a public rally on 16 August, and in an editorial in B. Akhtar Emruz, the daily he published. A climate of uncertainty reigned amidst rumors, unfounded in all likelihood, that the arrested officers involved in the plot were about to be publicly executed. Furthermore, a rumor began circulating in town that the coup allegation had been inspired by the government to blame the Shah and give Mosaddeq the excuse to move against him. The American embassy reported the prevalence of this rumor to Washington. Patnacked. Mosaddeq was reticent at best about regime change, yet in the immediate aftershock of the coup, had allowed things to slide. He could. 102. AP 2008c. Crowds drag down Reza Shah's statue from Shah Reza Square on August 17, 1953. Photo by AP. Figure 22. Perhaps ill afford alienating the by then narrowed support base of which Tudeh had become the most visible and vocal component. Yet he must have also dreaded a plunge into the anarchy that street scenes heralded. Several indices point to Mosaddeq's acute disquiet on this score. On his orders, Fatemi, as government spokesman, formally denied the regime change, even if he continued his violent anti-Shah diatribe in his paper. Mosaddeq also banned street rallies as of the morning of 18 August. 16th. The dispersal order, as will be seen in the coming pages, was reinforced in the evening, and proved consequential as events unfolded in the following 24 hours. According to the diary of one of his close associates, Mosaddeq was averse to any change that could alienate the United States and the West, on whose help and support he seemed to continue to rely for solvency and the resolution of the oil dispute. Mosaddeq may also have had qualms about alienating the religious hierarchy, although nothing is documented on this point. After some introspection, Mosaddeq settled for the idea of a Regency Council to be endorsed by a nationwide referendum. He never got around to announcing that decision publicly, however. Osmanakt. General Zahedi's camp, after an initial hour of dejection, decided to fight back. The CIA internal history overthrow confirms that the will to fight back was expressed by General Zahedi and his son, and that Kim Roosevelt indeed followed that lead. 19 details of deliberations, planning, and the immediate actions taken by Zahedi and his circle of close associates from the late hours of 15 August to the fall of Mossaddeq's government on the 19 August were chronicled and published by Ardashir Zadi in a 1953 article, Panj Ruze Borani, The 5 Days of Crisis, and later reproduced in his published memoirs with additional explanations and supporting material. The sequence of events provided by him tally with the main thrust of the CIA internal history, but the two accounts diverge on one cardinal point as well as on a few less consequential details. The major discrepancy arises from the fact that Roosevelt broadly hints that events on Wednesday 19 August were pre-planned. The Zahedi camp refers only to a mid-term plan for military insurgency out of Kermanshah, a city some 400 miles to the west of Tehran, and clearly denies any prior knowledge of events that occurred on 19 August. As we proceed, we shall elaborate on both points of convergence and divergence. Both accounts confirm certain preparatory moves in the immediate aftermath of the coup failure. Firstly, the Zahedi camp wanted the public to learn that the Shah, in the exercise of his constitutional prerogative, had removed Mosaddeq and replaced him with General Zahedi. This was accomplished by dissemination of the photostats of the royal decree, along with a statement from General Zahedi. The accompanying statement, in a nutshell, declared that by virtue of the attached farm, and he, General Zahedi, was henceforth the lawful prime minister, and Mossaddeq's orders were as such null and void, those carrying them out would be liable to sanctions. 22 envelopes containing the two documents, according to the Zahedi account, were dropped off in the mailbox of as many government and press offices as feasible. The fact of the drop-offs has been independently confirmed by other sources. In all likelihood, through Farzanagan, the CIA station in Tehran had also helped in a larger dissemination of photostats. The general's son, Ardashir Zahedi, according to both accounts, secretly met and briefed AP, Reuters, and the New York Times Tehran correspondents. Kenneth Love refers to this interview in his 17 and 19 August dispatches. 24. The CIA internal history, while acknowledging that this idea originated from the Zahedi camp, provides a somewhat different account of the way the statement was prepared. According to this version, on the afternoon of 16 August the station was working on a statement by General Zahedi, which had been prepared on the direct advice of Ardashir Zahedi, the Rashidian brothers and Colonel Farzanagan. 25. The New York Times correspondent Kenneth Love, quoting an AP dispatch, also mentions another text in which General Zahedi would have called on Iranian military officers to be ready for ultimate sacrifice to preserve the monarchy and Islam. This language does not appear anywhere in Zahedi's own narratives, an unlikely oversight if the story was genuine. It may have been fabricated under Zahedi's name by T. Pajak's agents and fed to foreign news agencies. Be that as it may, Overthrow admits to severe limitations in their distribution possibilities, forcing them to resort to foreign outlets. The mass circulation Tehran Daily, Kayhan, referred to the Shah's farmhands in its inner pages on 16 and 17 August, citing foreign news dispatches. 27. Abdul Rahman Farmazi, the publisher of Kayhan, was a staunch Mosaddeq foe, and was in direct contact with the Zahedi camp, even after the coup failure. 1. Shahed, published by Bakae, printed a photo of the Shah's farmhand on 18 August. These two opposition heavyweights hardly needed the CIA station to prop them up. A string of low-circulation Tehran newspapers, some CIA subsidized, followed suit on 19 August, the day of Mossaddeq's fall. 29. The second preparatory line was to contact some provincial military commanders, notably in Isfahan and Kermanshah, with a view to establishing a base outside Tehran to conduct an armed insurrection. The proposal to establish a base outside Tehran had come from General Zahedi in the course of an internal meeting with his Iranian advisors on 16 August in the general's hideout. The plan was predicated on a grim assessment of human and material resources available to him in Tehran. According to a verbatim-like account of General Zahedi's words, recorded in the 1953 article published by his son, the general said that people he could count on in Tehran did not exceed 15 persons, and that all military units and security forces were commanded by officers who were a priori loyal to Mosaddeq. This was the logic of a mid-term strategy of insurrection out of a provincial capital. The insurrection plan, in substance, is confirmed in the overthrow account, though the latter assigns the plan a different objective and provides a different time and setting for its adoption. According to both accounts, Ardashir Zahedi traveled to Esfahan, where he rallied the deputy division commander, Colonel Amir Koli Zargami, while Colonel Farzanigan traveled to Kermanshah, where he met the brigade commander, Colonel Taimour Bakhtiar, and seemingly obtained his cooperation. In all likelihood, the trips received logistical support from the CIA station. False identity cards may have been issued by the station. What these secret missions reveal is that the Zahedi camp was focused on that mid-term plan, as opposed to an immediate strike as Kim Roosevelt later claimed. 33. In effect, in his post-facto debriefings in Washington, reflected in Overthrow, Kim Roosevelt referred to a different planning meeting, described as a Council of War, held on the evening of 17 August at the U.S. Embassy compound with the participation of General Zahedi and other key Iranian actors, as well as MI6 agents, the Rashidian brothers. According to Overthrow, following a 4-hour deliberation, a comprehensive plan with military and political components was adopted, and at the end, it was decided that some action would be taken on Wednesday the 19th. A detailed analysis of these assertions has been provided in Chapter 6, Anatomy of 19 August. We will not therefore dwell on it at this point. The backlash. Events leading to the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August. The first hint of a backlash appeared on the evening of 17 August, when security elements that clashed with Tudeh militants reportedly manifested pro-Shah sentiments. Overthrow refers to this incident as the first encouraging sign. More significantly, for the first time since the departure of the Shah 2 days earlier, scattered pro-Shah demonstrators appeared in the streets of the capital on the evening of 18 August, and clashed with the Tudeh militants. In his dispatch of 18 August, Kenneth Love also refers to a small pro-Shah demonstration in the morning. Some elements of the security forces again manifested pro-Shah sentiments, and the crackdown on the Tudeh demonstrators was particularly severe. Curiously, the CIA narrative does not seek to link these demonstrations in any manner to the decisions adopted the previous night in Roosevelt's Council of War. 34. Ardashir Zahedi for his part says, "People poured out into the streets either on their own initiative or on instructions issued by religious leaders," emphasis added. 35. Significantly, he affirms that news of that evening's happenings boosted General Zahedi's morale, who cancelled his plans to move to Kermanshah the following day, that is Wednesday 19 August, from where he had planned to launch his insurrection. As of the early hours of Wednesday 19 August, initially sparse crowds gathered around the Tehran Bazaar area, chanting pro-Shah slogans. Demonstrators soon grew, and throngs sprouted as they moved uptown in the directions of the municipality, the Ministry of the Interior, and the post office, and later towards Bar-Aristan Square, where the Majlis was located. A growing crowd, undeterred by the police, sacked the Tudeh and pro-Mosaddeq newspapers and party headquarters. In his recollections, Mosaddeq's interior minister, Dr. Ghulam Hossein Siddiqui, notes that around 9 a.m., scant pro-Shah groups were roaming in town, and some were in the vicinity of his ministry. 37 chroniclers or eyewitnesses have described the crowds in different, at times contrasting terms. A secret British document, which is analysed in Chapter 6 of this study, maintains that the core group of demonstrators, estimated at 3,000, who started the demonstration at 8 a.m. from the bazaar area, were in most part hired for this purpose, though they may have entertained genuine pro-Shah sentiments. Among them there were many unemployed people and many well-known hooligans. The crowd grew as time went on, and a large number of well-to-do people, who resented Mosaddeq's Sikh government, especially his recent pro-Tudor policy, joined the demonstrations. 38. The American Weekly Saturday Evening Post, in an article by Richard and Gladys Harkness, published in its issue of November 6, 1954, referred to groups of oddball athletes displaying amusing skills to attract crowds before chanting pro-Shah slogans. This same impression is conveyed by Woodhouse, who later mused about a grotesque procession through Tehran, headed by tumblers turning handsprings, weightlifters turning iron bars, and wrestlers flexing their biceps. 40 others, including the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and author Richard Cottam in his early writings, conveyed the opposite impression, to which we have referred under the U.S. Embassy monitoring heading below and in other passages of this study. These contradictory observations are part of the truth of a complex event that could not be apprehended unless viewed in its full dimensions. We will try to shed light on these contrasts and provide a coherent picture as we proceed through chapters 6 and 7. The narrative in the present chapter aims to describe the events through the lenses of several key observers, including the U.S. Embassy. Mosaddeq had ordered a ban on all demonstrations as of the morning of the previous day, Tuesday, 18th August. The police crackdown on Tudor militants on Tuesday evening had been particularly severe. Mosaddeq reinforced his crackdown order possibly after the meeting with Ambassador Henderson, which took place at 6 p.m. on 18th August. The Tudor agitations, especially the call for a democratic republic, see the first section of this chapter, had no doubt troubled the quintessentially establishment politician that Mosaddeq was. He also decided on that day to shake up the top law enforcement ranks, as we shall shortly come to. On the previous evening, the Tudor militants had gathered in Sepa Square, preparing to hang a gigantic placard over the municipality building, calling for the end of monarchy and a democratic republic when security forces arrived. According to the top Tudor official Kianuri, some 600 party cadres had been detained. Now on this fateful Wednesday, Tudor activists remained at home. Kianuri confirms that a meeting of the party leadership on the morning of 19 August took the decision to contact Mosaddeq and send a delegation to persuade him to call for public mobilization and the distribution of arms. Kianuri recalls having called Mosaddeq on the morning of 19 August, offering to send party militants onto the streets if Mosaddeq cancelled his previous day's order. Mosaddeq, however, had told him off, citing the risks of bloodshed. He equally rejected a similar appeal by the Tudor delegation, which seemingly met him sometime on the morning of 19 August. While the accuracy of all the above is hard to certify, it can safely be assumed that the occurrences of the morning of 19 August took the Tudor leadership by surprise, and that the party structure was in a state of disarray. In those days, it was common to send truckloads of soldiers under martial law command to the city's troubled zones. This standard practice was no doubt followed when riotous demonstrations broke out in various parts in downtown Tehran. When Mosaddeq ordered the dispersal of the crowds, it appeared that law enforcement officials at various levels, down to policemen and soldiers deployed in the streets, disobeyed or obstructed the orders. This point is confirmed by Mossaddeq's Minister of the Interior, Dr. Siddiqui, who in his published recollections refers to a telephone conversation around 11 a.m. with the outgoing martial law administrator Colonel Ashrafi. The latter reported to the minister that units sent to disperse the crowd could not be trusted, and that some had joined the demonstrators. There is no doubt that within the senior police ranks, there were many who deplored the turn of events following the Shah's departure, and genuine pro-Shah sentiments exited among the law enforcement rank and file. Sensing foul play or incompetence, Mosaddeq had decided the previous day to replace both the police chief, General Nasrallah Modaba, and the martial law administrator, Colonel Ashrafi. He ended up entrusting both jobs to a family relative, General Mohammad Daftari, whose loyalties were also unclear. 46. It is widely reported that the disarmed Imperial Guard elements requisitioned trucks and roamed the streets of the capital when the news of pro-Shah street demonstrations spread. This move might have been misconstrued by overthrow, which refers to truckloads of pro-Shah military personnel in all main squares by 10-15 mm. This latter assertion is not supported either by the US Embassy monitoring reports or the digest of press coverage of events published the following day in Tehran, or for whatever they are worth, the recollections of the Tudeh official Kianuri. 48. The US Embassy, in a dispatch to Washington, characterized the attitude of the security forces as initially ambiguous. For his part, Dr. Siddiqui, who drove from his ministry in a tour of the city on his way to Mosaddeq's residence in the early afternoon, figure 23, did not come across any pro-Shah military units. He had, however, traversed some of the Tehran's main arteries and junctions. 49. The CIA internal history, overthrow, provides other dubious specifics about the presence on the scene of officers purportedly linked to the earlier TP Ajax coup attempt. This subject is treated in depth under the military factor in the fall of Mosaddeq below. It will be seen from evidence presented there that officers earmarked for the 15 August coup were unknown to General Zahedi, or for that matter to the CIA station. Even the most senior among active officers involved in the 15 August coup, Colonel Nazari, the commanding officer of the 2nd Armored Brigade, was unknown to the CIA station, judging by a key passage in Overthrow. If anyone among the officers earmarked under T. Pajax also. Figure 23. Interior Minister Dr. Gholam Hossein Siddiqui, arriving at Mossaddeq's house in the early afternoon of 19 August, as described in his memoirs. Photo from the private collection of Ardeshir Zahedi. Courtesy of Ibex Publishers, R. Participated in the 19 August riots. It must be regarded as a feature of the haphazard pattern of events on that day. In reality, military intervention in the day's events did not become visible before early afternoon, something that is uncharacteristic of planned military coups. Clearly, when the news of pro-Shah demonstrations spread by word of mouth, some officers and units from garrisons in the outlying areas of Tehran, including a few armored units, spontaneously joined the action, a point also specified in the American Embassy coverage of the day's event. In some accounts it has been mentioned that the armored unit which decisively turned against Mosaddeq on Wednesday afternoon was originally earmarked to protect the Prime Minister, and was sent, on Siddiqui's urging, to prevent the state radio station from falling into the hands of pro-Shah forces. Kenneth Love, for his part, claimed to have tipped off the commander of the tank column, which had joined the crowd around the state radio station, to move to Mossaddeq's house, where pro-Shah crowds were storming the Mosaddeq residence. Whatever the truth of these accounts, the entry of military units as of the early afternoon could not have been part of a pre-planned military coup. The display of elan by the military was rooted not just in the pro-Shah and anti-Tudeh sentiments then prevalent among officers, but was also nourished by rumors that their arrested comrades in arms were about to be executed by the government. These rumors must have had an important psychological impact given the ethos of the Iranian officer corps, a point also made in Overthrow. By noon on 19 August, the street movement had gathered momentum. By early afternoon, the crowd had invested the telecommunication, telegraph and telephone office downtown. Its fall into the hands of the rioters must have been a factor contributing to the mobilization of pro-Shah forces in several provinces. As mentioned earlier, the American Embassy in Tehran closely monitored the situation and dispatched several cables to Washington. It is interesting to view the day's subsequent events through the embassy lens. Monitoring by the US Embassy, the American Embassy, monitoring the situation hour by hour, described participants as not of hoodlum types customarily predominant in recent demonstration in Tehran. They seemed to come from all classes of people. 54. At about 2 p.m., the embassy reported to Washington that a large crowd had gathered around the main radio broadcasting facility, blocking the old Shemiran Road, and intended to occupy the state radio station. Significantly, in the same report the embassy observed, the embassy has not yet been able to figure out the organization and objectives of these activities. At 4 p.m. the embassy reported that the radio station was in the hands of the pro-Shah forces, and that embassy eavesdropping, presumably by the CIA, had detected that the new chief of police, Daftari, had been trying to draw on elements of his previous command, presumably to help Mosaddeq. 56. The embassy confirmed that military and security forces, whose attitude was unclear at the day's onset, had now joined the crowds. The number of officers who individually were rallying to crowds was on the rise. Later in the afternoon, they were reinforced by armored vehicles and a few tanks. At around 2 p.m., according to the U.S. Embassy, some 3,000 hostile demonstrators gathered near the residence of the Prime Minister in Kak Avenue. The military units which had joined demonstrations began an assault on Mosaddeq's residence as of 4 p.m. and were fired upon by units guarding the house. The U.S. Embassy had cited some 6 tanks, displaying portraits of the Shah. They must have later taken part in the assault against the Prime Minister's residence. In the same dispatch, the embassy referred to similar incidents in front of the army's main command post in Sevom Esfand Avenue, and in front of the police headquarters facing the Foreign Ministry. The final hours. General Zahedi, who had initially planned a military revolt from Kermanshah, had seemingly modified his plans and remained in his hideout in Tehran. As mentioned earlier, the change of plan, according to his son Ardeshir, was occasioned by the news of pro-Shah street demonstrations the previous evening and the attitude of security forces, which had clearly shown pro-Shah sentiments. Now in the afternoon of the 19 August, he left his hideout to assume leadership of the street uprisings in the capital. 59th Overthrow asserts that Kim Roosevelt twice visited General Zahedi during the day and urged him at the second meeting to go to Tehran radio station on board a tank that was to be obtained for that purpose. Ardeshir Zahedi vigorously contests this version of events. He insists that he personally drove his father to a rendezvous place near the old Shemiran Road. A tank procured by Deputy Police Chief Colonel Ziauddin Khalatbari, who had rallied to the Zahedi camp, was sent there, on which the general rode to the radio station to deliver his speech. 60. Be that as it may, by 3:30 p.m., Tehran radio had fallen into the hands of the crowd. General Zahedi, riding on the tank, was able to go there and deliver a victory speech at around 5 p.m. By 4 p.m., a fierce battle was raging around Mosaddeq's residence. Casualty estimates vary, but could conservatively be put at several dozen dead, all incidents included. According to Kianuri, sometime after 2 p.m., he contacted Mosaddeq for the third time that day. Only a few hours earlier, Mosaddeq had rejected a Tudeh appeal for public mobilization and distribution of arms, characterizing it as panic. But the Prime Minister was now seeking help. "Everyone has betrayed me, my dear sir," he is quoted as having complained. "If there is anything you can do, go ahead and perform your national duty as you deem fit." The Tudeh organizational structure had, however, been dealt a blow the previous night. Kianuri admits in his memoirs that at that point in time there was nothing the Tudeh party could have done to save the day. Mossaddeq's 11th hour SOS signal to Tudeh, if Kianuri's testimony is accurate, remained inconsequential. The army command post appears to have fallen to pro-Shah forces by about the figure 24 Mosaddeq, waving from his car. Photo, the U.S. State Department c. 2008. Courtesy of the Truman Library R. Same time, the Chief of Army Staff, General Riahi, reportedly called Mosaddeq by telephone to urge him to order a cessation of all resistance and sent an emissary to Mossaddeq's house to persuade him to follow that advice. By 5 p.m., a dejected Mosaddeq agreed to raise the white flag over the roof of the modest house he had used as both office and residence. In a brief statement, he declared he was the lawful Prime Minister, but as security forces had ceased to obey his orders, he declared his residence to be a non-combat zone, urging the assailants to desist from investing it. 63. The ceasefire request, hand-carried by Riahi's emissary, Brigadier Foulanvand, did not, however, stop the assailants, who continued relentlessly to shell the house even after the white flag was raised. Accompanied by a few close associates and helped by his personal guards, Mosaddeq had to climb over the wall to the adjacent garden, from where he took refuge and stayed the night in a nearby deserted house, before moving the following morning to the house of one of his ministers. His own residence at 109 Kayak Avenue was ransacked and looted by the mob before being set on fire. Mosaddeq quickly decided to present himself to the new authorities, but while preparing for surrender, a police search team accidentally arrived at his hideout. The actual act of rendition took place in a dignified manner, and with courtesy to a man who had left an indelible mark on the history of Iran. 64. Figure 25. General Zahedi and close associates, shortly after Mossaddeq's downfall in 1953. From left to right, Ardeshir Zahedi, Colonel Abbas Farzanagan, a CIA agent, General Fazlollah Zahedi, General Nader Batmankhelij, and General H. Gilan Shah. Soleiman Behboudi, a Mi-6 asset, is in the second row just behind Ardashir Zahedi. Colonel Nasiri, who delivered Mossaddeq's dismissal order on 15 August, can be seen second from the left in the last row. Photo from the private collection of Ardashir Zahedi, courtesy of Ibex Publishers. The military factor in the fall of Mosaddeq. The issue of an organic link between the Tepe-Jacques coup of 15 August and the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August is central to this study, to the extent that the existence of such link is at least partly predicated on the participation of officers and military units, presumed to have also been earmarked in the Tepe-Jacques operations a few days earlier. A closer look at the probability of such synchronization is called for. Appendix D of the CIA Internal History on Military Planning, and certain passages of the main text, in effect imply that some of these officers and units may have participated in the revolt on 19 August. The proposition by itself is plausible to the extent that not all potential participants in the coup had been arrested following its failure. The identity of these officers, however, was unknown to foreign or Iranian plotters, and equally unknown to the two-day military network which had successfully foiled the coup and betrayed the identities of the known putschist officers. 65. Be that as it may, two observations need to be underscored. Firstly, there were no known contacts between the CIA station and these officers in the Tehran area following the Tepe-Jacques coup failure on 16 August. The CIA Internal History makes no claim that its main military planner Henry Carroll or General Robert McClure, heading the U.S. Military Advisory Group, or anyone else for that matter, had contacted anyone in the Tehran garrison after the coup failure. Contacts with commanders in Esfahan and Kermanshah, to which we referred in detail in the first section of the chapter, were for the purpose of setting up an insurrectional authority in a provincial capital. The fact that Kim Roosevelt in counter-coup and Stephen Kinzer in All the Shah's Men link those contacts with an alleged CIA-contrived uprising plan in Tehran. On Wednesday 19 August, overlooking the logistical impossibility of such a scheme, reveals the kaleidoscopic or Pollyanna-ish character of their assertions. 66. If anything, Appendix D of the CIA document is specific, p. 14 of Appendix D, in saying that contacts with the line officers in the Tehran garrison was impossible following the arrest of the key liaison officer in the wake of the failed Tepe-Jacques coup. A copy of General Zahedi's statement of 16 August is said to have been given to two key army officers, 68, as well as to the friendly press. Overthrow does not identify the two or the manner in which this text was given to them, though it can safely be assumed that the two commanders in Kermanshah and Esfahan are meant. The declaration by General Zahedi, as it will be recalled, announced he was the rightful prime minister, by virtue of the Shah's decree. His statement had no link whatsoever with plans for a new uprising. Hence, any participation by Iranian officers and units from the outlying barracks in the events of Wednesday 19 August must have been spontaneous upon spread of the news by word of mouth, as the U.S. Embassy reports also confirm. In the next chapter, we will provide evidence that no one among the plotters, whether American or Iranian, was aware of or predicted the occurrence of such turmoil. The second point to be highlighted is that with one single notable exception, that is Colonel Abbas Farzanagan, no Iranian officer worked for or considered himself subordinate to American or other foreign agents. Appendix E of Overthrow is categorical in stating that no money was spent or needed to bribe any active Iranian officers. Appendix E, p. 22, paragraph Q. An in-depth examination based on Overthrow's own account of military planning in Appendix D, and its evaluation in Appendix E in effect, leads us to the conclusion that military input into the actual downfall of Mosaddeq was primarily, if not exclusively, an Iranian phenomenon, much as its political component was a product of internal dynamics. Just as the political opposition was in place and ready to act when the Anglo-American plotters sought them out, so in the military sphere, the ingredients for an armed revolt among active officers existed before Carroll set out to do his military planning. This point can be demonstrated graphically through a quick review of how military planning for the Tepe-Jacques coup was developed, drawing upon information mainly from the annexes of the CIA history. Overthrow, Tepe-Jacques military planning, and the role of Iranian officers. A network of line officers up to regiment and deputy brigade commander level was already in place in the Tehran garrison, shapeless and unstructured, but looking for an outlet to act. The key figure among them was Colonel Zand Karimi, who was in touch with every infantry battalion commander in Tehran and with most of the company commanders. The outlet was found almost accidentally through a string of personal connections, at one end of which stood Colonel Farzanagan, a CIA agent. The Tehran garrison in those days was comprised of 3 mountain and 2 armored brigades which were barracked in Tehran suburbs. Other military units included the Imperial Guard, a fairly small elite unit, as well as the Army Transportation Branch, Tara Berry, a cavalry squadron, and also law and order. Organs such as the police, the gendarmerie, and squadrons attached to the martial law administration. To this cluster the militarily insignificant Custom Armed Guard could be added. The Pentagon, G2 and British Army intelligence initially lacked data about this configuration and the profile of officers commanding these units, in spite of the presence of an American military advisory team headed by General Mac Clure, a lacuna grudgingly admitted in Appendices D and E of Overthrow, 71. Before coming into contact with this group, indeed up to early August 1953, the Anglo-American military planners were acting on the basis of flawed intelligence. A run-of-the-mill coup plan of a Latino variety, comprising the neutralization of key strategic command and communication posts in Tehran, assorted with an arrest list, had been prepared by Henry Carroll, Major Keane, and SIS military experts, but the issue of military resources with which to implement the plan remained dauntingly unresolved. 72. It soon became clear to planners that General Zahedi, by then retired from the army for several years, had no significant allies, and none among the brigades. He had indicated that he could count on help from the Imperial Guard, while mentioning elements in the police and the Armed Customs Guard as well as some units from the Army Transportation Branch. This was patently inadequate. The CIS in Cyprus, however, claimed several important friends, among them Colonel Hossein Ali Ashrafi. He commanded the 3rd Mountain Brigade, and was Mossaddeq's chief martial law administrator. As such, he was the only one among presumed assets deemed to be in a position to make a difference. The initial military planning therefore relied mainly on him. 73. Carroll, however, was conscious that 1 out of 5 brigades was insufficient. He traveled to Tehran in late July, hoping to build up further contacts or to snitch some assets within the brigades, helped by Colonel Farzanagan. The latter knew a lot of people in active service, among whom was Colonel Hassan Akavi. For his part, Akavi was closely linked with Colonel Zand Karimi, who was in contact with younger pro-Shah officers in the Tehran garrison, as we just referred to. Yet, up until early August, the CIA, MI6 planners perilously pinned their hopes on Colonel Hossein Ali Ashrafi. Zand Karimi and Akavi were introduced to Carroll in early August, and since they knew intimately the political affiliations of their comrades, they revised Carroll's plan and the arrest list. In extremis, Colonel Ashrafi was dropped from the plan and added to the arrest list. The Iranian officers had just saved the Tepe-Jacks planners from a premature fiasco. 74. That the SIS intelligence on this asset had proven to be bogus is readily admitted in Appendix D of Overthrow. 75. It is worth noting that at that point, this group of active officers had no link with, and did not know, General Zahedi. It is around this date, as will be recalled from The Taming of the Shah, in Chapter 4, that Colonel Akavi was received in audience at Sadabad Palace to brief the Shah on the coup plan and the sentiments of officers in case he repudiated Mosaddeq. The latter's decision to dissolve the Majlis afforded the Shah the legal artifice to dismiss him, and the Tepe-Jacks coup plan was accordingly readjusted. Colonel Akavi himself fell seriously sick and could play no role in the Tepe-Jacks coup. The brunt of the responsibility fell on the Imperial Guard, but the fact that Colonel Zand Karimi and a few other officers from the brigades were arrested following the Tepe-Jacks coup suggests that their units too had been assigned roles which had not escaped Tudeh vigilance. As for Ashrafi, there is indeed no evidence that on 19 August or any time before that he played any role in helping Zahedi or the Shah. Other than the admission by Overthrow that the SIS claim on Ashrafi was unfounded, empirical evidence absolves him of involvement in any treacherous conduct. It must be noted that all officers who had remotely helped or were known to have been sympathetic to the Shah were later generously rewarded by promotions and assignment to sensitive posts. The annual promotion list to the rank of Brigadier General in September 1953 was unprecedentedly effusive. 76. Not only was Ashrafi not on that list, but he was arrested on 20 August and was in detention till mid-November, following which he was purged from the army and faded away. We do not exclude that the Rashidian brothers may have aggrandized their links with Ashrafi in their usual boastful projection of their own efficiency. This is in contrast to General Daftari, a close relative of Mosaddeq, who, it will be recalled, was belatedly appointed by him as chief of the national police, yet was confirmed in that same post by Zahedi and later promoted. Zahedi had already in July flagged Daftari, at that time commanding the armed customs guard, as one of his allies. From the foregoing, two conclusions are clear. Firstly, a nucleus of revolt among the line officers in the Tehran garrison already existed before CIA/CIS developed a coup plan. These planners did not recruit anyone from within the Iranian army, they just harvested gratuitously what was already in place, and were indeed saved from premature embarrassment, thanks to the vigilance of this network. Secondly, after the coup failure, the plotters had no means of direct communication with those among this group who had remained at large. It is therefore unsound to presume that an organic link between the two events, that is, the T-Pajax coup and the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August, had existed on account of military participation in both. In the next chapter, we will probe the role claimed by foreign agents in the fall of Mosaddeq on August 19, 1953. Cest. The anatomy of 19 August. From the preceding evidence and analyses, it is clear that when the crunch came on 19 August, neither T-Pajax operatives nor General Zahedi had been in a position to meaningfully harness the military resources left in the capital to launch a military coup. We also emphasize that General Zahedi planned to stage an armed revolt from a base in a strategic place outside Tehran. Kermanshah, a provincial capital close to Iraqi border, had been selected for this purpose. Going by the claim made in Overthrow, a political program had also been envisaged by Kim Roosevelt. The relevant part of the conclusions of the Council of War, as Roosevelt's Monday evening meeting on 17 August is referred to in Overthrow, is quoted below in view of its central relevance to the subject matter of this study. Note that this meeting was reportedly held at the U.S. Embassy compound without the presence or knowledge of Ambassador Henderson, who had just returned to Tehran after a long absence. 2. The Council of War went on for about 4 hours, and in the end it was decided that some action would be taken on Wednesday the 19th. As preparation for this effort, several specific activities were to be undertaken. In the field of political action, it was planned to send the Tehran cleric, Ayatollah Behbahani, to Qum to try to persuade the supreme cleric, Ayatollah Borujerdi Sikh, to issue a fatwa religious decree calling for a holy war against communism, and also to build up a great demonstration on Wednesday, on the theme that it was time for loyal army officers and soldiers and the people to rally to the support of religion and the throne. In the field of military action, support from outside of Tehran seemed essential. Colonel Farzanagan was sent off in a car driven by the anatomy of 19 August 119. Station agent, U.S. National Gerald Town, to Kermanshah, a distance of 400 miles, to persuade Colonel Timur Bakhtiar, commanding officer of the Kermanshah garrison, to declare for the Shah. Zahedi, with Carroll, was sent to Brigadier General Zargam Sikh III at Isfahan with a similar request. Through station facilities, these messengers were provided with identification papers and travel papers, which stood up under inspection. All those leaving the compound were also given station-prepared curfew passes. 4. All emphasis added. The somewhat careless formulation of this passage lends itself to different readings. According to one, all activities envisaged were preparations for the planned action. On Wednesday, this is the explanation that Roosevelt himself provided in Chapter 12 of Counter-Coup. If this interpretation is accepted, then a 24-hour time allotment for preparations, which included a fatwa for holy war, not to mention the rallying of some garrison commanders in Esfahan and Kermanshah, is bizarrely short. If, however, the alleged plan for the Wednesday was meant only as the first salvo in a process of destabilization and undermining, it is still hard to figure out why the planners accorded themselves only 24 hours to prepare such a complex plan. They could have opted more reasonably for Friday, 21 August, benefiting from mosque congregations. At any event, under the second hypothesis, the alleged plan for Wednesday would not amount to a deliberate and premeditated scheme to inflict a coup de grâce on Mosaddeq. Finally, it is not excluded that, if at all true, planning in essence may have had longer-term connotations, foreshadowing contingencies against a Tudor takeover, given the wording for the requested fatwa and military aspects of the deliberations. Whatever the intent of the planners, the events of Wednesday made it possible for Kim Roosevelt to link them with an alleged decision in that Council of War, of which the Rashidian brothers were said to be among the participants. Roosevelt later wrote, "We advise the brothers that Wednesday 19 must be the day." Overthrow also confirms that on that evening, the two principal agents, Kayvani and Jalali, were reached and given instructions. In other words, what Roosevelt claimed, in his London-Washington debriefing and later in his memoirs, was that once the target day, Wednesday 19 August, was decided on, instructions were issued to the CIA and MI6 agents and all fell into place. As of then, these agents were able to deliver against all odds where TPJAX had failed. A full subsection is devoted to these Iranian agents and their activities later in this chapter, 120 Iran and the CIA. For reasons explained below, the claim by Roosevelt appears disingenuous, and references to Wednesday a possible afterthought. Clearly no one in London or Washington tried to dig into ambiguities and inconsistencies in Roosevelt's account, as success was too glowing, too precious to be spoiled. Eisenhower's sardonic remark in his diary when he finally heard Roosevelt's account firsthand, implying he was a fabulist, see the reference to Roosevelt's debriefings in the introduction of this book, is in itself telling. In London, the MI6 boss, Major General Sir Alexander Sinclair, gleefully embraced Roosevelt's debriefing, notwithstanding his grudge over Roosevelt's incommunicativeness during the interval between the two events. Was Sinclair genuinely convinced of the bona fides of Roosevelt's account, or was he tight-lipped because of the effect this success had already and would continue to have upon CIS's reputation with superiors? Tom Braden, a director in the CIA's clandestine operations, later ironized, "That success gave the CIA its first pair of pants." 8. Here are the reasons why we believe the D-Day claim by Roosevelt is questionable. A. The claim is inconsistent with, and does not fit the pattern of a military insurrection out of a provincial capital that the Zahedi camp had planned, and which by definition was a mid-term strategy. It would be even less credible to assume, as Roosevelt claims in Counter-Coup, that the dispatch of emissaries to Esfahan and Kermanshah following the Council of War was intended to persuade commanders to march their troops to Tehran on the designated D-Day, namely Wednesday 19 August, a logistical impossibility. 9. B. Roosevelt's dispatches to Washington and Nicosia during this period were not consistent with the behavior of an operative who seriously contemplated a strike. Just before holding the alleged Council of War on the evening of 17 August, Roosevelt had sent an assessment to Washington in which he opined that, while Mosaddeq's Sikh position will be strengthened in the coming weeks, opposition to him must continue. In another cable to Washington on the same date, Roosevelt appears to admit the impasse, at least implicitly. He requested an exfiltration plan for 15 unnamed individuals. Still in the same frame of mind, he asked CIA headquarters the following day whether the station should continue with TPJAX or withdraw. C. Roosevelt did not ask for even a short extension of his mission to assess results of the planned action for Wednesday 19 August. He had, however, been given an express opportunity to do so. In effect, on 18 August, in a secret cable to Tehran, CIA headquarters proposed to call off the mission, in the absence of strong recommendation to the contrary from Roosevelt and Henderson. The fast-track, operational immediate line to Washington, and the time difference between the two capitals, could have allowed time for Roosevelt at that moment, or before, to hint to Washington that something was in the offing requiring a short extension of his mission. D. As will be seen in more detail in Surprise in Washington, and Ambassador Henderson's last meeting with Mosaddeq below. Ambassador Henderson, who had returned to Tehran on 17 August, is categorical in denying any prior knowledge of events that were to unfold on 19 August. Henderson, however, was intimately involved in the TPJAX scheming from the start, and nothing was being done without his clearance, as Washington's cable of 18 August just referred to also illustrates. His new instructions upon his return to Tehran no doubt reflected the new thinking in Washington that Under-Secretary Bedell Smith had conveyed to Eisenhower on 16 August. E. There are glaring inconsistencies between Roosevelt's account in His book, Counter-Coup, and his Washington debriefing upon return, reflected in Wilbur's history, Overthrow. For example, there is no mention by Roosevelt of the Council of War that Wilbur reported in detail in Overthrow, and which was said to have taken place in the embassy compound on the evening of Monday, 17 August. In his book, Roosevelt says that at that point in time, they were idle and bored with a colleague drinking vodka, and irritated by the incessant chatter of Nossi and Caffron, code names for the Rashidian brothers, who had taken refuge in the compound. Farzanegan and Ardashir Zahedi, whom Roosevelt refers to by their code names, respectively Mohsen and Mustafa, were sent to Kermanshah and Esfahan on Sunday 16 August according to Counter-Coup. In Overthrow it is stated that the decision to contact local commanders in those provincial capitals was taken in the Council of War as part of the military plan. Roosevelt claimed he communicated with General Zahedi in broken German, a language that Zahedi did not have at all according to his son Ardashir. Finally, Kim Roosevelt paints a vivid description of his decisive encounter with Zahedi in his basement hideout, before they moved out to the street to claim victory. Zahedi is described as pulling on his uniform of a general over his heavy woolens, and 122 Iran and the CIA, buttoning up his tunic. Anyone having experienced the August heat of Tehran would be stunned, especially as the existing photos of the general, the way he emerged from his hideout, show him in civilian khaki shirt and rolled-up sleeves with no military insignia. It is further noteworthy that in a recorded film interview with World in Action in 1973, in contrast to his bravado in Counter-Coup written a few years later, Roosevelt is more circumspect, almost pedestrian, in describing the CIA role in the denouement of the 19 August, although it is also fair to assume that at that juncture he had no interest in aggrandizing that role. There he attributes the success of the operation to a hardcore Iranian element which was present on the scene. He goes on, all they needed was some support and professional guidance. According to Overthrow, the budget allocation for the TP-Ajax coup plan was $285,000, US share $147,000, UK share $137,000. In the said interview, Roosevelt puts the total disbursements by the CIA station in Tehran during the course of operation, i.e., 1 July to 19 August, at $10,000 only, while specifying that the number of CIA staff in Tehran was between 6 to 8 agents. Finally, unless one stretches the notion of job-related character distortions or deformation professionnelle to the extreme, it is hard to explain why Kermit Roosevelt left Iran surreptitiously, as if having himself exfiltrated in the U.S. Naval Attaché's small plane to Bahrain on 24 August, from where he was transported by Military Air Transportation Service to London. Considering his claim that he had lodged the now all-powerful Prime Minister of Iran, General Zahedi, for 3 days in the basement of a CIA house, and considering his claim that he had planned and executed a coup that reversed the destiny of Iran and placed the now victorious Shah back on his throne, it's hard to divine why he should take such an inordinate risk of a long flight in a flimsy plane, instead of being seen off as a very important person at Mehrabad Airport on a regular flight, even if that were to be done discreetly. Yet this is the circumstance of his exit from Tehran, as recorded in Chapter 9 of the CIA Internal History, Overthrow, and as also confirmed in Counter-Coup. Roosevelt had arrived in Tehran under a false identity from the Iraqi border post on 19 July under vastly different circumstances. He could now have used that false passport or any other travel document in full knowledge that the new regime was far too grateful to do any measure of hair-splitting over immigration regulations. In contrast to Roosevelt and his cohorts, the attitude in the Zahedi camp has been far less assuming. In his 1953 article and in subsequent writings, Ardashir Zahedi affirms that the news of pro-Shah Street protests in the evening of 18 August stunned his father and made him decide instantly to change his plans. He admits, things happened that none of us had predicted. 17. CIA station activism in Tehran, 16 to 19 August. If the above probe points to ambiguities and inconsistencies in the attitude and behavior of the American master spy, it does not follow that the CIA station under his stewardship was either inept or idle. It is conceivable that following the failure of the TP Ajax coup plan on 16 August, Kermit Roosevelt may have been reluctant to return to his job in Washington empty-handed. Image and career ambitions have always been important incentives, not least for those first-generation gentlemen spies in the CIA, Figure 26. For this Harvard-educated grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt, amour propre must have been a factor conditioning his behavior in those trying days. His first instinct must have been to assess if anything could be salvaged from the TP Ajax wreckage. He must also have been genuinely concerned about the safety of the Iranians involved in the coup, especially those whose identities were known to the authorities. While thus preparing to wind down and leave, Roosevelt sought to exfiltrate those whose lives may have been deemed in danger. From his contact or encounter with the Zahedis on the morning of August, Roosevelt was led to conclude that all was not lost. He may have henceforth decided to give the Iranian players all the support, professional help and guidance that he later spoke about in his World in Action interview in 1973. A flurry of activities by the CIA station in Tehran therefore followed as early as 16 August and climaxed on Wednesday 19 August. These were in essence assessment and backstopping, as well as propaganda activities. As will be recalled from the previous chapter, Figure 26 Kim Roosevelt in. They included help in the reproduction, and his guise of the gentleman dissemination of the Shah's farman, help spy in the late 1940s eyeing, organize a hasty press conference with foreign news agencies and providing hideouts for some coup figures, if the accounts given in Overthrow are to be taken at face value. 20. The station also advised Washington on 16 August on the press line the Shah should take while in exile, but by the time Dulles sent the Shah a message through the U.S. Embassy in Rome, the Shah had, on his own initiative, gone public. These activities, plus alleged grey and black propaganda, have been widely reported and invariably credited as masterful strokes, which underpinned an insidious and well-planned military coup against Mosaddeq. Where research and analyses conducted in subsequent years stumbles is the link between these activities and the actual happenings and their outcome. The CIA internal history Overthrow openly admits that the extent to which the resulting activity, i.e. the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August, stemmed from specific efforts of all our agents will never be known. 22. Still, it is worth delving into this topic in order to gauge their impact. Among such activities figure the often cited grey and black propaganda that supposedly outraged the clerics. This category of activities had already featured in the TP Baydam program, way before the CIA joined hands with Britain's MI6 to overthrow Mosaddeq. They were intensified under TP Ajax. If during the earlier phase the aim was to enhance the commie scare among the general public through anti-Soviet propaganda, in the later phase the goal shifted to alienating clerics from Mosaddeq by projecting him as too soft on Tudor. The well-known Tudor animosity towards clerics was thenceforth unremittingly hammered on. Fake Tudor hate mail and telephone campaigns targeting clerics were being resorted to. This may have included a mock bomb explosion near Kashani's residence in the Paminar neighborhood during the latter's campaigning against the referendum in late July, early August, and still a stink bomb in a mosque. Although no mention of these incidents is made in the CIA history, Overthrow, the role said to have been played by Iranian agents of the CIA station in implementing such measures will be examined in the next section. Suffice it to reiterate here that the animosity between the Shiite hierarchy and the Mosaddeq government had been cemented well before the grey and black propaganda under TP Ajax was launched in July. This propaganda line imitated a reality that was already a part of the political landscape of that period, as a reported pre-TP Ajax graffiti on the wall of the Grand Marja Borajerdi in Qom bears witness. 24. The TP Ajax propaganda may have enhanced visual effect and outreach, but it did not transform a mindset already permeated by fear of republicanism and its attendant drift towards atheism. The departure of the Shah on 16 August brought this angst to a paroxysm. Whether such activities continued after the Shah's flight is a legitimate subject of inquiry, to which we shall shortly turn. Another line of action by the CIA station was the dissemination of the news of Mossaddeq's dismissal and appointment of General Zahedi. This help could best be characterized as logistical in nature. Overthrow admits that idea came from the Zahedi camp. The latter took the initiative to prepare photostats of the Shah's farman on 16 August and disseminate them. The station facilities may, however, have been used for wider reproduction and dissemination among the popular press. As referred to earlier, a picture of the Shah's Farman initially appeared on 18 August in Shahid, a daily published by Bakr. It was reproduced on 19 August in a string of low circulation, often CIA Mi-6 suborned, dailies in Tehran, whose combined readership, Iranians recalling those days would confirm, hardly exceeded 1,000 or two. The scoop they carried could have increased their sale to a limited extent, yet insufficient for a palpable impact on public opinion. Yet a passage in Overthrow assigns a decisive role to this move. There we read, although each of these newspapers had a normal circulation of restricted size, the news they carried was undoubtedly flashed through the city by word of mouth, for before 0900 hours pro-Shah groups were assembling in the bazaar area. To be noted that in this, or in any other passage for that matter, Overthrow does not attribute the gathering of pro-Shah groups to crowd manipulations of the type which was later alleged by conspiracy theorists. The role of Iranian agents. In its narrative, the CIA Internal History, Overthrow, lauds the Iranian agents working under the TP-Jacks. Their efficiency and ability to act on their own, making the exact right moves are highlighted. Wait, this assessment may well be true. It is not excluded that these agents may have displayed verve and creativity on Wednesday by seeking to direct street mobs or acting as agents provocateur. Yet, like other facets of the CIA role in the actual downfall of Mosaddeq, a closer scrutiny of these activities is called for. It will be recalled from a previous chapter, the British two-pronged strategy in Chapter 3, that the British covert network was handed over to the Rashidian brothers after Mosaddeq broke off diplomatic ties with Britain in October 1952. When by May 1953 the Anglo-American coup plan was being elaborated, the brothers were placed under the supervision of the CIA station in Tehran. They were known by both the American and British services for unethical business practices. The level-headed CIA station chief in Tehran, Roger Giran, and his successor, Joseph Goodwin, both believed their potentials had been exaggerated by their British handlers, a point seemingly conceded by their handler Robin Zahina himself in his meeting with Eden, to which we referred in an earlier chapter, the link-up, in Chapter 5. They were, however, well connected in Tehran society, and as such, deemed useful assets. The brothers were also inveterate anti-Mosaddeq activists in their own right, the two principal CIA agents recruited. Figure 27 Asadollah Rashid, in Tehran on the other hand, were Audian, successful businessmen, in the early 1960s nary journalists with no particular social standing. Farouk Kaivani and Ali Jalali were staunch anti-communist activists who had, a couple of years earlier, volunteered their services to Goiran. At the time, the CIA station chief had noted that the two had a knack for covert tradecraft and ran some network of their own. This may have come from a background either in the British or Nazi intelligence. 29. They were sent to Washington for evaluation and training by the CIA. Wilbur himself reportedly came to Tehran on a 6-month assignment in January 1952 to work with Jalali and Kaivani and learn more about their network. When their anti-communist credentials were fully established, they were assigned to the TP Bedam project, for which the station had an allotment of $500,000 a year. In April 1953, when the anti-Mosaddeq campaign was added to the CIA station responsibilities, this budget was raised to $1 million, a disproportionately high chunk from the then CIA's $82 million budget. 31. Kaivani and Jalali were by all accounts smart operatives who had impressed their superiors, both in Tehran and Washington. An angle barely explored is what their touted network consisted of. Their modus operandi had little in common with that of the Rashidian brothers, who had entree in Tehran's influential milieus and were capable of sleek political manipulations. Kaivani and Jalali, while journalists by profession, were operating from a front commercial firm they had created in downtown Tehran. From descriptions given of their activities, it could be concluded that the two had links within Sumk, a fascist pack of fanatical anti-Tudor activists wearing black shirts and Nazi-like insignia, as well as with a quaint bunch of ultra-nationalists known as pan-Iranists. This group, also with a strong anti-communist bent, fantasized about the return to Iran of the 17 Caucasian cities that the country had lost to Russia in the early 19th century. They also campaigned for the restoration of Bahrain to the Iranian sovereignty, which had not been exercised since the late 18th century. Membership in either group was scant, making it hard to cover their operational expenses through cardholder subscriptions. In his memoirs, the Tudeh leader Kianuri has rounded the size of the Sumka membership at about 100, a reasonable guesstimate. 33 membership in the Pan-Iranist party was only a trifle higher, especially after the pro-Mosaddeq elements in their midst formed a splinter group under Darioush Farouha. 34. All indications suggest that the two main CIA agents paid stipends from the TP Badam funds to the Sumke boss, Davoud Monshizadeh, and in all likelihood, to the Pan-Iranist leader Mohsen Pezeshkian. The Jalali-Kaivani tandem may have also had contacts with the Baka-A thugs, or the likes of Shaban Jafari, alias Bimok or Brainless, who incidentally was serving a prison term when Mosaddeq was overthrown on 19 August, and could not have played a role in that day's events, as the current literature has broadly assumed. These groups, armed by clubs, knives, and even machetes, rammed into well-groomed two-day formations at every turn when the latter organized a public demonstration. Figure 28. A scene from a well-groomed Tudeh party procession in Tehran. See 1951. Photo Life magazine. See Time Life Getty, 2009. The faces of these thugs were familiar to the authorities, as well as to Tudeh itself, something that must have rendered the faking of the Tudeh crowds all the more complicated. Another facet of the Jalali-Kaivani work consisted of liaison with suborned the anti-Tud, later anti-Mosaddeq press, implanting propaganda material and cartoons, some of which was reportedly produced in Washington. Hate mail and a telephone campaign against clerics must have been carried out by these two, helped by a coterie of sub-agents to smear Tudeh. The reality of the hate mail campaign against clerics in this period has been confirmed independently by eyewitness Iranian sources. In short, as an important feature of the original coup plan, psychological warfare was carried out with limited effectiveness till mid-August. What happened next after the Tepe-Jacks coup failed should be treated with greater circumspection. In the maze of expedient claims, denials, inflamed egos and tarnished memories, it is hard to tell facts from factoids, some of which have unfortunately crept into serious scholarly works in the United States. Both the veracity and the impact of these activities on the final outcome must therefore be probed. In the CIA Internal History, Wilbur wrote, "The extent to which the resulting activity, i.e. fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August, stemmed from specific efforts of all our agents will never be known." 38. What did those specific efforts consist of? Were they part of a structured plan with a defined goal or haphazard moves and improvisations? For starters, Roosevelt was later reported to have threatened Nerin and Silly, pseudonyms for Kivani and Jalali, at gunpoint when on 16 August they wanted to quit the operations following the failure of the Tepe-Jacks coup. The overthrow obliquely refers to the incident, P51, but elsewhere it makes the point that the station had no contact with the two agents in the first 2 days following the failed coup. This contact would be re-established only on Monday evening, 17 August. According to another claim, not corroborated by Wilbur's internal CIA history overthrow, these same agents on Sunday 16 August received a sum of $50,000 from a CIA officer to mobilize fake Tudeh crowds to create negative sentiments towards Mosaddeq and precipitate an uprising. The fake crowd, according to this narrative, joined by unsuspecting real Tudeh and nationalist militants, attacked the Reza Shah mausoleum and tore down statues of the Shah and his father. Later, Kaivani and Jalali are thought to have led gangs of fake Tudeh to ransack some shops in Lalezar Avenue, faked threats by telephone to some clerics in the name of Tudeh, and incited the crowds to ransack or set fire to the Tudeh newspaper offices on 19 August. 41. A cross-check of these assertions with a statement by the Tudeh leader, Noreddin Kianuri, is edifying. For whatever it is worth, Kianuri flatly denies the existence of fake Tudeh crowds or infiltration by foreign agents in their midst. Reacting to an article by Professor Mark Gasiorowski in the International Journal. Figure 29. Tudeh boss Noreddin Kianuri, in A of the Middle East Studies, pose in the early 1980s. In 1987, Kianuri addressed the key questions relating to grey and black propaganda and the role the CIA agents would have played during the crucial days from 16 to 19 August 1953. To the question whether the Tudeh Executive Committee had ordered the deployment of Tudeh cadres into streets during these days, Kianuri responded, After the failure of the 25 August T-Pajax coup and the Shah's flight, the party leadership adopted the slogan of Democratic Republic and instructed the party members to celebrate this victory, the Shah's departure, in a militant fashion through widespread street demonstrations, emphasis added. Kianuri then turns to the issue of fake Tudor, saying, "Not only did we not sense the slightest trace of fake Tudor in our demonstrations, or have any report to that effect, but, on the contrary, we learned of the presence of anti-Tudor groups like Zamat Keshan, the Baka-A Party, the Pan-Iranists and Sumka, which under the protection and with the help of the security forces physically assaulted the Tudor cadres as reported by Kayhan 43. Clearly, if the dismantling of the Pahlavi statues in the main squares of Tehran and in the provinces, the desecration of the Reza Shah mausoleum, see Chapter 5 under the backlash, or the destruction of the Pan-Iranist main office and other acts of vandalism attributed to the CIA Iranian agents had not been sanctioned by the leadership, a modicum of suspicion would have been aroused, given the ironclad discipline for which the Tudeh cadres and its leadership were known. And what transpires from the Kianuri statement is that the CIA-subsidized groups did not fake the Tudeh crowds, they assaulted them as they had done on so many other occasions in previous several years. Note that at the time he made this statement in the early 1990s, Kianuri had every reason to try to deflate guilt for the party's failures, by playing up the presumed CIA manipulations, thus shielding himself against criticism by the more moderate faction of the party leadership in later years. 45. Another unsubstantiated claim, which has crept into an otherwise well-respected scholarly work, concerns the bribing of clerics by the Rashidian brothers. Based on interviews with former T-Pajax agents, Professor Gassiorowski chronicles the following from the 19 August morning activities of the CIA station. The Rashidians suggested that they seek help from Ayatollah Kashani, and said he could be contacted through their ally, Ahmad Aramesh. In the early morning of August 19, 2 CIA officers therefore went to Aramesh's home and gave him $10,000 to give to Kashani to organize demonstrations. It is not clear whether Kashani received this money, and, if so, whether he used it for this purpose. 46. Apart from the fact that the alleged occurrence is not recorded in the CIA internal history and is questionable on that ground alone, a critical fallacy in its main thrust is evident. It is easy to note that by the time these alleged activities were being contemplated, the fate of the Mosaddeq government was all but sealed. The train had left the station. To try to reach Ayatollah Kashani on the morning of 19 August through an intermediary and bribe him to amass crowds is above all an indication, assuming that the anecdote could have had any basis, that the CIA station was running behind the events, not creating them. The payment of $10,000 to Kashani is, furthermore, incompatible with Roosevelt's recoded interview in World in Action, where, for whatever it is worth, he estimates the cost of the entire T-Pajax, mid-July to 19 August, to be $10,000. See also the CIA money below. A careful examination of the CIA's own narrative reveals that the purported activities of the Iranian agents were not part of a structured and coherent plan foreseen in advance and could at best be characterized as improvisations. From Overthrow, p. 66, we learn that the CIA Iranian agents had not expected the pro-Shah crowds in the streets of Tehran on Wednesday, 19 August. The agents had planned a trip outside Tehran only to change this plan as soon as they noticed that the pro-Shah groups were gathering. The planned trip to Qazvin was in connection with rumors of an upcoming fatwa from the Grand Shiite magnate Boroujerdi, about which the agents allegedly intended to print broadsheets. Equally elucidating is the passage on page 63 of the same CIA narrative, describing the CIA's reaction to the initial pro-Shah demonstration. On the evening of 18 August we read, "Just what was the major motivating force behind these demonstrations is impossible to say, but it is possible to isolate the factors behind the disturbances." Curiously, Wilbur's ensuing analysis of the crowd's motivation does not in any way link these demonstrations to CIA manipulations or other subterfuges. Clearly, the CIA station appeared puzzled by occurrences which were not of its making. Surprise in Washington. The foregoing must logically lead to the conclusion that American officialdom in Washington at all levels was equally surprised by the end result. Skeptics may, however, benefit from some irrefutable evidence that proves this point. Here are the main points to retain. The first point to highlight is that following the failure of Ajax on 16 August, CIA headquarters in Washington called off the mission. In a telling message on 18 August copied to some other CIA stations, the CIA acknowledged that the operation has been tried and failed. This was in line with positions adopted by the State Department, as well as the Foreign Office. It will be recalled that Under-Secretary Bedell Smith recommended to President Eisenhower on the 16 August to snuggle up to Mosaddeq, even at the risk of annoying Britain. Ambassador Henderson hurriedly returned to Tehran on 17 August, possibly with new instructions. 49. The CIA headquarters, according to Wilbur's narrative in Overview, had its first word of what that day, 19 August, was to bring just before 9 a.m., when someone burst in from the hall pouring out what at first seemed to be a bad joke in view of the depression that still hung on from the day. 50. Other U.S. archive documents confirm that neither CIA headquarters, nor the State Department, or the White House, not even the American ambassador in Tehran, were aware of events that were to unfold on 19 August, or had knowledge of any prior planning to foment trouble on that day. As will be seen below, the downfall of Mosaddeq came as a complete surprise to them all. Confidential reporting by the U.S. Embassy to the State Department suggests that the U.S. ambassador and embassy officials in Tehran, while monitoring events of 19 August, were at a loss to apprehend the cause and motives of pro-Shah demonstrations. 51. In a post-facto confidential roundup cabled to the State Department on 20 August, for example, Ambassador Henderson admits, among other things, that the 19 August uprising succeeded with high degree of spontaneity. Significantly, among the 5 factors that the embassy moots as motives for the uprising, none is related to foreign manipulation. 52. Equally revealing is Henderson's affirmations in an oral history interview conducted by the Truman Library in 1972. He says, "When I returned to Tehran, August 17, 1953, I was under the impression that Mosaddeq, at least for a time, had won his long conflict with the Shah. I was surprised by the events that took place the next day, and I think that if they are ever published, my telegrams to the department will support what I am saying." 53. The telegrams to which Henderson refers here were later declassified, and some are quoted in this study. They indeed vindicate what Henderson said in the above interview. The most revealing document on this score, however, is a brief secret memorandum addressed by the acting director of the CIA, General Charles Cabell, to President Eisenhower, clearly filed late on 19 August, although the document is undated. There we read, "An unexpectedly strong upsurge of popular and military reaction to Prime Minister Mossaddeq's ISIC government has resulted, according to late dispatches from Tehran, in the virtual occupation of that city by forces proclaiming their loyalty to the Shah and his appointed Prime Minister Zahedi." He goes on, "Our sources have confirmed press and radio reports that pro-royalist forces are in control of city of Tehran." General Cabell's memorandum to Eisenhower, which is based on press dispatches as well as the CIA's own sources, is remarkable for what it does not say. It should be recalled that since at least April 1953, the U.S. government had been engaged in delicate covert operations designed to oust Prime Minister Mosaddeq. Now, on the day of victory, the acting director of the agency in charge of this operation reports the event to the President of the United States, but is silent about the role his agents would have played in that outcome. It would not have been inappropriate for Roosevelt, who later wrote Countercoup, and by extension, for the CIA acting director Cabell, to claim at least some credit for this victory. There is no hint of such a claim in General Cabell's memo to Eisenhower. 55. In later debriefings in London and Washington, Kim Roosevelt claimed that he deliberately withheld his plans and activities from them because, he said, had he told everyone what they were up to, he would have been called crazy and asked to stop and return. 56. It is true that, following the failure of Ajax on 16 August, the mood among the higher officials in both London and Washington was such that they may not have brooked further tergiversation on the part of Roosevelt. What Roosevelt has overlooked, however, is the fact that not only had he made no serious attempt to persuade the two capitals to extend his mission, but, as was shown earlier in this chapter, he himself inquired whether the station should continue with Ajax or withdraw. He also requested exfiltration plans for up to 15 individuals. 57. Many years later, Richard Helms, who directed the CIA during the Johnson and Nixon administrations, reportedly recalled in an interview that the CIA decided in the Early 1960s, not to deny having played a major role in Mossaddeq's downfall, because after the Bay of Pigs, the CIA needed to show victories to justify its soaring budget. 58. Ambassador Henderson's last meeting with Mosaddeq. In most accounts of the collapse of Mossaddeq's government, a meeting that Henderson held with the Prime Minister late on 18th of August is cited as CIA scheming designed to intimidate Mosaddeq and force him to keep the Tudeh party off the streets in preparation for the presumed CIA plan for the following day. Kim Roosevelt in counter-coup does not go as far as saying that the meeting was a part of the coup plan, but claims that he had astutely coached and steered the ambassador in a direction that would serve that purpose. This was to be achieved by strongly warning Mosaddeq about the U.S. reaction to Tudeh harassment of American citizens. Further, Henderson was to tell Mosaddeq point-blank that the United States supported the Shah, and his departure was a tactical move in the Muslim tradition of Hijra, akin to Prophet Muhammad's retreat to Medina. This claim, which has largely been echoed in the literature, is not backed by the State Department's record of the meeting and Henderson's own recollections. Nor is there any reference in the CIA's own internal report overthrow to this meeting, much less to the alleged coaching by Roosevelt. It would have been appropriate for the CIA internal history to make a mention of Henderson's visit to Mosaddeq, had the visit been ingeniously used by Roosevelt to further the objectives of the plan. Sessantuno. Reminiscing some 20 years later for the historical records of the Truman Library, Henderson, figure 30, says, "When I talked with Mosaddeq on the evening of August 18th, I had no idea that an attempt would be made to overthrow him by force." To elucidate the point, it is important to reiterate that Henderson had deliberately absented himself from his post in Tehran since early June, as part of the Tepe-Jacques War of Nerves. Just before the coup attempt on 15th August, he left the Austrian Alps where he was vacationing, to move to Beirut in order to remain in contact with events. When the news of the failure of the coup arrived, Henderson was urged by the U.S. charge in Tehran, Madison, and, no doubt by Washington, to return to Tehran immediately. Figure 30, Loy Henderson Diatley. Regular flights to Tehran being scarce. U.S. Ambassador in Tehran 1951-55. Photo, U.S. State in those days. Henderson used a U.S. Military Department, courtesy of Terry plane to return, something that gives the Truman Library measure of the urgency which the department accorded to his return. It should, also, be recalled that the failure of the coup brought an about-turn in Washington, reflected in Undersecretary Bedell Smith's prop to snuggle up to Mosaddeq, if we are going to save anything there. The department's attitude was made known in the field by the end of the working day on 16 August, as overthrow cheerlessly confirms. The United States no doubt continued to be alarmed by a creeping Soviet intrusion in Iran through its proxy, the Tudeh party. To forestall it, they now had to work through Mosaddeq, at least in the immediate future. This must have been the brief Henderson was given when he was rushed back to Tehran on 17 August. It will also be recalled from an earlier chapter that Mosaddeq, while suspecting American complicity in the plot, was still anxious to keep in their good graces. Henderson was met at the airport by Mossaddeq's son, as well as by a cabinet minister, a treatment way above normal diplomatic practice. In the meantime, Tudeh had stepped up the harassment of American personnel in Tehran and provinces. This was being done by threatening phone calls, vandalizing of property, as well as physical assaults on individuals. On 16 August, prior to Henderson's return to Tehran, Mossaddeq's office advised the embassy to close down all its offices, keen as the government was to avoid untoward incidents. Just before Henderson's arrival, the embassy had urged all Americans in Iran to remain in their residences. 65. It was against such a backdrop that Henderson met Mosaddeq on 18 August. The first point to underline is that this meeting started at 6 p.m. and lasted an hour and a half. By 10 p.m., Henderson had transmitted his report to the State Department. 6. In his report, there is no modicum of a hint that the meeting was a scripted step in preparations for the following day's uprising, while in countercoup, Kim Roosevelt speaks about the quasi-apologetic tone of a frightened Mosaddeq. This is contradicted by Henderson's report to Washington, which depicts the Prime Minister as defiant and sardonic. Henderson, in effect, complained to Mosaddeq about the widespread insecurity felt by American personnel and citizens, given the background just referred to. Mosaddeq had retorted that such violent behavior was inevitable, as the Iranian people had observed that the U.S. government acted against them. Mosaddeq clearly wished to seize the occasion to vent a pent-up resentment over the US attitude over the previous several months and their suspected involvement in the coup. For his part, Henderson used the issue of insecurity and harassment in order to gauge Mossaddeq's attitude on the continued functioning of American missions in Iran, and hinted at the possibility that the United States might withdraw Americans en masse if they were not wanted. It will be recalled from the gathering storm in Chapter 5 that the Tudeh organ Shojaat had among other things called, on that very day, for the expulsion of the US military as well as the Point 4 missions from Iran. After some jibes and sarcasm, Mosaddeq had finally said he did not want the American missions in Iran to leave and promised to look further into the subject of a better protection. There is no reference in the report of the meeting to a telephone call by Mosaddeq to the police chief ordering the dispersal of the Tudeh demonstrators as was later claimed. It is fair to assume that Henderson would have flaunted such a clear gain had a call gone out in his presence. 69. It could be safely assumed that sometime that evening, in great likelihood as a result of the Henderson démarche, Mosaddeq reinforced his earlier orders for a crackdown on all demonstrations. Independent of Henderson's démarche, the Prime Minister was, by all accounts, alarmed by the extent of agitations and had already decreed a ban on all street rallies as of the morning of 18 August 18. The Tudeh Party Secretary Kianori confirms that martial law agents dispersed Tudeh gatherings as of the morning of 18 August. The police clampdown, he goes on, peaked late in the afternoon when some 600 party cadres were detained. 71. The CIA internal account, Overthrow, also records a government bulletin broadcast in the morning of 18 August, banning all street demonstrations. 72. The relevant point here, therefore, is not whether such orders were issued or reinforced during or subsequent to Henderson's visit, but whether that démarche was part of a prepared plan to clear the streets of Tehran in anticipation of a pro-Shah uprising the following day. Our study does not subscribe to that latter hypothesis. Yet it is also fair to observe that the crackdown order by Mosaddeq that night, which may have been influenced by Henderson démarche, allowed the security forces to vent their anger against Tudeh, while making a clear show of support for the Shah. The ripple effects were non-negligible, and no doubt encouraged pro-Shah forces at various levels. From this angle, the meeting may have had an unintended impact on the events of the following day, all the more so as the Tudeh activists stayed home on orders issued by their leadership. Other than the issue of the security of US citizens, Henderson was keen to gauge Mossaddeq's attitude towards recent events, notably the Shah's dismissal decree and appointment of Zahedi. Mosaddeq was evasive in his response, denying he had received a dismissal order. He went on to say that even if he had received such an order, it would not have made a difference as the Shah's powers were ceremonial in nature. Mosaddeq was keen to air his complaints about the deliberate leak of Eisenhower's letter to him. See Under the Summer of All Dangers in Chapter 4, and the British bribing of the deputies that had prompted him to close down the majors. When he asked Henderson's opinion about this decision, the ambassador cautiously responded that it would be best for Iran if state organs foreseen in the Constitution could work with a minimum of harmony. Here was a hint of preference for preservation of the monarchy, the abolition of which was the hottest topic of the day. Given the Tudeh campaign and Mossaddeq's own deliberations on the fate of the Shah on that very day, as we reported under the gathering storm in Chapter 5. Finally, Henderson tried to placate Mosaddeq by boasting that he had set rules to discourage potential political refugees seeking sanctuary in the US Embassy compound. To this, Mosaddeq reacted caustically, saying he did not mind. In fact, he urged the ambassador to allow political refugees to stay at the embassy compound and went as far as saying that he would be willing, despite his government's penury, to pick up the tab. This was a rejoinder to a niggardly remark by Henderson, who raised the issue of the expense of keeping the refugees at the compound. Henderson clearly had not expected such spontaneity on Mossaddeq's part. The CIA money. Some commentators have pointed out that CIA money was spent to recruit crowds, characterizing them as ruffian mercenaries. The CIA crowd manipulation claim partly emanates from scattered remarks by some former covert agents interviewed by historians, which we analyzed earlier in this chapter. The claim was no doubt implied, and may also be rooted in Richard and Gladys Harkness's article in the Saturday Evening Post of November 1954, entitled Mysterious Doings of the CIA, to which we also referred in the introduction. The most robust evidence refuting this claim emanates from the CIA's own internal history, which makes no such claim. This has not prevented two subsequent publications in the United States covering the CIA role in the overthrow of Mosaddeq from repeating the old claims. In a similar vein, some Iranian authors have maintained that clerics, notably Behbahani and Kashani, used CIA money to mobilize thugs in popular neighborhoods on the day of Mossaddeq's fall. There is little doubt that some manipulation took place along familiar crowd mobilization methods by clerics, a point that we shall take up next in Chapter 7 under the rubric, "Where did the spark come from?" It may not be totally excluded, although there is strictly no evidence to support the contention, that prior to the Tepe-Jacques coup, and as part of its preparations, some CIA or MI6 money may have reached Kashani or Behbahani through channels created by the Rashidian brothers, who would not disclose the source to the recipients. Needless to say, anyone could make a payment to a top cleric in the Shiite system of religious taxes or alms for the poor, Khoms, Zakat, Khayarat and Nazar. 74. This study contests the prevailing assumption that CIA money could have been disbursed to recruit crowds after the failed 15 August coup. Here are the reasons why such an assumption is deemed far-fetched. As just noted, Wilbur, who detailed all CIA station activities in Tehran before and after Tepe-Jacques coup, makes no reference to any payment made by the CIA for crowd mobilization. This same source, however, makes mention of bribery attempts to win over the Majlis deputies and efforts by the CIA to plant propaganda material and cartoons in the popular and subsidized press in Tehran prior to the failed coup. The same CIA account specifically mentions that attempts under Tepe-Jacques to get the religious leaders to play a specific role, notably staging Bast, taking sanctuary, in the Majlis, were inconclusive. These activities had been envisaged to create a favorable climate for the putsch. Had Behbahani or Kashani been bribed for that purpose, it would have been recorded in that secret internal document, like other similar activities. Appendix E of Overthrow, dealing with the evaluation of military aspects of the plan, categorically states that no money for bribery was needed or used to recruit Iranian army officers. 75. For whatever it is worth, Kim Roosevelt has put the total CIA disbursement for the entire Tepe-Jacques operations at about $10,000. Though Roosevelt's pronouncement ought to be taken with caution, even a multiplication of this estimate hardly leaves room for financing a contrived uprising and other master strokes that brought the government down. Strictly from an accounting point of view, it is questionable whether Roosevelt could have disbursed additional funds for undeclared, hence unauthorized, activities of which the outcome was far from certain. As noted earlier in this chapter, Kim Roosevelt later claimed that he had deliberately withheld from the CIA and MI6 headquarters all information regarding activities he initiated following the coup failure on 16 August for fear of being disavowed or reprimanded. It must be noted that ruffian types and mercenaries recruited by the likes of the Rashidian brothers rarely put their lives on the line. As stated before, the clashes around the Mosaddeq residence and elsewhere resulted in several dozens of dead and many more wounded among civilians. Kenneth Love of the New York Times put this figure at 300 dead in his dispatch of 19 August, which made a banner headline. Most casualties occurred in front of Mossaddeq's residence. While the assailants must have mostly originated from the urban underclass in southern neighborhoods, given the fact that they proceeded to a strip-to-the-wire pillage of Mossaddeq's house, it is inconceivable that they risked their lives for the few bucks that conspiracy theorists claim was their prime motive. Mosque-driven crowds, on the other hand, have a different behavioral pattern. At its roots, back in the 7th century, war booty was the flip side of martyrdom. A final point merits reiteration. In their respective reporting, both Henderson and Wilbur, as indeed Richard Cottam in his 1964 book 78, described the crowd in positive terms, differentiating them from the hoodlum types presumably seen in previous day rallies. While the opposite view has gained currency, a careful examination of evidence reveals a motley crowd from different walks of life. Among them, notorious underworld figures were later identified and named, but it is incorrect to dismiss the crowds as a whole as ruffian mercenaries. 79. 139. C. A scene from the 19 August pro-Shah demonstrations in Tehran. Photo from the personal collection of Ardeshir Zahedi. Figure 31. Courtesy of Ibex Publishers. An orphan British secret document. Our analyses of foreign input in the fall of Dr. Mosaddeq would not be complete without a close scrutiny of a succinct report from an unknown British government entity to which we alluded in the preface of this book. Given its purview and content, the document could be regarded a microcosm, if not the precursor, of the CIA's overthrow by Donald Wilber. Dated September 2, 1953, only 2 weeks after the fall of Mosaddeq, the 8-page top-secret document must be regarded as the earliest assessment from an official source, though its exact origin and authoritativeness could not be certified by the State Department, which later declassified it. The Frus editors are unable to determine by whom, or through what channel, it had been transmitted to the State Department, and profess to be equally in the dark about the source of the information it contains. To our knowledge, this document has not been noted or referenced in any published study made on Mossaddeq's downfall. As the document does not seem to exist in Britain's Public Record Office, it could cautiously be assumed that it may not have originated with the Foreign Office, whose files, unlike those of MI6, are declassified. According to the Frus editors, however, the document resembles in format those emanating from the Foreign Office or the British Embassy in Washington, as the document refrains from directly implicating the British government and makes only oblique references to an American role. It may have been a chapter from a broader country-by-country review, possibly intended for high government officials and key embassies abroad. But these are all conjectures and somewhat secondary in importance. Before probing its substance, we highlight its salient points described in 2 phases. The narrative of Phase 1, comprising 16 paragraphs, is mainly background information about the events leading up to the T-Pajax coup and its immediate aftermath. 2 elements in this section of the document contain intelligence, then unavailable to the general public. Paragraphs 6 and 8 stated that the trip by Princess Ashraf to Tehran on 27 July and General Schwarzkopf's visit and audience with the Shah shortly thereafter were both linked to a coup plan. Rumors to this effect were in fact circulating in Tehran at the time, but the British note also contains a piece of intelligence to which only insiders were privy. Certain personalities who are in very close contact with the Shah, states paragraph 8, were reported to have stated on 3 August that the Shah had declared that great changes would take place shortly. The date mentioned corresponded to the time when, following tense discussions with Roosevelt and Asadollah Rashidian, the Shah finally decided to issue the 2 royal decrees dismissing Mosaddeq and appointing Zahedi in his place. The Phase 2 narrative, comprising an additional 16 paragraphs, covers the period from 17 August to Iran's post-Mossaddeq relations with the United States and the United Kingdom. Apart from a description of known events, the document makes the following key points. On 17 August, General Zahedi had succeeded in winning over the commander of the motorized regiment, as well as the chief of police. It was also established that a second attempt would shortly be made to overthrow Mosaddeq's sick government. The 2-day leaders warned Mosaddeq that a second military coup against him was in preparations. They asked for 10,000 rifles and small arms, which Mosaddeq refused. The meeting between Henderson and Mosaddeq on 17 August ended abruptly. No explanation is given, and a few dots in the release document suggest that words from the text at this point may have been omitted, as is usually the case in Frus, when an explicit reference to the T-Pajax coup is made. Quoting well-placed sources, the secret document observes that it was soon after Henderson's meeting with Mosaddeq that the plans for the events of 19 August were put into operation. This is clearly a reference to the events on Tuesday evening, 18 August, when security forces clashed with Tudeh militants and pro-Shah demonstrations were reported. On this occasion, only the chief of the police, commanders of regiments, and Ayatollah Bey Bahani, who was responsible for organizing demonstrations, knew of the plan, and Tudeh had no chance of discovering the plot beforehand. Most of the crowd of 3,000 armed with clubs and sticks, although possibly inspired by royalist sentiments, had obviously been hired for the purpose, among them well-known hooligans. Analysis of the British secret document. A careful examination of this document reveals a mix of some good intelligence on peripheral issues, but errors and misinformation on crucial points. It will be recalled that following the rupture of diplomatic relations in October 1952, Britain had no diplomatic representation in Iran, and when, after a short lull, planning for T-Pajax got underway, the Rashidian brothers were placed under the authority of the CIA station in Tehran. Britain, however, had other sources of intelligence, including in high places. In addition to a number of influential Anglophile politicians and notables who volunteered their views and information to British officials, there were those who could be described as formal agents and/or informers. The two most prominent in the latter category were Soliman Behboudi, the head of the Shah's household, as well as another individual seemingly in semi-ministerial position in the Mosaddeq cabinet, whom the MI6 station chief in Tehran, Christopher Woodhouse, referred to in his autobiography as Omar, and who seemingly reported some of the inner circle discussions in the cabinet or elsewhere to MI6-81. In retrospect, one may venture an educated guess about the sources of this document, hazardous as such guesswork is. The intelligence about Princess Ashraf and General Schwarzkopf, as well as the Shah's indiscretion on August 3, are likely to have been reported by Soliman Behboudi, the Rashidian brothers not fitting the description given of the source, namely personalities in very close contact with the Shah. In her memoirs, Faces in a Mirror, referred to in The Taming of the Shah in Chapter 4, Princess Ashraf identifies the intermediary for her first contact with the TPAJAX agents in Europe as my friend Mr. B, and although this also must remain a matter of conjecture, it is likely that Behboudi is the person she refers to, something that justifies the affirmative language in document about the link between Ashraf's trip to Tehran and coup plans. As for the intelligence on events subsequent to the TPAJAX coup of 15 August, the subject requires more careful examination. The part in the document on intensive Tudor lobbying with Mosaddeq and his entourage about the abolition of the monarchy on the days prior to Mossaddeq's fall, a reality little known at the time, is likely to have come from sources close to the cabinet. Omar, if he is not a figment of Woodhouse's imagination, may be designated as a likely source. For the rest, information in the British secret document is either flatly wrong or distorted. To start with, the claim to the effect that on Monday 17 August, General Zahedi won over the police chief and the commander of a motorized regiment seems apocryphal. Apart from the inordinate risk that contacting the police chief entailed for a political fugitive like Zahedi or his entourage, factual evidence refutes this claim. Mossaddeq's chief of police at that point was Brigadier Nasrallah Modaba. Though Mosaddeq did not fully trust the latter and ended up replacing him on 19th of August, there is no doubt that on 17th of August he was still in his job. This is known because in his memoirs, Mossaddeq's Interior Minister Siddiqui mentions him by name as the outgoing police chief, with whom he had a telephone conversation on the morning of Wednesday 19 August. Had Zahedi managed to win Modaba over, the latter would have received commendation and promotion after the fall of Mosaddeq, the way other participants and sympathizers did. Instead, when he became Prime Minister, Zahedi had him arrested together with other pro-Mosaddeq officers. As for winning over the commander of a motorized regiment, there is no reference to any such officer either in Overthrow and its annexes or in the Ardashir Zahedi memoirs, the latter flatly denying this information, as well as any material possibility for his father being able to make recruitment efforts from his hideout. The secret document also claims that Tudor leaders warned Mosaddeq that a second military coup was in preparation and asked for 10,000 rifles and small arms, which Mosaddeq refused. According to the Tudor leader Kianuri, the party had not predicated a second coup in Tehran, not at least in the immediate future. A passage from his memoirs is informative in this respect. We learned about the commencement of the coup d'état only in the morning of 19 August. Moreover, our previous information was that the putschist forces planned to establish Zahedi's government in Esfahan. This assured us that at least for the days to come, nothing would happen in Tehran, but all of a sudden we learned that the coup had been started by hooligans from downtown. 84. The above passage refutes the claim made in the secret document that Tudeh warned Mosaddeq about the second coup, but the untruths do not stop there. The secret document claims that the meeting between Henderson and Mosaddeq on 17 August ended abruptly. We have already devoted a substantial part of this chapter to this meeting, laying out in minute detail its content and possible impact on the events of the following day. Suffice it to mention here that not only did the meeting not end abruptly, but Henderson in his report to Washington observed that Mossaddeq Sikh seemed to be in a much better frame of mind when I left him. 85. Finally, the observation about the role played by Ayatollah Behbahani in crowd mobilization, and the presence among the core group of demonstrators of gangs of traditional athletes and/or some hooligans, tallies with the findings of this study. We nevertheless view this rabble-rousing as a separate act of clerical defiance aimed at arresting the momentum then afoot towards an unwanted regime change, rather than a move scripted in a foreign plot. We have devoted the next chapter to describing the crucial role played by the clerical leadership in sparking the events of 19 August. It is inconceivable that the authors of the secret report would have knowingly diffused inaccurate, indeed false information in a document seemingly intended for the consumption of British officials. It is noteworthy that the preparation of the secret document did indeed coincide with the arrival of Kermit Roosevelt in London on 25 August. The secret document is dated 2 September. It will be recalled that Roosevelt was warmly received by the head of MI6 and an array of top officials in the Foreign Office, including Acting Foreign Secretary Lord Salisbury, before briefing the ailing Churchill. As noted earlier, any attribution of source in this context is a hazardous act of guesswork. While the presence of Roosevelt in London is an important indicator, it cannot be excluded that one of the Rashidian brothers may have been the source of some misinformation. It will be recalled that the London draft operational plan for the TP-Ajax coup, prepared in early June, stated that SIS agents could amass a crowd of 3,000 for the first phase of the destabilization campaign, termed Religious Refuge or BAST in the Majles building. 86. That claim had emanated from one of the Rashidian brothers who, in spite of travel restrictions, managed to go to Geneva and meet with Derbyshire, a TP-Ajax planner, about the time the Nicosia draft was being prepared. 87. The same figure of 3,000 was now put in the British secret document as the estimated number of the club-wielding hired crowd that roamed the bazaar area in the morning of Wednesday 19 August, a curious coincidence that may provide another clue about the source of this information. What is certain is that the line adopted in this secret report, including the assertion that the coup had been decided on Monday 17 August, resembles in its main thrust what later emerged from Roosevelt's debriefings as reflected in Overthrow, creating an enduring myth about the CIA role in the actual fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August. A coup d'état, a popular uprising, or something else? The main point that emerges from the foregoing chapters is that unlike a military coup, where objective and specific moves are meticulously designed in advance, the fall of Mosaddeq was unplanned. The day's events took turns that no one had predicted. It was the product of a haphazard combination of circumstances and deliberate strokes that achieved the ultimate aim of the TP-Ajax coup. When this happened, the scenario for the assumption of power by General Zahedi, foreseen under the original coup plan, was put into effect. The latter emerged from his hideout and drove on board a tank to the Tehran radio station to deliver a victory speech. General Batman Kelij, released from detention by the crowds, occupied his post as the Army Chief of Staff and proceeded to appoint putschist officers to key command posts. Much, but not all of what happened, was spontaneous. The indigenous character of the event was acknowledged not just by Henderson in his evaluation report to Washington on 20 August, but, a week later, also by Secretary Dulles. He commented on 27 August, in a meeting of the National Security Council chaired by Vice President Nixon, that while what happened in Iran was spontaneous, a number of people in Iran had kept their heads and maintained their courage when the situation looked very tough. At the time of this meeting, Kermit Roosevelt was still in London debriefing the British officials. Having remained proactive during the 4 crucial days, however, Roosevelt was able to claim credit. The second main point in the body of evidence presented in this chapter is that while the political climate following the Shah's flight was propitious for manipulation by plotters, neither the TP-Ajax machinery nor the Zahedi camp had such a crowd-rousing capability or the military means to produce a major power permutation in so brief a period of time. When the objectives set for TP-Ajax were attained by other means, intelligence organs in London and Washington took things at face value. They were too eager to score points. Iranians of all persuasions took the bait, according to a deep-seated societal credo, the traces of which have not fully disappeared even to this day. Nothing of significance could ever possibly happen in Iran without a foreign hand. A parallax formed from an optical illusion came into the vision and anchored in the collective consciousness of Iranians. It also became a fixture in Western literature on US-Iranian relations. Reading between the lines, American protagonists recognized this fact The CIA account, Overthrow, tacitly admits, as does Roosevelt himself in the World in Action interview in 1973, that the backlash was the result of specific internal events. On page 48 of Overthrow we read, "It was this statement, Mossaddeq's announcement of the official dissolution of the Majlis, together with the following day's violently anti-Shah remarks by Fatemi's 16 August rally, and the undisguised and freely preached Republican propaganda of the Tudeh party, that was instrumental in persuading the general public that Mosaddeq was on the verge of eliminating the monarchy." In a telling retrospective reflection years later, Christopher Woodhouse, one of the architects of Tepa Jacks, mused, "There may be reason for not being dogmatic in claiming that the revolution of August 1953 in Tehran was planned and executed by the one Anglo-American team. We may have done no more than mobilizing forces which were already there, but that was precisely what needed to be done." 89. Yet assuming a pure coincidental gathering of all adverse forces on Wednesday 19 August is equally naive. In the next chapter, we will dwell on forces which sparked the event. We will examine the body of evidence, according to which the amassing of crowds was an intuitive reaction by the Shiite clerical establishment as a gesture of disapproval of the course Mosaddeq had embarked on. 7. Where did the spark come from? The issue of spontaneity, or lack thereof, in the events of 19 August, is one of the main topics of our inquiry. There is no doubt that at that point in history, the Shah enjoyed a residual support among ordinary Iranians. Random but incontestable evidence worth glancing at is the attitude of people on the balconies, figure 32, of their houses in the following snapshot taken on 19 August. Many Iranians hoped the Shah and the Prime Minister could work together, and their rift was greeted with desolation. Many tribes, notably the Afsharis, the Bakhtiaris, the Zolfakaris, and the Shahsevans, as well as ethnic groups such as Turkmens and Balukis, were reputed to be pro-monarchy, while some others such as Kashgais and Sanjabis were Mossaddeq supporters. The Shiite religious establishment had its own reasons for supporting the monarchy. The demise of the Ottoman Empire some 3 decades earlier had begotten a resolutely secular regime in Turkey, and Egypt was gravitating towards a similar course following the Free Officers' coup in 1952. This left the staunchly anti-Shiite Wahhabi kingdom in the Arabian Peninsula as the only traditional pole of Muslim power in the region outside Iran. The fledgling kingdoms in Iraq and Jordan were still being seen as subservient to Britain. The Iranian monarchy had been closely associated with Shi'ism since the onset of the 16th century, leaving aside the brief reign by Nader Shah in the 18th century and Reza Shah's undisguised hankering for secularism. Among many titles that the Iranian monarchs tagged along with them was Piadesh-Shia Panah, or the sovereign protector of Shiites. The all-pervasive fear of a communist takeover was another factor. Tudeh was being seen by the clerical establishment as the long arm of 148. Middle East Center Archive, 2007 degrees Celsius. A sparse group of pro-Shah demonstrators fraternizing with the military on 19 August while ordinary people applaud. Figure 32 from the balconies of their houses. Photo from the Stephen Langley collection, courtesy of Stephen Langley and the Middle East Center. Archive, St. Anthony's College, Oxford University. Where did the spark come from? 149. The Comintern and the party's support for the irredentist campaign in Azerbaijan had not been reassuring. Added to the mix was the fact that Tudeh appealed to the downtrodden masses, a social stratum which had its traditional allegiance to clerics. For the Shiite hierarchy, therefore, monarchy spelled continuity and traditionalism. The Shah was seen as antipodal to republican secularism of the Turkish variety, and atheism was associated with Tudeh and its insidious penetration into the hearts and minds of the oppressed masses. By mid-1953, with minor exceptions, the rank-and-file Shiite clerics resented Mosaddeq. By the same token, most ranking Ayatollahs supported the Shah. Other than the supreme leader Boroujerdi and the maverick activist Kashani, the most prominent among the Shah's supporters were Ayatollahs Mohsen Hakim Tabatabai, Mohammad Behbahani, and Kazim Shahristani. For his part, Mosaddeq remained popular among segments of the middle class and the bazaar, the politicized youth and the intelligentsia. A few lesser clerics also supported him, of whom the most prominent was Haj Aga Reza, later Ayatollah Zanjani, and Sayyid Mahmud, later Ayatollah Talekani. The Tudeh party had also shifted its support to Mosaddeq. To firm his grip on power, Mosaddeq had, furthermore, placed his supporters in key command posts in the army, police and national gendarmerie. It was against the backdrop of such polarization and social rifts that events in August 1953 took shape. The news of the unexpected departure of the Shah on 16 August brought the simmering tensions to a boiling point. According to a rumor making the rounds in Tehran and Qom, the news of the military coup had been trumped up by the government in order to rid itself of the Shah and the monarchy. The hate mail campaign against clerics conducted under Tepe Jacks had climaxed and was an added factor of irritation. Another rumor, unfounded in all likelihood, suggested that the arrested officers were to be executed shortly. These factors awakened the worst fears among Mosaddeq opponents, notably the clerics and the younger military officers. It must also be stressed, as it has been also observed in overthrow and U.S. embassy dispatches to Washington, that both the Tudeh party and the more radical Mosaddeq supporters overplayed their hands, stoking up a furnace which was ready to explode. The sight of the toppled statue of a mounted Reza Shah, a man many Iranians remembered with a mix of admiration and awe, and that of the fouled-up Sepah Square, which in those days still kept its original splendor, must have incensed many Iranian urbanites. The injurious remarks by Foreign Minister Fatemi at the 16 August rally, and the proclamation by the Tudeh Central Committee calling for a democratic republic, were all building blocks for a backlash. However, those ordinary citizens resentful of these excesses were not the types who would impulsively rise up and put themselves in harm's way. The embryo of the pro-Shah crowds which gathered on the evening of 18 August and early morning of 19 August was made up of frenzied, vindictive, often club-wielding groups from the urban underclass in the southern neighborhoods. That bore the trademark of the clerics. Others from different walks of life, described in the U.S. Embassy roundup cable of 20 August, no doubt joined in and swelled the street throngs as the morning wore on. Yet again the nucleus sparking the event were bands of dauntless daredevils originating from popular neighborhoods. Ayatollah Kashani, the unrelenting political foe of Mosaddeq, and his peer, the top-ranking Tehran Ayatollah, Sayyid Mohammad Behbahani, had between them a formidable crowd mobilization capability, and they used it. There are no gainsayers among historians of the period on the role the two played in bringing about the downfall. Traditional scholarship has, however, presumed that the two acted as instruments of Tepe Jacks, or were bribed. No evidence either in the CIA's own history or other reliable documents allow us to support that claim. Esoteric inner councils of the Shiite clerical hierarchy, on the other hand, could create dynamics of frightening potency through mosque networks, independent of the will and actions of foreign powers. The rabble-rousing ability of ulama had nothing new to it. It was the same phenomenon that so many times in the previous 50 years had been brought into play at crucial crossroads when the interests of Islam had been seen to be in peril. It was the same clout which a quarter of a century later ignited the Islamic Revolution against the very man their crowds proclaimed on that fateful day in August 1953, the missing link, the Boroujerdi factor. As we saw in the two opening sections of Chapter 4, since the previous February, Shiite clerics had closed ranks. The quietist strain led by the Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Hossein Boroujerdi had tacitly sided with Kashani and other anti-Mosaddeq activists. We noted that Boroujerdi's rift with Mosaddeq had indeed predated the February 1953 crisis. If the tiff in late 1952 was over trivialities, it must nevertheless be viewed as symptomatic of an underlying resentment felt by the Grand Shiite magnate. Boroujerdi had perceived Mosaddeq as being too apathetic in matters related to the faith. He used an archaic clerical jargon, la Bishat, indifferent, to describe the Prime Minister's attitude towards religion. Government in a Shiite state, he believed, should not be la Bishat towards Islam, it should promote it. Mossaddeq's secular liberalism was an irritant to clerics of all strains. If for Fad Ayan that spelled rupture and enmity, it inspired mere alienation in most other clerics. Woodhouse synopsized the phenomenon in his narrative of the Mosaddeq episode. Since the Tudeh party, still nominally outlawed, was openly supporting Mosaddeq, the religious leaders turned away from him to form an alliance with the Shah. What vexed the mild-mannered, apolitical Boroujerdi was the free sway Mosaddeq had allowed the Tudeh party to enjoy. Ayatollah Hossein Ali Montazeri, heir apparent to Khomeini during the 1980s, describes Boroujerdi as having been overly sensitive to communism, although to shield Boroujerdi from a Promenaki smear in the early days of the Islamic Revolution, Montazeri blamed foreigners and court intrigues for that sentiment. As a younger cleric in the late 1940s and early 1950s, Montazeri had been a student as well as a scribe in Boroujerdi's seminars, and relatively close to him. He recalls that just before Mossaddeq's downfall, presumed Tudeh militants had gone as far as demonstrating in front of Boroujerdi's summer residence, in an adjacent village to Qom, called Voshnu. We earlier referred to a passage from Mefta's memoirs, which referred to Tudeh graffiti, already on Boroujerdi's wall in June. Mosaddeq was alive to the potential risk of alienating Qom, and as early as March 1953, well before the Tepe-Jacks black and grey propaganda campaigns, had passed legislation declaring affronts to Boroujerdi a felony. Clearly such measures could not have been envisaged in a void, and incidents of insult to the top prelate must have been occurring. The incident in Voshnu village has not been disclaimed by Kianuri, who makes a reference to it in a footnote in his memoirs. Nor has the incident been claimed by Roosevelt in Countercoup or by Wilbur in Overthrow. In spite of its potential significance, the actual truth is unlikely to ever be known. Regardless of who was responsible for outrages of this sort, it is wrong to assume that these or similar acts were anything more than irritants that stirred a more profound malaise in Boroujerdi. Not even the secularism displayed by Mosaddeq could by itself make the Grand Ayatollah come out of his quietist reserve. Since the saga of the Shah's abortive trip abroad in February 1953, Qom was watching the developments in Tehran with a mix of anguish and frustration. The specter of a fundamental change, and a drift towards republicanism and beyond, had suddenly appeared in Iran's political horizon. The historical context within which such an eventuality was being viewed has already been explained. It will also be recalled that Behbahani and other dignitaries such as Allah had been in contact with the Grand Ayatollah during and in the aftermath of the February crisis, Noe Fund. In that crisis, the same phenomenon, namely the departure of the Shah, had sparked off a reaction from Qom. At that juncture, the Tepe-Jacks had not yet come into existence to deploy its panoply of dirty tricks. The Shah's precipitous departure on the morning of 16 August brought things to a head. It must have awakened in the Grand Shiite magnate the same fears that the specter of a secular republic had set off among the Shiite ulama a generation earlier in 1924. Reza Khan, then Prime Minister, was forced to retract his project for the creation of an Ataturk-style republic. The clerics had organized massive protest rallies and managed to tip the balance in their favor. 1. The CIA MI6 planners of Tepe-Jacks had measured well the potency of faith as an instrument of political manipulation, and correctly concluded that nearly all religious leaders with a significant following were opposed to Mosaddeq. The Tepe-Jacks plan drawn up in London had envisaged contact with Ayatollahs Boroujerdi through Ayatollah Behbahani, and no doubt hoped to work indirectly with Ayatollah Kashani. They had further assumed that through Fad-i-Islam, the terrorist group led by Nawab Safavi, they could intimidate pro-Mossaddeq deputies and politicians. Debate and act. The Tepe-Jacks experiment with clerics proved inconclusive to the extent that its outcome could not be demonstrated in a tangible way. This is at least how the CIA post-mortem in Chapter 10 of Overthrow has recorded the matter. Under the original plan drawn up in London, Behbahani was expected to persuade Boroujerdi to issue a religious decree fatwa of some kind against Mosaddeq. The Tepe-Jacks plan subsequently changed. The core element became an outright Mosaddeq dismissal by the Shah, a shift resulting from the dissolution of the Majlis by Mosaddeq through the referendum. The royal farmans were to be backed by enforcement measures to ensure Mossaddeq's compliance. After the coup attempt failed, Roosevelt and the others had seemingly hoped, if affirmations in Overthrow can be taken at face value, to obtain a fatwa for a holy war, this time against the communists. In a broad sense, the failure of plotters to interact with Boroujerdi, one way or the other, was taken as a failure by the Grand Ayatollah to act. Clearly, the Tepe-Jacks planners lacked familiarity with the idiosyncrasies and modus operandi of high Shiite prelates. For years, Ayatollah Boroujerdi had kept a tap on the vast network of clerics with diverse or contrasting outlooks through an apolitical minimalist approach marked by restraint and reticence. He would not let himself be used as a pawn in foreign intrigues. In his own subtle way, however, Boroujerdi used to act when action was called for. 21. Although the evidence is circumstantial, it appears that in the immediate aftermath of the Shah's flight to Baghdad on 16 August, religious leaders swiftly moved to forestall a drift towards republicanism. In response to a query, presumably from Behbahani, and possibly from some bizarre dignitaries 22, the Grand Ayatollah had emitted a succinct opinion, which may not amount to a binding fatwa, but was enough to set the redoubtable clerical apparatus in motion. Mosaddeq, or his immediate entourage, it was presumed, had engineered the coup plot to abolish the monarchy. In a three-word statement, therefore, Boroujerdi opined, Mamlakat Shah Mikahad, or, the country needs a king. This was not a call for holy war, and may just have been intended as a preliminary warning to Mosaddeq that a change of regime would not be brooked. Aware of Boroujerdi's strong position, and possibly reassured by this injunction, Ayatollah Behbahani, in tandem with Kashani, must have signaled the usual crowds to move into the streets as of the evening of 18 August, and followed up on the ensuing day. While close to the Shah's court, Behbahani was quintessentially linked to Qom, much in the same way as a cardinal is linked to the Vatican. He would not have taken risky initiatives on his own, especially after the Shah left the country, and the outcome of the political gambit launched against Mosaddeq was far from certain, just as the monarch's return was universally deemed improbable. It bears a mention in passing that the QM hierarchy was not bereft of financial resources that may have been used on this occasion. This little-known facet of the drama is, however, a clue to the 19 August jigsaw. The CIA internal report confirms that the agency's local contacts had heard about a pro-Shah statement from the ranking Shiite cleric Boroujerdi 25 in the morning of 19 August and had planned to travel to Qazvin, some 80 miles away, to prepare broadsheets. In his memoirs, Ayatollah Montazeri recounts an historical anecdote of relevance to this chapter. On 19 August he writes, "We were about 30 or 40 clerics in Voshnu Boroujerdi's summer residence, debating Jami Ula Adis 26 when news came that Mossaddeq's government had been overthrown." Montazeri does not mention the reaction of Boroujerdi per se, but writes, "One of the acolytes suddenly fell on the ground prostrating in a gesture of pleasure and good riddance, thanking the Almighty." Clearly the acolyte must have been aware of the position of the Grand Ayatollah to venture an ordinarily banned display of political zeal. Of relevance also are occurrences in the provinces. On Wednesday afternoon, even before the outcome of the showdown in Tehran was sealed, protests broke out in major Iranian cities like Tabriz, Esfahan, and Shiraz. In a pattern similar to Tehran, mixed crowds of military and civilians poured out into the streets, occupied government offices, and declared allegiance to the Shah through the local radio. The occupation of the telecommunication building by the crowd in the early afternoon in Tehran had no doubt facilitated contacts with the provinces, but telegrams by the populace on occasions of this sort were traditionally addressed to community leaders, that is, senior clerics. Needless to say, such a coordinated onslaught was beyond the means, even wildest hopes, of the T-Pajax planners. Overthrow refers to these developments without claiming credit. 8. The clerical network led from Qom was, however, in a position to produce such an orchestration. In a less structured way, the network of pro-Shah officers may also have intervened, although a resort to military communication channels would have been risky to say the least. In his memoirs, Ardeshir Zahedi refers, albeit in passing, to the role played by the religious leaders in rallying the pro-Shah crowds. People poured out either on their own or following instructions from religious leaders. In an interview with the author, Zahedi stressed the importance of the role played by these leaders, and emphatically confirmed the role played by the Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi in person. 30 Americans knowledgeable about the event have also stressed the point. In his seminal work, Nationalism in Iran, Richard Cottam, then an insider, emphasizes the role of the clerics, refuting in the same breath CIA involvement in the events of that particular day. 31. Shortly after the news of the Mosaddeq downfall reached the Shah in Rome, he wired 2 messages. One was to Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi, and the other one to Ayatollah Behbahani. In these messages, the Shah thanked the nation for the support given him, and requested all concerned to support the new Prime Minister, General Zahedi. The response by Boroujerdi, the Persian wording of which is reproduced in the note flagged here, reads, "I hope the well-augured return of your Majesty to Iran will put an end to temporal ills therein and will bring glory to Islam and welfare to Moslems." The telegram then ends with a more familiar tone, in a phrase that more than anything said before reveals his inner thoughts: "Do return, as the Shiism and Islam need you. You are the Shiite sovereign." 32. Awesome. Summary and conclusions. The main premise of this study is that internal political dynamics, more than foreign intrigues, were responsible for the ultimate blow to Mosaddeq and his national movement. No significant organic link could be established between the failed CIA MI6 plot to oust Mosaddeq in mid-August and his actual downfall on Wednesday, August 19, 1953. The first part of the book was devoted to understanding the background and nature of internal forces, namely the power structure and polity in Iran at the time of Mossaddeq's rise to power. The study then followed developments in the oil dispute and reviewed reasons for the Eisenhower administration's decision to join with Britain to remove Mosaddeq through covert means. The last part of the study focused on Operation T-Pajax and the ensuing events that brought about Mossaddeq's downfall on August 19, 1953. Having carefully examined documents and other relevant sources, we have come to conclude that claims by Kermit Roosevelt and others to have pre-planned and played a decisive role in the downfall of Mossaddeq borders on prevarication. In this final chapter, we will try to sum up our findings in relation to each of the above three facets. In so doing, we need to underscore the fact that the world's political climate and the internal situation in Iran were vastly different then, making it inconceivable to judge Mossaddeq's conduct both on the oil issue and internal reforms by today's standards and values, power structure, and internal dynamics in the early 1950s. The key question to address here is whether Dr. Mosaddeq misunderstood or underestimated the complexities of the internal political environment in which he had to wage a campaign against the superpower that Britain still was in those days. The study concludes that while Mosaddeq was a product of the system and familiar with its characteristics, he did not assess obstacles realistically. In retrospect, his parallel struggles on several fronts appear quixotic and instrumental in causing his downfall. Let us first recapitulate the broad characteristics of the system. 1. By the time Mosaddeq became prime minister in the spring of 1951, the socio-political structure in Iran still retained much of its oligarchic properties. Tribal chieftains, major landlords, and influential families, sometimes referred to as Hezar-e-Famil, coalesced to form the ruling elite. Some rudiments of democracy existed. Behind the benign facade of a constitutional monarchy, the parliament, Majlis, played a pivotal role. The landed provincial notables or their surrogates got elected by herding peasants to the polling stations or through other devices. 2. Monarchy as the kingpin of the system was the guarantor of the privileges of that elite, but this reality did not translate into unswerving loyalty from its various components towards the crown. Plots, insurgencies, and assassinations were rife. The Shah, in his early 30s at the time, was the product of tumults that had placed him on the throne in September 1941, at the age of 21. Still in those days keen to remain a constitutional monarch, the Shah nevertheless was apprehensive about the vulnerabilities that beset the country and the crown. He felt uneasy about strong prime ministers who he felt could squeeze him out of all vestiges of power, worse, dethrone him. Yet there is no denial of his patriotism and pragmatic lucidity in confronting adversities. He tried to contain the British influence without stepping over the tripwire that could provoke severe British retributions. These factors shaped his attitude towards Mosaddeq and the oil nationalization drive. They explain his ambivalence and his at times unsteady behavior towards the Prime Minister. 4. The Shiite clerical hierarchy directed from QM remained highly influential. It wielded power through a vast network of mosques, informal neighborhood associations, and alliance with well-to-do bazaar merchants. Ulama hence had immense crowd manipulation ability. At the helm of the hierarchy, the Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi discouraged the involvement of clerics in politics. He nevertheless supported, albeit discreetly, the institution of monarchy as the embodiment of tradition, as well as the antipode of a secular republicanism of the Turkish variety. By the mid-20th century, however, a strain of politicized clerics had emerged. Although not homogeneous, some practicing terror, a certain complicity bound them together. Ayatollah Kashani was their symbol and the lightning rod. He sided with Mossaddeq's National Front initially, but like most right-wingers in this loose alliance, later turned around to become a venomous foe and an instrument of Mossaddeq's undoing. 5. a high-voltage British neo-colonial influence ran through and contaminated the system. This influence drew its potency from several factors. Through the 19th and early 20th century, a debilitated Iran under the Qajar dynasty had had its own brushes with the British Empire, but mostly felt her crushing weight due to geography and the empire's enduring presence in the region. Iran was flanked on three sides by a power which had emerged victorious from all the adversities of the Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century to the two world wars in the first half of the 20th. Britain, for all practical purposes, owned Iran's oil resources and industry, giving Iran a paltry share. Reza Shah, the first Pahlavi monarch, was humiliated and cowed when in the early 1930s he gambled to snatch back control of the oil industry. British officials viewed Britain as a virtuous power with a civilizing mission, and regretted that Iran had escaped the rigor of a British colonial rule that would have straightened its many flaws and blemishes. Some Iranians agreed, and without lacking in patriotism believed that Iran should throw in its lot with Britain. The perceived ubiquitous presence and overarching influence of Britain overwhelmed Iran's body politic. In many ways it was a psychosomatic affliction, exquisitely satirized in later years by an Iranian novelist, Iraj Pezeshzad. One Mosaddeq's attempt to stamp out that influence was all the more daring in view of the prevalence of this psyche. Azerbaijan crises, in Chapter 1. The party was also implicated by the government in an assassination attempt against the Shah, and was outlawed only to return in force through a slew of front organizations and newspapers. 7. For its part, the National Front, comprising secular Democrats with strong anti-imperialistic leanings, formed a loose coalition of parties and personalities in 1949 around Dr. Mosaddeq, with large mass appeal but poor political structures. See the rise of the National Front in Chapter 2. Mossaddeq's rule. 1. A septuagenarian of noble stock trained in Switzerland, Mosaddeq was in his element as a parliamentarian, though he had held ministerial and gubernatorial posts during the 1920s. Mosaddeq as such was first and foremost a product of the system described above, and his rise to power in April 1951 had been filtered through this same semi-oligarchic structure. The Majlis that voted Mosaddeq into office was not itself a democratically elected body in the Western understanding of the term. Once in power, Mosaddeq pursued two objectives: the acquisition of Iran's rights over its natural resources through the nationalization of the British-owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, and reforming the state apparatus. 2. Britain's knee-jerk reaction to Mossaddeq's nationalization and seizure of the company's assets was to resort to force. In the British Labour cabinet, two key ministers, Foreign Secretary Morrison and Defence Secretary Shinwell, advocated military means while Prime Minister Attlee was more circumspect. A plan for the seizure of Abadan, codenamed Operation Buccaneer, was prepared, and initial preparatory steps were taken. The Truman administration firmly opposed the use of force, and succeeded in dissuading Britain. This reality is little noticed in history books, and almost absent in the collective memory of Iranians. Parallel with military planning, Britain seized the International Court of Justice and imposed a naval embargo to prevent the sale of Iranian oil. But the Labour government ended up recognizing shortly thereafter the principle of nationalization of the oil industries, and engaged in dialogue. These intermittent negotiations spanned a period of 15 months, from June 1951 to March 1953. The conclusions drawn from different phases of oil talks are discussed under a separate heading below. 3. Riding on the crest of his immense popularity and impressive successes at the UN Security Council and the International Court of Justice, where he successfully defended the rightfulness of Iran's cause and her grievances against Britain, Mosaddeq set out also to reform the system and its institutions. In so doing, he stepped over the interests of virtually all elements in the power structure described earlier. His model was a secular Western-style democracy, in which the monarch plays a ceremonial role, and the will of the people, embodied in the parliament, should rule supreme. This noble, if idealistic goal was hardly adaptable to the political system and power structure of the time. 4. Out of power in earlier years, Mosaddeq had always blamed the central government for rigging the Majlis elections. Now, as the all-powerful prime minister, he tried but failed to pull off clean, nationwide elections for the 17th Majlis. He suspended the polls after only 79 out of 136 seats had been decided on. The system just did not lend itself to an unblemished electoral process. 5. Mossaddeq's first year in office brought the nation much pride but few concrete results. With oil talks gridlocked and the economy stagnating, jittery signs of discontent in higher state echelons and among interest groups began to emerge. Already by spring of 1952, the U.S. ambassador, Loy Henderson, had joined the British charge in lobbying the Shah to replace Mosaddeq. The Shah did not cave in, but soon got embroiled in a dispute with Mosaddeq over the control of the armed forces, triggering the latter's resignation in July 1952. He was replaced by Ahmad Qavam. This led to a crisis which culminated in the Sayyitir, July 21, 1952, popular uprising. See the Qavam hiatus and the Sayyitir popular uprising in Chapter 3. Of Mossaddeq's successes, Qavam lobbied with Britain to replace him. He had promised British officials that as Prime Minister, he would establish a dictatorship in Iran and settle the oil dispute in a manner compatible with British and Iranian interests. Once appointed Prime Minister, he proceeded along that line, only to be thwarted by a national uprising that forced his resignation. 7. Back in power, Mossaddeq defiantly pursued his domestic agenda and oil talks. He rightly saw the Sayyitir as a plebiscite that had returned him to power. He was further vindicated by a landmark International Court of Justice decision in Iran's favor. From this unparalleled position of legitimacy and strength, Mossaddeq embarked on a daring program of reform. He deemed it fit to circumvent the 17th Majlis, in which he nevertheless retained an adequate majority. He sought and obtained emergency powers which allowed him to rule by decree. This alienated the conservative wing in his National Front coalition and narrowed his support base. Unperturbed, Mossaddeq went on to curb the Shah's prerogatives as commander-in-chief, purge the army, close the Senate, and shake up the judiciary. State institutions were thus tampered with and interest groups disenfranchised. The stakeholders saw Mossaddeq reforms as a budding threat to their political survival. Compounding this alienation, Mossaddeq also allowed the Communist Party, Tudeh, not just to resume its activities and growth, but to become a formidable political force. 8. Allowing the Tudeh Party a free sway was in part a scarecrow tactic vis-à-vis the United States. Mossaddeq counted on American support and sought to convince the United States that his nationalist enterprise was the only alternative to communism. This tactic eventually backfired. Tudeh showed no restraint in exhibiting its prowess in Tehran's streets. The fiercely anti-communist minuscule parties, some possibly subsidized by the CIA under the TP Bedam's secret project, clashed with Tudeh cadres in the streets of the capital. Tehran became the scene of daily unrest, rallies and strikes. People who went about their daily lives were not amused. Mossaddeq's efforts to sell the nationalized oil in the international market had all but failed. The oil-less economy did not bode well for the country in spite of the valiant strides made by his government to readjust the economy through austerity measures and a boost in domestic products. 9. Interest groups bristled, resentments gradually fermented into conspiracies. An uncharted alliance among Mossaddeq opponents gradually took shape, comprising his erstwhile National Front allies, right-wing or Anglophile deputies, politicized clerics, and purged army generals, as well as the Shah's own entourage, including notably the court minister Hossein Allah, Princess Ashraf, the Shah's plucky twin sister, his brother Ali Reza, and the Queen Mother were all among Mossaddeq's ferocious foes. The handling of the oil crisis and stalemate. 1. By the time Mossaddeq took office in the spring of 1951, the supplemental oil agreement negotiated by his predecessors was off the table. Britain had discreetly made an offer of a 50-50 deal to Prime Minister Razmara, and, following his assassination in February 1951, to his immediate successor Prime Minister Allah. Mossaddeq's nationalization of Iran's oil industries was intended not just to redeem the legitimate rights of Iran, but also to put an end to the British neo-colonial influence. The oil nationalization created unanimity among Iranians, taking no account of initial negative Tudeh party reaction. The move was also supported, ostensibly at least, by the quasi-totality of Iran's body politic. 2. Initially, Mosaddeq and his advisors did not have an adequate understanding of the intricacies of the oil market, including the nexus and interaction among the oil majors. He wrongly assumed that once the flow of Iranian oil was suspended, the market would face a shortfall, and customers would attempt to circumvent the British naval blockade to procure it. In actual fact, the oil majors quickly increased production elsewhere. Helped by an existing market glut, the hoped-for supply deficit was quickly offset. Mosaddeq also misjudged the politics of the Cold War and the nature of the alliance between the United States and Britain. The proposal by the IBRD had the advantage of being an interim arrangement without prejudice to the position of either party. It would have given Mosaddeq a badly needed breathing space and financial relief. The subsequent Churchill-Truman offer had gone a long way to meet Mossaddeq's concerns, but it fell short of Iran's requirements. By then, the key stumbling block was the issue of compensation to AIOC resulting from the Nationalization Act. Mosaddeq had agreed to submit the determination of the amount of compensation to arbitration by the International Court of Justice in The Hague, but had wrongly assumed that the proposed terms of reference for the arbitration would enable Britain to reopen the issue of validity of the Nationalization Act. Based on this assumption, he rejected the Truman-Churchill proposal. Mosaddeq was also concerned, and here he judged correctly, that Britain sought compensation for future losses resulting from the Nationalization Act. He feared that Iran might be saddled with an onerous long-term debt that would keep the nation under foreign yoke. 4. In reality, Mosaddeq judged oil proposals by two yardsticks. One was whether they were consistent with the Nationalization Act and satisfied Iran's legitimate interests. The second criterion was more complex. It had to do with the political, even emotional side of things. Would the end of the oil dispute with Britain also eradicate its influence in Iran? Would the terms of settlement measure up to Mossaddeq's exalted image and the nationalistic expectations he had aroused? Would he be able to stand up to abusive tirades of his erstwhile allies or the sell-out outcry by Tudeh if American conglomerates were allowed in as the proposed packages foresaw? These concerns prevented Mosaddeq from analyzing the situation with the needed serenity. 5. When in March 1953, Mosaddeq rejected the final oil proposal and put a unilateral end to the oil negotiations, the Eisenhower administration despaired. That, in fact, proved to be the last straw. The US government shifted to a different line of action, that of joining hands with Britain to remove Mosaddeq through underhand means. External and internal conspiracies, engagement to subversion. Diplomacy lost all its allure when the Dulles brothers reached the conclusion that the rise of communism in Iran was inescapable while Mosaddeq remained in power. Iran's rejection of the American-backed Churchill oil proposal and its withdrawal from negotiations in March 1953 created a watershed. The British needed little convincing to revert to a one-stroke approach to deal with the nationalist nuisance in Iran. The coup plan, codenamed Tepe-Jax, thenceforth became the Anglo-American agenda in Iran. 2. In late February, squabbles and tension between the Shah and his prime minister came to a head. Mosaddeq saw the imperial court as a hub of conspiracy and wrongly attributed an insurgency by a Bakhtiari tribal chief to court intrigues. He threatened to resign and publicly blame the Shah for his decision. To what extent this was a genuine concern or an alibi to further curtail the Shah's powers, it is hard to gauge. On his part, a forlorn Shah had his heart set on a break from what must have been felt as a climate of tension and humiliation. His natural tendency was to escape problems rather than confronting them. He volunteered to go on extended travel to Europe. Mosaddeq initially objected or feigned reluctance. He ended up supporting the idea. The decision to travel abroad was, however, the Shah's. This was not the way matters were perceived at the time by Mosaddeq opponents, or by top clerics in Qom and elsewhere. For them, the move was a gambit by Mosaddeq, possibly intended to bring about a regime change. Among clerics concerned with such a prospect was the Shiite world's highest religious authority, the Grand Ayatollah Borujerdi. 4. The Noé Esfand crisis, as it is known to Iranians, became yet another watershed. Above all, it alerted the quietist Shiite hierarchy in Qom to a scenario they dreaded, a drift towards secular republicanism, if not communist atheism, inherent in forcing the Shah out. As of that date, faint signs of a rapprochement between Qom and the activist cleric Kashani could be detected. See the Grand Ayatollah Borujerdi in Chapter 4. The uncharted alliance between different stripes of right-wing opposition to Mosaddeq was also consolidated. 5. Documents at hand reveal that by then some in the right-wing politico-military milieus already entertained the idea of a putsch against Mosaddeq. Even before the United States had come fully on board, a former Iranian Air Force chief, General Hedayatollah Gilanshah, had approached the American embassy in Tehran with that idea. After the Noé Esfand crisis, the court minister Allah had his own schemes to bring about a collapse of the government through an inseminated parliamentary crisis. He had discussed his plan with the American ambassador, but had been unable to convince the Shah, whose role would have been pivotal in any such scheme. At some point in the late spring of 1953, internal and external conspiracies merged. 6. A retired general turned politician, Fazlollah Zahedi was known to harbor political ambitions. He had an unrivaled track record in the Iranian army. Moreover, as the national police chief, he had helped in the rise of the National Front, something that earned him the interior portfolio in Mossaddeq's first cabinet. He subsequently turned against Mosaddeq and became one of his daring critics. As such, he was an obvious choice to lead the coup plan. 7. The Shah had originally hesitated to name Zahedi. The monarch's attitude was that of wait-and-see and constitutional expediency. He had repeatedly voiced his aversion to Kabbalistic games. Already in June 1952, the Shah had resisted Anglo-American pressures to oust Mosaddeq. As late as May 1953, the Shah continued to back Mosaddeq in a discussion he held with Henderson. There was surely no love lost between the Shah and his prime minister, but the Shah hoped that Mosaddeq would step down once the oil dispute was successfully resolved. Conversely, if the dispute dragged on, Mosaddeq could be voted down, having eroded his capital of popularity. The military component was a contingency to protect the outcome against resistance by Tudeh or Mossaddeq supporters. This plan hinged on the Shah's support and active involvement, but Mohammad Reza refused his blessing when solicited by an array of emissaries. The CIA field manager Kermit Roosevelt and the MI6 Iranian agent Asadollah Rashidian then resorted to blackmailing the Shah, according to a line scripted in the Tepe-Ajax plan. The exact circumstances are detailed in The Taming of the Shah in Chapter 4. The Shah finally succumbed. Once on board, he proposed a different course of action. He postulated that the Majlis dissolution, envisaged by Mosaddeq, empowered him to dismiss the Prime Minister in line with established precedents during parliamentary interregna. The London draft coup plan was readjusted in its political component accordingly. 9. In effect, Mosaddeq, fearing a maneuver designed to unseat him, had decided to dissolve the parliament through a referendum. He was aware that the deputies were being bribed to vote him down. Some of his close advisers warned him against this move and the latitude it accorded the Shah to dismiss him. Mosaddeq had rebuffed that advice. D-set. The Majlis' disposition towards the Prime Minister, in spite of the bribing campaign, showed virtually no change, not on the surface at least. In late June 1953, deputies voted to oust Ayatollah Kashani as the Speaker, and to replace him with a Mosaddeq loyalist. When in July Mosaddeq asked the deputies to voluntarily resign, 52 deputies, or a two-thirds majority, meekly obliged. A year earlier, some 40 deputies had voted in favor of Qavam when Mosaddeq resigned. If these voting patterns could be taken as a yardstick, it should be concluded that Tepe-Ajax bribing was patently ineffectual, producing no change in the voting pattern. This notwithstanding, Mosaddeq resorted to a highly controversial referendum to formally close down the 17th Majlis. By then, Kermit Roosevelt had arrived in Tehran, and preparations for the Tepe-Ajax coup were in full swing. The Tepe-Ajax coup and its aftermath. Cadres. It had all the trappings of a putsch. In retrospect, it is fair to conclude that even if the Shah's dismissal order was not stricto sensu unconstitutional, the fact that it was a feature of a foreign scheme to bring about a change of government divested the operation of any vestige of legitimacy. The coup plan unraveled when the commander of the Imperial Guard, who had gone to Mossaddeq's residence to deliver the Shah's dismissal order, was arrested, and his detachment disarmed. 2. Why the plan failed is clear in hindsight. The two-day secret military network had penetrated most military units, including the Imperial Guard, which had been slated under the plan to carry the brunt of the operation. Tudeh had published the news of an impending putsch in its official organ, and no doubt tipped off Mosaddeq and his army chief of staff, General Riahi, in a timely fashion. The Shah, who had been following the event from his hunting lodge in the Caspian, flew to Baghdad in panic. 3. Mosaddeq may have initially hesitated to reject the dismissal order. He did not publicly announce it. Later, he explained his rejection in different, even contrasting terms. To Ambassador Henderson he said on 18 August that the Shah was not entitled to dismiss him. He did not acknowledge having received such an order. In his trial months later, Mosaddeq said he had presumed the Farman was a forgery, given the manner in which it had been delivered to him. Elsewhere in his memoirs, Mosaddeq intimated that he would have accepted the royal fiat had it been delivered through regular channels. Finally, Mosaddeq has also said he would have accepted it were it not for the fact that he was confident he could pull off the oil dispute in the best interests of the nation. A Balkan and East European specialist had been rushed to Tehran a few months earlier from his post to Bucharest, an indication, surely no proof, that a scenario similar to Czechoslovakia 1948 was not to be excluded. Only days after the fall of Mosaddeq in August, Lavrentiev was mysteriously withdrawn from his post in Tehran, amid strong indications that he had attempted suicide. See The Gathering Storm in Chapter 5. 5. Mosaddeq was not keen on a regime change. He rejected the idea of a republic, partly because he was keen to retain the goodwill of the US government. He may also have had the sensitivities of high clerics in mind, although no evidence to this effect has surfaced. He appears not to have given up hope until the very end to enlist American financial aid and its help to resolve the oil dispute. Paradoxically, he also suspected American involvement in the coup. He finally opted for a Regency Council to be endorsed by a referendum, but did not get around to publicly announcing this decision. However, he had to explain and convince his more radical collaborators who were urging the abolition of the monarchy in concert with the Tudor party. Later, Mosaddeq wrote that he had intended to invite the Shah to return. The rupture with the monarch, however, had been consummated, and such a retraction appears in retrospect to have been an afterthought. 6. Mosaddeq banned all rallies as of the morning of 18 August. The fierce crackdown and the roundup of Tudor activists, however, peaked during the later hours of the evening, after Henderson's call on Mosaddeq. Some authors, Kim Roosevelt notably, later postulated that Henderson's meeting with Mosaddeq in the late afternoon of 18 August was used to lay the ground for the overthrow of Mosaddeq, foreseen for the following day. According to this claim, the meeting became an instrument to scare Mosaddeq into ordering two-day crowds off the streets, thus paving the way for an unhindered execution of the second phase of Tarpejax. Our evidence, presented in Chapter 5, does not support this presumption. Undoubtedly, when Henderson returned to Tehran on 17 August from his prolonged absence, he must have met and exchanged views with Roosevelt prior to meeting Mosaddeq. Nothing in his report to Washington, or in subsequent communications with the State Department, could remotely be construed as an indication of prior knowledge by Henderson of the events that were to unfold the following day. Henderson himself flatly denied any knowledge of a second coup plan when he sat to testify for history, some 20 years later, in an interview with the Truman Library Oral History Project. There he confidently predicted that if one day his dispatches to Washington were declassified, the truth of his statement could be seen by all. 7. Tarpejax had no backup plan. Solid documentary evidence to this effect exists and was presented in the relevant chapter of this study. In Washington, neither CIA headquarters nor the State Department nor the White House was aware of any plans for Wednesday, 19 August. The news of Mossaddeq's fall on Wednesday took everyone in Washington by surprise. Ample evidence was presented to support our central contention that the fall of Mosaddeq on August 19 had not been scripted by the CIA or its duty station in Tehran, as was later claimed and broadly accepted. It follows that Kim Roosevelt's claims in later years were disingenuous. Embassy dispatches to Washington on the day Mosaddeq fell and subsequently, now declassified, clearly demonstrate not just a lack of prior knowledge, but an avowal of puzzlement about what was happening in the streets of Tehran on that day. Henderson's prediction in the Truman Library interview was fully vindicated. 8. When the Tarpejax coup on 15 to 16 August failed, the State Department recommended a rapprochement with Mosaddeq. Later in the week, in an internal cable, CIA headquarters acknowledged that the subversion plan had been tried and failed, and a new policy course was to be adopted. 9. In the camp of the opposition, General Zahedi was equally in the dark. His strategy was twofold: to widely disseminate the news of Mosaddeq's dismissal and of his own appointment, thus denouncing Mosaddeq as a usurper. The second part of his plan was to set up a military base in a remote province. Kermanshah was finally selected over Esfahan, from where he intended to launch an insurrection. This inherently mid-term plan must have been discussed and coordinated with the CIA station. Colonel Farzanigan, a CIA agent, acted as a military aide to Zahedi. The former traveled to Kermanshah and obtained the agreement of the garrison commander, Colonel Timur Bakhtiar. General Zahedi had reportedly set out to leave for Kermanshah in the early hours of Wednesday, 19 August, but the news of pro-Shah Street demonstrations on the evening of 18 August made him change his plans. Roosevelt, however, claimed that the purpose of contacting the military commanders in Esfahan and Kermanshah was to get these garrisons to move to Tehran on 19 August, a logistical impossibility. D-Set. The CIA internal history overthrow claims that in a council of war on 17 August, Kermit Roosevelt planned the Wednesday event. 2. The latter admits that he had kept Washington and London in the dark because he feared a negative reaction on their part. Since the subject of the credibility of Kim Roosevelt is a central theme of this essay, detailed evidence and analyses have been provided in Chapter 6. The main conclusions are recapitulated below. If Kim Roosevelt was intent on dealing a fatal blow to Mosaddeq on Wednesday, 19 August, it is reasonable to expect that he would have given his team more than 24 hours to prepare such a feat. As noted, his Council of War was convened in the evening of Monday, 17 August. The dispatch of emissaries discussed in the Council of War to Esfahan and Kermanshah, at prohibitive distances from the capital, could only have been aimed to establish anti-Mosaddeq Tudor insurrectional bases. Further, the purported fatwa to be solicited from the Grand Shiite magnate in Qom would have called, according to Overthrow's own wording, for a holy war against communism, again an indication of mid to long-term planning. Some of the activities later claimed to have been performed by the MI6 CIA Iranian agents to prepare the blow were bizarrely tardy. They are said to have been performed on Wednesday, 19 August. If true, they should have been undertaken at an earlier date, if Wednesday had indeed been set as the target day. There is no evidence, certainly no claim in the CIA's internal history, that any CIA money was dispersed for crowd manipulation or any other purpose after the failure of TP Ajax. The claim in existing literature that the two principal Iranian CIA agents were given $50,000 on 16 August or any date after that for crowd mobilization, for grey or black propaganda, or a Tudor smearing campaign is not supported by evidence at hand and must be deemed bogus. The contents of Roosevelt's communications with Washington are inconsistent with the attitude of someone who had planned a second strike. He did not request any extension of his mission, something that would have been natural if he had had plans for Wednesday. Instead, he opined that Mossaddeq's position had been fortified for the time being and inquired from Washington if the operations should be called off. In a separate cable, he asked for exfiltration of 15 unnamed individuals. This study independently confirms the existence of a hate mail campaign to scare and alienate clerics in the period prior to the TP Ajax coup on 15 August. The study is more circumspect about claims by the Iranian agents of the CIA to have faked the Tudor crowds, notably in the days following the coup failure, in an attempt to smear the Tudor party. The study maintains that the two principal CIA agents, Kaivani and Jalali, were manipulating a network comprising small fascist and ultra-nationalist gangs, and possibly a few mobsters, who systematically harassed the Tudor crowds rather than faking them. The full size of the network did not exceed a few hundred individuals whose faces were known to security authorities as well as to Tudor cadres. The Tudor leader Kianuri has flatly denied the existence of fake Tudor in their ranks during that episode. His denial came some 40 years later, in reaction to specific claims in existing American literature about fake Tudor moves in the days prior to the fall of the Mosaddeq government. We noted in this connection that Kianuri had strong personal reasons to confirm, even aggrandize, the fake Tudor phenomenon to shield himself from criticism leveled against him by his Tudor peers for his role within the party leadership during that episode. A careful examination of Overthrow shows a high degree of reticence in crediting the activities of the CIA field station in Tehran for the final outcome, in preference to internal dynamics. Specific citations from Overthrow to this effect has been provided in relevant passages of this volume. The way they are detailed in the CIA narrative, these activities could essentially be characterized as support and backstopping in nature. Some may have produced an enhanced visual effect of an existing condition, such as the Tudor animosity for clerics. In his secret evaluation of the event submitted to Washington on August 20, 1953, Ambassador Henderson goes to great length to elucidate the causes of Mossaddeq's downfall, yet there is no modicum of a hint that the event may have been linked to or in any way the result of foreign meddling. Likewise, in his succinct report of the event to Eisenhower, the acting CIA director claims no credit whatsoever, even if the downfall of Mosaddeq was what the administration had meticulously planned for. Finally, it bears repetition here that according to his biographer, President Eisenhower judged Roosevelt a fabulist when he finally heard his debriefing. Furthermore, in his earlier pronouncements, that is to say prior to the publication of his book Counter-Coup in 1979, Kim Roosevelt had appeared less assuming, attributing, as it were, the lion's share of credit to internal factors, while citing the incredibly modest sum of $10,000 for expenses of the entire TP Ajax operation, Jedan Act. Limited in scope and impact as the CIA activities in the crucial 4 days were, the fact that they existed caused an optical illusion. They helped create an impression that the CIA had concocted the overthrow on 19 August as a follow-up to its earlier coup. Such claims were hard to contradict, even by American field staff, as the nexus between those activities and the outcome could never be established or denied. Washington and London took things at face value. Their intelligence organs were too eager to score points. No one was willing to pick on success. Iranians of all persuasions took the bait. According to a deep-seated societal credo, nothing of significance could ever happen in Iran without a foreign hand, as was noted earlier. Divan Act. The issue of an organic link between the TP Ajax coup of 15 August and the fall of Mosaddeq on 19 August was carefully examined from a military angle. Some passages from Overthrow imply that officers originally earmarked for the 15 August coup, and still at large, might have participated in the revolt against Mosaddeq on Wednesday 19 August. While deemed plausible, our study did not find any evidence of an organic link between the TP Ajax coup and the participation of some officers and military units in the events that led to the downfall of Mosaddeq on 19 August. The study, accordingly, does not sanction such a hypothesis. The overthrow narrative in this connection was scrutinized and its fallacies discussed under the backlash in Chapter 5, Trin Act. This study found that a nucleus of revolt among the line officers in the Tehran garrison already existed before CIA CIS developed their plan for the coup of 15 August. The TP Ajax planners did not bribe or recruit anyone from within the Iranian army. They harvested gratuitously what already was in place, and managed to establish loose links with this group of officers through a liaison mechanism. This mechanism was dismantled when the TP Ajax coup failed on the night of 15 to 16 August. By its own admission, neither the CIA station in Tehran nor the Zahedi camp knew the identities of, and had no means of communication with, those among this group of officers who had remained at large. Any participation by such officers' units in the riotous events that resulted in the downfall on 19 August should therefore be considered unpremeditated. CTR Act. Prior to establishing contact with the leaders of these officers in early August, the TP Ajax planners had planned their coup on the basis of flawed intelligence. It was the Iranian network that saved them from a premature fiasco. See under the military factor in the fall of Mosaddeq in Chapter 5. This is not to say that the officers who participated in the revolt had not been influenced by the general climate that reigned following the departure of the Shah and the ensuing chaos, including the psychological warfare waged against Mosaddeq. In this latter category of activities, the CIA station in Tehran had played a role. Patton Act. To complete the survey of all evidence related to foreign plots and manipulation in relation to the fall of Mosaddeq, the study has delved into a top-secret document of British origin drafted only 2 weeks after the fall of Mosaddeq. While this document contained good intelligence on peripheral issues occurring prior to the TP Ajax coup, it is seriously flawed on the main lines related to the subject matter of this study. In all likelihood, the secret document reflected in part a debriefing by Roosevelt, who was in London about the time the document was prepared. This appears notably to be the case in respect of occurrences following the failure of the TP Ajax coup on 16 August. A detailed analysis of its content can be found under An Orphan British Secret Document in Chapter 6. The involvement of ulama. 1. If the street commotions on Wednesday 19 August were not choreographed by the CIA, does it follow that they were spontaneous manifestations of revolt by a segment of opinion in Iran? The study does not subscribe to this hypothesis either. To be sure, a segment of opinion was disillusioned. Some were dismayed by the turn of events. Among them, the Shah had genuine support. Yet the study maintains that the uprising was sparked by religious leaders, probably as a first warning shot in an upcoming confrontation with Mosaddeq. This does not suggest that the clerics had planned a fatal stroke on that day, or the crowds they amassed were tasked to overthrow the government. The evidence regarding the precise role played by top clerics remains circumstantial. It may, as such, be seen as interpretative or deductive. But the analytical assumptions made rely on a body of hard facts. The cumulative evidence is compelling. The gist could be summarized as follows. The study retraced landmarks in Iran's recent past where the clerics changed the course of history. The ulama as a socio-political force in Chapter 1. Their influence on the masses and their rabble-rousing capacity cannot be overstated. In Chapter 4, the clash at the helm, and the Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi, together with the missing link in Chapter 7, underscore the perennial link between the Shiite establishment and the Iranian monarchy. There we dwelled on reasons why the Shiite hierarchy in Qum, and some of the top clerics in the provinces, had become alarmed by the course of events of February 1953. To them the removal of the Shah spelled secularism of the Turkish variety, not to say outright atheism, if at the end of the road the communist Tudeh gained the upper hand. The evidence provided suggests that, as of that date, the two main tendencies within the clerical establishment in Iran, namely the activist faction headed by Kashani and the more influential quietist strain led by Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi, tacitly coalesced, even if their style and public posturing radically diverged. For different reasons, they had concluded that the course Mosaddeq had embarked on portended a threat to Islam and/or to their own socio-political standing. The study concludes that the top Shiite leader Boroujerdi, who, already in the previous February, Noé Esfand, had acted to prevent the Shah's trip abroad, again intervened when the Shah left Iran on 16 August. The cacophony about a republic that followed the Shah's flight was indeed the clincher. It unleashed forces which only the clerics were capable of delivering. Ayatollah Behbahani, a clerical figure widely recognized as having played a pivotal role in mobilizing crowds, was quintessentially linked to Qum and would not have taken initiatives of his own without the full consent of Boroujerdi, at a time when the return of the Shah was generally deemed improbable. The study reveals the terms of a succinct pro-Shah opinion issued by the Grand Ayatollah Boroujerdi following the departure of the Shah on 16 August. The CIA account also refers, albeit in oblique terms, to rumors of Boroujerdi's intervention and fatwa. For his part, Ardashir Zahedi, a key player in that episode, emphatically confirmed the role played by Boroujerdi, discussed under the missing link in Chapter 7. In the same vein, the victory of pro-monarchy forces was heartily hailed by Boroujerdi and the clerical establishment. The causes of Mossaddeq's defeat. From early afternoon, some armored units from the outlying military barracks joined the crowd, making the trend irreversible. Unlike the usual pattern observed in military coups d'état elsewhere, in which military units intervene at dawn to secure strategic localities and preempt resistance, armed units on that day did not come onto the scene before early afternoon, by which time crowds had already paved the ground for a final blow. Later, the Tudeh leader Kia Nouri referred to this reality in order to explain why his party was caught off guard, in spite of its vast military network. 2. In retrospect, strategic misjudgments by Mosaddeq led him astray and brought upon him a defeat he had not deserved. A dearth of realism, laxity about power structure in Iran, insufficient understanding of Cold War politics and oil market forces, coupled with a perfectionist attitude towards the resolution of the oil crisis, aligned internal and external forces and made his downfall a matter of time. His quest to reform institutions along unadaptable Western lines against the backdrop of an oil-less economy and confrontation with the superpower that Britain still was in those times was quixotic. His moves to divest the Shah of all vestiges of power and prestige were short-sighted and could only have fostered instability in the longer run. Independent of events of August 1953, a monarchy reduced to ceremonial functions is no doubt a hallmark of a people's sovereignty in advanced democracies, But for the Iran of the 1950s, it was a recipe for chaos and instability. Between 1951 and 1970, close to 40 military coups d'état took place in all continents across the globe. None of Iran's immediate neighbors, including eventually the USSR, was spared. While the Shah's presence and his role as commander-in-chief of the armed forces was no safeguard per se against militarist or communist coup attempts, his drastically reduced prestige or total absence of power fostered such eventualities. It is not excessive to postulate that the humiliation that the Shah suffered during Mossaddeq's tenure prodded him to opt for an authoritarian rule following Mossaddeq's overthrow. Kremlin could not be excluded. The study concluded that after the flight of the Shah on 16 August, the Tudeh party moved into a higher gear for power sharing. The scenario which unfolded some 20 years later in Afghanistan inevitably flashes through the mind, although drawing such parallels remains speculative and conjectural. 4. The overthrow on 19 August had essentially an indigenous character and resulted from Iran's internal dynamics, although, viewed from a different angle, the chain of events emanating from the Shah's flight a few days earlier links the downfall inexorably to the Tepe-Ajax plot. To the extent that the failure of the Tepe-Ajax coup in the early hours of 16 August triggered the Shah's flight, one could indeed establish a direct lineage between the Anglo-American plan and the downfall of Mosaddeq on 19 August. The Tepe-Ajax failure set off a chain of events which led to the downfall. In other words, the CIA indeed had a role in the Mosaddeq overthrow, but mainly by default. 5. The Tepe-Ajax plot was an inappropriate intrusion into Iran's politics that marred America's image, especially among informed opinion in Iran. Yet that meddling was never the cause or in any way related to the hostility that the Islamic Republic of Iran harbors against the United States and has displayed since its inception in 1979. It is possible to trace an ideological lineage linking the post-war clerical militancy to the Islamic Revolution, 1978–79. Activist clerics of the period, including the future leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, invariably opposed Mosaddeq. If anything, in that chapter of Iran's history, the clerical establishment was complicit. After the success of the Islamic Revolution, the by then defunct Ayatollah Kashani became an iconic and venerated figure among the revolutionaries. So were the Fada'iyan, who were sanctified as martyrs. These actors had played a crucial role in Mossaddeq's defeat. Notes. Preface. 1. William Roger Lewis, Britain and the Overthrow of the Mosaddeq Government, in Mark Gasiorowski and Malcolm Byrne eds. Muhammad